Chapter 251, Joba and Nami fight against two generals. A passionate fight shows their edge. Nami tightly grasped the weather stick in her hand, her eyes revealing determination and courage. Her fingers turned slightly white due to the force, and the weather stick in her hand seemed to have become the pillar of her life. She stared at the two brigadier generals, her brain working rapidly, thinking about the next battle strategy. She knew that she could not relax at all and had to stay alert at all times to win this battle. Chopper transformed into a huge fighting form, exuding a powerful aura. His body was as tall as a mountain, and every muscle was tense, exuding powerful strength. His eyes were burning with the flames of battle, full of anger towards the enemy and desire for victory. His huge fists were clenched tightly, as if he was ready to launch a fatal blow to the enemy at any time. Chopper's momentum made the two associate admirals feel the pressure, and they had to be more careful in dealing with Chopper's attacks. In this white-hot battle stage, everyone's movements were full of power and speed. Chopper kept swinging his fists and launching fierce attacks on the brigadier generals. His fists made whirring sounds, and every attack seemed to be able to destroy everything. Nami was constantly waving the weather stick behind him, releasing various weather attacks to provide support for Chopper. The two associate admirals were not to be outdone. They kept dodging Chopper and Nami's attacks while looking for opportunities to counterattack. The two brigadier generals had expressionless faces and cold eyes. They were like two cold statues, emitting a chilling aura. The gorgeous military uniforms on them gleamed with metallic luster under the light of the virtual space, as if announcing their powerful strength to the world. One of them narrowed his eyes slightly. His gaze shot at Chopper and Nami like a sharp sword and said coldly,
"HMPH, don't think you can win easily."
His voice was low and powerful, like a declaration from hell, full of threats and provocations. After saying that, he flashed and used the
shave
to rush towards Chopper in an instant. His movements were as fast as lightning, leaving only a blurry afterimage. The air seemed to be ripped open by his high-speed movement, making a sharp, whistling sound. He clenched his fists and the muscles in his arms tensed, as if he could burst out with powerful force at any time. He prepared to perform
Fist of Hard Steel,
an attack style known for its powerful force and hard fists that can easily shatter the enemy's defense. Seeing this, Chopper was not afraid at all and shouted,
"Look at my wrist strength."
His voice was like a thunder, echoing in the virtual space. Chopper's eyes were burning with the flame of battle, full of determination and courage. He knew that this battle was about the honor of him and Nami, and also about the dignity of the entire Straw Hat Pirates. He could not retreat and had to face the enemy's attack bravely. His bulging wrist was like hard steel, emitting a powerful aura. Chopper leaned forward slightly, concentrating all his strength on his wrist. His muscles tensed up as if he wanted to release all his strength. He rushed towards the brigadier general's fist like a brave lion rushing towards the enemy. With a loud bang, the two collided, and the powerful impact caused the surrounding air to vibrate. The sound echoed in the virtual space like thunder, making people's ears buzz. The shock wave generated by the collision spread out in all directions, lifting up the dust and gravel on the ground. Chopper's feet stood firmly on the ground, his body as firm as a mountain, without the slightest wavering. There was a look of determination on his beast-like face. There was no fear in his eyes, only a desire for victory. Chopper felt the powerful impact from his arm, his body trembled slightly, but he did not flinch. He clenched his teeth tightly, trying hard to resist this powerful force. The brigadier general also felt Chopper's powerful strength, and he was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that this seemingly weak guy could have such a powerful strength. His arm was slightly numb and he felt a little pain, but he did not give up. He increased his strength again and tried to defeat Chopper. Under this powerful impact, the atmosphere in the virtual space became even more tense. Another brigadier general took the opportunity to go behind Chopper and prepare to attack. The brigadier general was extremely agile, like a cunning fox, and quietly went behind Chopper. There was a cold light in his eyes, and he held the weapon tightly in his hand, ready to give Chopper a fatal blow when he was off guard. His footsteps were light and fast, and each step seemed to be in the void without making the slightest sound. Nami had sharp eyes. She immediately waved the weather stick and shouted.
Sufeng sword.
Nami's reaction was extremely fast. Her eyes were as sharp as an eagle. She spotted the actions of the brigadier general in an instant. She waved the weather stick in her hand without hesitation, and the magical stick seemed to come to life in her hand. As she swung the stick, a small bubble instantly appeared at the tip of the stick. The bubble seemed insignificant, but it contained a powerful force. When the bubble burst, an explosive high-speed whirlwind shot out and flew directly towards the general. The whirlwind roared away like a ferocious dragon with great power and speed. The air was filled with a strong airflow, making people feel as if they were in the storm. Wherever the tornado passed, the dust and gravel on the ground were blown up, forming a spectacular sight. The brigadier general quickly dodged to the side, and his reaction was also extremely quick. The moment he saw the whirlwind coming, he reacted immediately. His body was as agile as a cheetah, and he dodged to the side in an instant, narrowly avoiding the attack of the whirlwind. The whirlwind flew past his body, leaving a deep mark on the ground. The mark was like a huge ravine, which made people shocked by the powerful force of the tornado.
Don't underestimate us.
Chopper roared. Chopper's voice was full of anger and indomitable will, and his eyes were burning with the flame of battle. He could not tolerate the enemy's contempt. He wanted to use his own strength to let the enemy know how powerful they were. Then he performed the
Carved hoof Sakura.
Chapter 252. Chopper bravely attacks the general. Nami cleverly sets up a thundercloud trap. As Chopper flew through the air, he constantly adjusted his posture and direction. His body leaned forward slightly, like an arrow shot from a string, ready to strike a fatal blow to the brigadier general when he got close to him. His iron hooves flashed coldly in the sunlight, as if they could penetrate everything. When Chopper approached the two brigadier generals, he roared again and concentrated all his strength on his iron hooves. His iron hooves smashed towards the two brigadier generals with a whirring sound. A lieutenant general immediately used his
Boxing technique, fist sword.
His eyes flashed and the muscles in his arms tensed instantly. His fists seemed to be endowed with the hardness of steel and the sharpness of a sword. He shouted loudly, and his fist stabbed at Chopper like a flash of lightning with a speed that was dazzling. Wherever the fist passed, the air seemed to be cut apart, making a sharp whistling sound. Chopper dodged flexibly, his huge body showing amazing agility at this moment. He was like a nimble monkey, moving freely between the attacks of fists. Chopper's eyes were fixed on the brigadier general's movements, and he remained alert at all times, constantly looking for opportunities to counterattack. His brain was working rapidly, thinking about how to break the enemy's attack and give them a fatal blow. Nami was not idle either. She waved the weather stick again and cast the
Thundercloud staff.
Nami's eyes were focused and firm, her movements were graceful and smooth, like a magician commanding the power of nature. As she swung, black balls continued to be generated. Those black balls were like mysterious magic balls emitting a powerful aura. After the bubbles in the black ball burst, thunderclouds were released. The thunderclouds were like winding dragons, rolling in the air and emitting powerful electricity. The thunderclouds connected into long strips like a giant whip, ready to whip the enemy at any time. Nami swung the weather stick vigorously, and a large area of thunderclouds swept towards the two generals. The thunderclouds came with great momentum and power, sweeping in like a storm. The air was filled with a strong electric smell, which made people's hair stand up involuntarily. At the same time, powerful electric shocks were released. Lightning bolts struck from the thunderclouds, flying towards the generals with the power to destroy everything. The two generals quickly used
Iron block.
to defend themselves. Their bodies instantly became as hard as steel, emitting a metallic luster. There was a hint of solemnity in their eyes, and it was obvious that they did not dare to take Nami's attack lightly. They clenched their teeth tightly, concentrated all their strength on their bodies, and prepared to face this powerful electric shock. But the force of the electric shock still caused their bodies to tremble slightly. One of them shouted angrily.
Damn it, don't be so complacent.
The voice of the brigadier general exploded in the virtual space like thunder, full of anger and unwillingness. His eyes were burning with rage, as if he wanted to burn Nami and Chopper to ashes. After saying that, he used the
Storm kick.
and a powerful air blade flew towards Nami. The air blade was like a ferocious dragon, roaring with great power and speed. Wherever the air blade passed, the air was torn apart, making a sharp whistling sound. Its edge flashed with cold light as if it could easily cut through everything. Nami dodged quickly, her body dancing in the air like a light butterfly. Her eyes were full of vigilance and tension, and she thought to herself.
These guys are really hard to deal with.
Nami realized that the strength of these two admirals was far beyond her imagination, and this battle would become extremely difficult. But she did not back down, instead she became more determined. She knew that she had to find a way to defeat them for herself and Chopper. She rolled her eyes and thought of a way. Nami's brain was working rapidly, and her eyes were shining with wisdom. She quickly created 3 thunderclouds and hid them around. This was her,
Thundercloud trap.
and she hoped to use it to catch the admirals by surprise. Nami moved very quickly, her hands dancing in the air like a magician. As she moved, 3 thunderclouds quietly appeared in the virtual space. Their aura was cleverly hidden by Nami, making it difficult to detect. Chopper continued to fight with the 2 brigadier generals, and he used the carved hoof diamond. Chopper's eyes were full of determination and courage, and his body was like a flexible cheetah, shuttling between the 2 brigadier generals. He used both hands to carve his hooves inwards, leaving diamond-shaped hoof prints as he struck the brigadier general hard. The brigadiers kept dodging Chopper's attacks while looking for opportunities to counterattack. Their eyes revealed a hint of solemnity, and it was obvious that they did not dare to take Chopper's attacks lightly. Their bodies were as flexible as cheetahs, moving freely between Chopper's attacks. Every time Chopper's fist fell, they were able to dodge quickly, showing their superb fighting skills. They remained alert at all times, keeping their eyes on Chopper's movements, looking for opportunities to counterattack. They knew that they could not remain in a passive defensive state, and they had to find an opportunity to launch a counterattack in order to reverse the situation. Their brains were working rapidly, thinking about how to break Chopper's attack and give him a fatal blow. A lieutenant general accidentally stepped into the thunder cloud trap set by Nami. While avoiding Chopper's attack, the lieutenant general was careless and did not pay attention to the surrounding environment. As soon as he stepped into the area, he felt a strong electric current. A strong sense of crisis suddenly surged in his heart, but it was too late. When he touched the thundercloud, he was instantly struck by a powerful electric shock. The powerful electric current was like a ferocious dragon, instantly piercing through his body. His body froze as if he was frozen in place. The strong current caused his muscles to spasm instantly, and a painful expression appeared on his face. His eyes were wide open, full of surprise and fear. His body trembled involuntarily, as if he was in great pain. The powerful electric shock made him lose control of his body, and the weapon in his hand fell to the ground. He wanted to struggle to get rid of this powerful current, but he was powerless.
Now.
Nami shouted. Nami's eyes were shining with excitement. She knew that this was a great opportunity. She couldn't miss this opportunity and had to seize the opportunity to launch an attack and deal a fatal blow to the quasi-generals. Use
Tornado weather.
Chapter 253, Nami and Chopper show their might, defeating 2 generals and shocking all 4 sides. Nami held the magic weather stick tightly, her eyes revealing determination and courage. She narrowed her eyes slightly and concentrated on spinning the end of the magic weather stick. The movements were smooth and powerful, like a skilled magician casting a powerful spell. The weather stick in her hand seemed to have life, emitting a mysterious light. As she spun, a powerful energy began to gather at the end of the weather stick, and the air seemed to be distorted by this energy. A powerful tornado was launched at the 2 quasi-admirals. Nami's eyes were stern, and she swung the weather stick vigorously, and the powerful tornado roared and swept away like a ferocious dragon. Wherever the tornado passed, the air made a sharp whistling sound, and the dust and gravel on the ground were instantly swept into the sky. The tornado was extremely fast, and it arrived in front of the two brigadier generals in the blink of an eye. It carries with it a powerful destructive force, as if it wants to devour everything. The tornado roared and swept away, sucking the two brigadier generals in. The two brigadier generals seemed a little powerless in front of the powerful force of the tornado. They tried to resist this powerful force but were easily sucked into the tornado. The tornado was like a huge whirlpool, wrapping them tightly inside. Their bodies kept spinning in the tornado as if they had lost control. There was a trace of fear and helplessness in their eyes, and they obviously did not expect Nami's attack to be so powerful. Chopper took the opportunity to perform his strongest move.
Carved hoofs falling cherry blossoms.
Chopper's eyes were burning with the flame of fighting. He knew that this was a great opportunity. He couldn't miss this opportunity. He had to take the opportunity to give the two generals a fatal blow. He took a deep breath and concentrated all his strength on his hooves. His body trembled slightly, as if he was under great pressure. He struck the two brigadiers with his hoof several times, leaving hoof prints like falling cherry blossoms on their bodies. Chopper's movements were as fast as lightning, and his hoofs rained down on the two brigadiers. Each heavy blow was powerful, as if it could penetrate everything. The hoof prints were as beautiful as falling cherry blossoms, yet contained a powerful destructive force. The two brigadiers were shaking under Chopper's attack. They felt the powerful force of Chopper's move and were filled with shock and fear. Chopper's attack was like a violent storm, making it hard for the two generals to dodge. He kept changing the direction and angle of his attack. The powerful force was difficult for the brigadier generals to resist. Even if they used iron blocks to defend themselves, they could not fully withstand this force. That force was like a surging tide, impacting the bodies of the brigadier generals wave after wave. Their iron block defense seemed so fragile in the face of this powerful force. Their bodies kept shaking as if they were in great pain. Their eyes were full of shock and helplessness. They did not expect Nami and Chopper's attack to be so powerful. The two brigadiers gradually lost their ability to resist under the attack of Tornado and Chopper. Tornado was like a huge millstone, constantly wearing away their strength. Chopper's attacks rained down on them, making it difficult for them to breathe. Their bodies gradually became weaker under this double attack. Their movements became slower and slower, and their eyes became dimmer and dimmer. They knew that they could no longer fight. Finally, they fell to the ground, unable to stand up again, their bodies lying quietly on the ground like defeated warriors. Their eyes were filled with despair and helplessness. They had never thought that they would be defeated by Nami and Chopper. Their hearts were filled with reluctance, but they were powerless. They could only accept this reality silently and wait for the end of the battle. Nami and Chopper looked at the two fallen admirals with triumphant smiles on their faces, their eyes full of joy and pride. They knew that this battle was their victory and the result of their hard work. Their hearts were filled with a sense of accomplishment, and they were proud of their performance. Nami let out a long sigh and said,
Finally, I won.
Her voice was full of exhaustion and relief. This battle had consumed a lot of her physical strength and energy, but she felt extremely satisfied. She knew that her and Chopper's efforts were not in vain, and they successfully defeated the powerful enemy. Chopper also jumped up excitedly, his little eyes sparkling with joy. He said,
Great, we won.
His voice was full of childish innocence and enthusiasm, making people feel his loveliness and kindness. When other people in the virtual space saw Nami and Chopper's wonderful performance, the entire space seemed to be injected with a powerful vitality. Everyone's face showed surprise and admiration, and their eyes were shining with excitement. They were deeply moved by Nami and Chopper's courage, wisdom, and tenacious fighting spirit. The Straw Hat Pirates applauded and cheered, and the warm applause echoed in the virtual space like thunder. Their faces were filled with pride and joy, and they were extremely proud of their partners. Luffy put his hands on his hips, looked up and laughed.
Chopper, Nami, you are awesome.
Luffy's laughter was so contagious that it seemed to dispel all the gloom. His iconic straw hat swayed slightly as he laughed, as if he was cheering for Nami and Chopper's victory. Luffy's eyes were full of admiration and excitement. He always believed that his partners had unlimited potential, and Nami and Chopper's performance today once again proved this. Sanji stood aside, a cigarette in his mouth, his eyes showing a hint of tenderness and admiration. He couldn't help but say,
As expected of Miss Nami.
although Sanji's voice was not loud, it was full of affection. In his heart, Nami has always been a symbol of beauty and wisdom. Looking at Nami's confident smile and firm eyes, he felt a warm current in his heart. Sanji knew that Nami not only showed her intelligence in the battle, but also her bravery and strength. She made great contributions to the team in her own way, allowing everyone to see her value. Zoro crossed his arms and nodded slightly, his eyes gleaming with approval. Although he didn't say anything, his expression said it all. Robin smiled gracefully, his eyes full of relief. She whispered,
Nami and Chopper's growth is amazing.
Robin's words were like a spring breeze, making people feel extremely comfortable. Frankie puffed out his chest and said loudly,
Haha, Nami and Chopper are amazing. Their performance makes my super invention pale in comparison.
Frankie's voice was full of boldness and enthusiasm, and his eyes were shining with excitement. He had always been confident in his inventions, but today he had to admire Nami and Chopper's performance. Chopper jumped up and down excitedly, his little eyes sparkling with joy. He said,
Thank you, everyone. If we work together, we will become stronger.
Chopper's voice was full of innocence and enthusiasm, making people feel his cuteness and kindness. Nami gently stroked her hair and said with a smile,
This is a victory for all of us. We must keep working hard and strive for our adventure.
Chapter 254, Nami and Chopper triumph, Robin and Frankie welcome the general. The fierce battle between Nami and Chopper and the two admirals had just ended. In the virtual space, the fierce battle scene seemed to be still vivid in my mind. The howling wind seemed to be playing the final movement for this thrilling battle. On the ground, deep gullies crisscrossed, which were traces left by Chopper's powerful hoofprints and the fierce confrontation between the brigadiers. Gravel was scattered all over the ground, some of which were still hot from the battle, emitting a slight heat. The air was filled with a tense atmosphere, which was the afterglow of the battle. It seemed as if one could still hear the sounds of fierce fighting just now echoing in one's ears. Nami was breathing slightly. She tightly grasped the weather stick in her hand. Her eyes revealed a hint of fatigue but more of joy and pride after victory. Chopper returned to his normal form, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Although his body was a little tired, his heart was full of a sense of accomplishment. They had just gone through a difficult battle, and with courage, wisdom, and tenacious fighting spirit, they successfully defeated two powerful brigadier generals. There were traces of battle left on the ground. The deep gullies, broken stones, and ground deformed by the powerful force all told of the thrilling battle that had just taken place. Each trace is a testimony to the battle and a symbol of Nami and Chopper's bravery. They seem to tell people how fierce the battle was, and people can't help but be impressed by their courage and strength. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Robin and Frankie. They stood there with straight postures and firm eyes. Robin's long hair fluttered gently in the breeze, and her eyes sparkled with wisdom. Frankie straightened his chest with the fire of battle burning in his eyes. They knew that they were about to face a huge challenge, but they were not afraid and were full of fighting spirit. Everyone's eyes were full of expectation and trust. They believed that Robin and Frankie were capable of meeting this challenge and believed that they could show strong strength and courage like Nami and Chopper. In this virtual space, everyone is cheering for them and looking forward to them creating new miracles. They are about to face their own challenge, and the opponent in this challenge is a powerful general condensed by Lingtian. Lingtian stood aside, staring quietly at Robin and Frankie in the virtual space. He frowned slightly and watched the two men's every move intently, not missing any details. He carefully observed Robin and Frankie, secretly guessing their strengths. Lingtian's brain was working rapidly, recalling their past combat performances and analyzing their skills and potential. He thought of Robin's mysterious and powerful devil fruit ability, which allowed her to grow countless arms in an instant, like a goddess controlling the power of nature. With her wisdom and calmness, she can always find the enemy's weakness in battle and deliver a fatal blow. As for Frankie, his body has been transformed and he has powerful strength and various strange weapons. His bravery and fearlessness made him never retreat in battle and always move forward courageously. After some thought, Lingtian thought that these two people probably also had the strength of generals. His heart was full of anticipation, eager to see them display their true strength in their battle against powerful opponents. He knew that this battle would be a thrilling showdown that would test not only their strength, but also their courage and wisdom. Therefore, he decided to gather a general directly to be their opponent. Lingtian slowly raised his hands, and a mysterious power began to permeate the virtual space. Amidst the flickering light, a tall and mighty figure gradually emerged. This admiral is different from the other admirals. He is a mixture of the current three admirals' physical skills, swordsmanship, and other aspects. His body exudes a powerful aura like an unshakable mountain. His face was stern, and his eyes revealed a kind of cold majesty. He was wearing a gorgeous military uniform, and the golden shoulder straps and medals shone brightly under the light, as if announcing his powerful strength to the world. He held a long sword in his hand. The blade was slender and sharp, flashing with cold light. This sword seemed to be a symbol of his power, able to easily cut off anything that stood in his way. Although he can't use the devil fruit abilities of the three admirals, his physical skills and swordsmanship alone are not to be underestimated. This admiral has superb physical skills, his movements are agile and powerful, and every move is full of power and speed. He can move to the enemy in an instant and deliver a fatal blow. His swordsmanship is even more superb, and his sword is sharp, attacking the enemy like a storm. Each of his swords carried great power and domineering power, which made people tremble with fear. His sword seemed to be a part of his body, and he could perform various sword skills at will, making it impossible for people to defend themselves. Robin and Frankie looked at the admiral in front of them, their expressions instantly becoming serious. Their eyes were fixed on the admiral, as if they wanted to see through his every move. The air seemed to freeze at this moment, and a tense atmosphere filled the entire virtual space. They knew that this battle would be very difficult. This general exuded a powerful aura, a kind of majesty that had been precipitated by countless battles. His figure was as straight as a pine tree, and the long sword in his hand flashed with cold light, as if announcing to them the cruelty of this battle. However, they did not retreat but were full of fighting spirit. In their minds, retreat is never an option. Robin narrowed her eyes slightly and carefully observed the general's every move. Her eyes were like a deep lake, calm and full of wisdom. Her eyes wandered over the general's body, not missing any details. She saw that the general stood steadily, his eyes were firm, and he held the sword tightly in his hand, ready to attack at any time. She knew that this general was no ordinary man, and his strength should not be underestimated. Her eyes sparkled with wisdom, and her brain was working rapidly, thinking of countermeasures. Robin was a wise person. She was good at analyzing the enemy's weaknesses in battle and finding the best battle strategy. She recalled the powerful enemies she had faced in the past and thought about how to use her devil fruit ability to fight against this admiral. She thought about her various moves and how to attack at the right time to cause the most damage to the general. Frankie puffed out his chest, his eyes sparkling with excitement. His body had been transformed, and he possessed great strength and various strange weapons. Chapter 255. The Great General is coming. Robin and Frankie join forces to fight. His heart was filled with fighting passion, like a burning flame. He was eager to prove himself with his own strength, and he was willing to give everything for his partners and for honor.
Frankie, be careful. This general is not easy to deal with.
Robin said softly. Although her voice was soft, it was full of concern and warning.
Don't worry, I'll do my best.
Frankie answered loudly. His voice was loud and firm, full of confidence and determination. He knew the battle would be difficult, but he was not afraid. As the two got ready, a tense atmosphere quickly spread in the virtual space, as if even the air had become heavy. The general stood not far away, staring at Robin and Frankie with cold eyes, exuding a strong sense of oppression. He moved slightly, and it seemed that the air around him trembled. Suddenly, the admiral used
Shave!
and rushed towards Robin and Frankie. His movements were as fast as lightning, and he disappeared from the spot in almost an instant, leaving only a vague afterimage which was like an illusory ghost, making it difficult to grasp. His speed was so fast that it made people feel as if time had stopped at this moment. The air seemed to be ripped open by his high-speed movement, making a sharp whistling sound. The sound was like a sharp blade cutting through the air, causing a sharp pain in the eardrums. The whistling sound echoed in the virtual space, as if announcing the Admiral's powerful strength to Robin and Frankie. Robin and Frankie also took action immediately after seeing this. Their eyes were full of vigilance and determination, without the slightest hesitation. They knew that the battle would be very difficult, but they did not back down. Instead, they became more determined. Frankie took a quick step forward. His movements were decisive and powerful. At this moment, his body instantly became as hard as steel. His body seemed to be covered by a layer of solid armor, emitting a metallic luster. He was ready to use his body to block the Admiral's attack and buy time for Robin. He knew that Robin's Devil Fruit ability took time to activate, and his mission was to protect Robin and give her enough time to prepare for the attack. Frankie's eyes flashed with determination, and he stared closely at the direction the general was rushing towards. There was no fear in his heart, only the desire to fight and the persistence to win. He knew that his body had been modified to have great strength and defense, and he believed that he could block the Admiral's attack and create an opportunity for Robin.
Come on!
Frankie shouted, his voice exploding in the virtual space like a thunder. His eyes were burning with the flames of battle, a kind of fearless courage and determination. He straightened his back like an unshakable steel fortress, waiting for the general's attack. The general's figure instantly appeared in front of Frankie, like a flash of lightning streaking through the void. His speed was so fast that it was dazzling, leaving only a blurry afterimage in the air. He raised the long sword in his hand, and the sword flashed coldly under the light of the virtual space, as if it could cut off everything in the world. His eyes were cold and firm, without the slightest hesitation or fear. He swung his sword vigorously. The sword's moves were sharp and fast as lightning, making it difficult to dodge. The sword drew a beautiful arc in the air and slashed towards Frankie with great force and speed. The wind from the sword whistled, as if it was going to tear the air apart. The sharp sword force was so frightening that it seemed as if anyone would be cut in half immediately if touched by the sword. Frankie was not afraid. He raised his arms and used his iron body to resist the general's attack. There was no retreat or fear in his eyes, only determination and courage. He knew that his body had been modified to have great strength and defense, and he believed that he could block the Admiral's attack and buy time for Robin. With a loud bang, the long sword collided with Frankie's body, making a huge noise. The sound echoed in the virtual space like thunder, making people's ears buzz. The powerful impact caused Frankie's body to tremble slightly. He felt a huge force coming from his arm as if it was going to shatter his body, but he did not retreat but instead strengthened his belief.
Haha, is that all you have?
Chapter 256. The General Strikes Back. Robin and Frankie work together to defend against the enemy.
HMPH, don't think that this little trick can trap me.
The general said coldly. His voice was like ice, which made people shudder. There was a hint of disdain in his eyes, as if Robin's attack was just a trivial trick in his eyes. He tightly grasped the long sword in his hand, and the muscles on his arms bulged slightly, showing his great strength. He swung his sword, cutting off the arms one after another, and the sword drew graceful arcs in the air with a fierce momentum. Each sword strike hit those huge arms accurately, making crisp sounds. Although those arms were thick and strong, they were like fragile branches under the general's sword and were cut off one after another. However, Robin's attacks did not stop, and she continued to use her devil fruit's power to make more arms grow from the ground. The ground was constantly shaking, as if some huge force was surging underground. Arms kept popping up from the ground like bamboo shoots after rain. They quickly wrapped around the general as if to bind him tightly. Each arm was full of power, and their surface was covered with a layer of mysterious light, as if telling the powerful power of Robin's devil fruit. Frankie took the opportunity to attack. He rushed forward, and the ground beneath his feet trembled slightly because of his strength. The flame of battle burned in his eyes, which was a desire and persistence for victory. He swung his fist and smashed at the general. His fist made a whistling sound, and every attack seemed to be able to destroy everything. Frankie's fist was like a giant hammer made of steel, with great power and speed. The veins on his arm bulged, showing the great strength he was exerting at this moment. His fist drew a straight line in the air with an unstoppable momentum. Every attack had a strong impact, as if it could shatter the air. When his fist approached the general felt the powerful force. The general dodged Frankie's attack by leaning sideways. His movements were as fast as lightning. With just a slight lean, he was able to avoid Frankie's iron fist that was whistling in the wind. His eyes were cold and focused, and the moment he dodged, he was already prepared to counterattack. Then, he stabbed Frankie with his sword without hesitation. The sword flashed coldly under the light of the virtual space, as if it could penetrate everything. The sword was sharp, like a silver lightning, heading straight for Frankie. Frankie dodged quickly, his body moving flexibly like a nimble cheetah. His reaction was extremely fast. He sensed the danger the moment the general drew his sword. His body quickly dodged to the side, and his agility was amazing. His feet seemed to be equipped with springs, and every movement was full of strength and elasticity.
Look at my super iron fist!
Frankie shouted, his voice full of confidence and power. He attacked the general again, this time with a more powerful fist, as if he could destroy everything. His eyes were burning with the fire of battle, a desire and persistence for victory. The muscles in his arms were tense and the veins bulged, showing the tremendous strength he was exerting at the moment. His fist was like a giant hammer made of steel, smashing at the general with great force and speed. Wherever the fist passed, the air seemed to be torn apart, making a sharp whistling sound. Frankie concentrated all his strength into this punch, and he believed that he could cause great damage to the admiral. The general blocked with his sword, but Frankie's strength was so strong that his arm went numb. When Frankie's fist collided with the general's sword, a loud noise was heard, reverberating in the virtual space like thunder. The powerful impact caused the general's arm to tremble slightly, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. He did not expect Frankie's power to be so strong that it could cause his arm to feel numb. The general held the sword tightly, trying to resist Frankie's attack. His eyes revealed a trace of solemnity. He knew that he could not underestimate Frankie's power. He had to concentrate to deal with Frankie's attack. He bent his arms slightly, held the long sword across his body, and used all his strength to block Frankie's fist. Frankie's fist was blocked by the general's sword, but he did not give up. He continued to push hard, trying to break through the general's defense. His fist kept moving forward, and he was in a stalemate with the general's sword. The powerful force made the surrounding air seem to solidify, and people felt a huge pressure.
This guy is really capable.
The general was secretly surprised. He originally thought that Frankie was just a reckless warrior relying on a mechanical body, but he didn't expect that his strength was so strong that it could make his arms numb. The general narrowed his eyes slightly and re-examined the opponent in front of him. There was a hint of vigilance in his eyes, and he began to treat this battle more cautiously. Robin continued to harass the general with the power of the devil fruit. Her eyes were focused and calm, and her hands danced gently, as if playing a silent movement. Huge arms continued to grow from the ground, and they quickly coiled around the general like nimble snakes. Robin skillfully controlled the attack direction and speed of these arms, making it difficult for the admiral to dodge them easily. She kept changing her attack methods, sometimes letting her arms attack from different angles, and sometimes letting them attack at the same time, making it difficult for the general to cope. Robin's attack was like a carefully choreographed dance, full of rhythm and changes. Her brain was working rapidly, analyzing the general's every move and reaction so as to adjust her attack strategy in time.
You have more than one opponent.
Chapter 257. Robin and Frankie and #039's tacit cooperation is difficult to deal with. The general felt the pressure from Robin's attack, and he had to devote some of his energy to deal with her harassment. His eyes revealed a hint of irritation. He did not expect Robin's devil fruit ability to be so tricky. He swung his sword, continuously cutting off the arms that were entangled with him, but Robin's attacks seemed endless, making it impossible for him to completely get rid of them. Due to Robin's harassment, the admiral was unable to concentrate on dealing with Frankie's attack. The general was a little annoyed by the attacks from Robin and Frankie. The endless arms and Frankie's powerful iron fists were like constantly harassing mosquitoes, gradually causing the anger in his heart to rise. The original coldness in his eyes now showed a bit of anger, his brows were slightly furrowed, and an impatient look appeared on his face. He gripped the sword tightly in his hand, the muscles on his arms bulged slightly, as if he was suppressing the anger in his heart. He looked at Robin and Frankie and thought to himself,
These two guys are really a headache. We must get rid of one of them first to break this deadlock.
He decided to take care of Robin first and then deal with Frankie. In his opinion, although Robin's devil fruit ability is troublesome, it is relatively easy to deal with. As long as Robin is eliminated first, the remaining Frankie will not be a big deal. He flashed and rushed towards Robin. His speed was as fast as lightning, leaving only a blurry afterimage in the air. His eyes were full of determination and resoluteness, like a cheetah locking onto its prey. He had only one thought in mind, which was to get rid of Robin as soon as possible and end this annoying battle. Robin saw the general rushing towards her and quickly dodged. Her reaction was extremely fast, and she had already sensed the danger the moment the general took action. Her body is like a light butterfly dancing in the air. Her movements are graceful and smooth as if she is performing a gorgeous dance. Her long hair flutters in the air, setting off her elegant figure. She kept changing her position, making it difficult for the general to attack her. Robin's body was light and flexible, and she was able to change her direction and position in an instant. She moved left, right, up, and down, making the general's attacks miss again and again. Her eyes were full of vigilance and calmness. She knew that she could not be hit by the general, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Robin dodged the admiral's attack while thinking about how to deal with it.
It's not that easy to catch me.
Robin said with a smile. Her smile was full of confidence and calmness, as if she was announcing to the general that she was invincible. Her eyes were bright and firm, revealing a gleam of wisdom. Robin raised her chin slightly, her long hair fluttering in the wind, and she exuded an elegant and powerful aura. The general kept swinging his sword, trying to attack Robin. His movements were swift and powerful, and the sword drew sharp arcs in the air, accompanied by the sound of whirring wind. Every time the general swung his sword, he concentrated all his attention, his eyes fixed on Robin's figure, hoping to find a flaw and give her a fatal blow. However, Robin was very agile and was always able to dodge the admiral's attacks at critical moments. Robin was like a nimble butterfly dancing in the shadow of the general's sword. Her body was light and flexible, and every move she made was just right to avoid the general's attack. She sometimes dodged to the left, sometimes dodged to the right, sometimes jumped high, and sometimes squatted down, making the general's attacks miss again and again. Robin's eyes remained alert at all times. She carefully observed the admiral's every move, predicting his next attack direction so that she could react in time. Frankie saw the general attacking Robin and rushed over to support him. His eyes were full of anxiety and anger. He couldn't let Robin fall into danger. Frankie took a big step and rushed towards the general like a heavy tank. His body exuded great power, and every step made the ground tremble slightly. He swung his fist and smashed at the general. Frankie's fist was full of power and momentum, as if it could destroy everything. His arm muscles were tense and veins were bulging, showing the tremendous power he was exerting at the moment. The flame of battle burned in his eyes, a protection for his companions and anger towards his enemies. His fist drew a straight line in the air, and with an indomitable momentum, he smashed hard at the general. The general had to turn around to deal with Frankie's attack. He felt the strong pressure from Frankie's fist and knew that if he didn't respond in time, he might be seriously injured. The general quickly turned around, raised his sword, and prepared to block Frankie's attack. There was a hint of solemnity in his eyes. He did not expect Frankie's reaction to be so quick that he could rush over to support Robin in such a short time.
Your opponent is me.
Chapter 258. The general strikes with all his strength, but Robin Frankie resists stubbornly. The light flashing on his sword became brighter and brighter, as if it was going to illuminate the entire virtual space. The Admiral's eyes were full of confidence. He believed that this attack of his would definitely be able to defeat Frankie and Robin. Finally, the general was ready. There was a hint of a cold smile in his eyes, as if he had seen the scene where Frankie and Robin were defeated by him. He raised the sword in his hand, and the light on the sword burst out instantly, forming a powerful sword energy. The sword energy was like a giant dragon, whistling towards Frankie and Robin. Wherever the sword energy passed, the air was torn apart, making a sharp whistling sound. The powerful force was so frightening that it seemed as if anyone would be cut in half immediately if touched by the sword energy.
Be careful, he's about to launch a powerful attack.
Robin warned loudly. Her voice was full of tension and worry, and the clear voice echoed in the virtual space, like a warning bell ringing in Frankie's ears. Robin stared at the general closely, with a solemn look on her face. She could clearly feel the powerful aura emanating from the general, which was like a surging sea wave, making people feel terrified. Robin frowned slightly, her brain working rapidly, thinking of a countermeasure. She knew that the general's attack must be very serious, and they must be careful to deal with it, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. She clenched her hands tightly, her heart filled with worry for her companions and tension for the battle. Frankie also felt the general's powerful aura. His eyes were full of vigilance, and his iron body was slightly tense, like a lion about to face a battle. Frankie's eyes were fixed on the general. He could feel the strong pressure coming towards him. A strong fighting spirit surged in his heart. He knew that this would be a tough battle, but he would never back down. Frankie took a deep breath and calmed himself down. His eyes flashed with determination, and he was ready to face the Admiral's attack. He knew that he had to protect Robin and not let her get hurt. His heart was filled with a sense of responsibility to his partner and a desire for victory. The general swung his sword and attacked Frankie and Robin like a violent storm. Each strike of the sword was so powerful that it frightened people. The Admiral's eyes were full of coldness and determination, as if he had transformed into an invincible god of war. The long sword in his hand was his weapon, and he wanted to use this sword to completely defeat Frankie and Robin. The sword drew beautiful arcs in the air with a fierce momentum. Each sword seemed to be able to cut off everything, and the powerful force made the air tremble. The general's movements were swift and powerful, and his sword was as violent as a storm, making it impossible to dodge. Frankie and Robin quickly dodged the Admiral's attack, their bodies moving through the air like nimble swallows. Their eyes were filled with tension and vigilance. They knew that if they were not careful, they would be hit by the general's sword. Frankie quickly dodged to the left, avoiding the general's sword. His body drew a graceful arc in the air and landed steadily on the ground. His eyes were full of vigilance, and he was always ready for the general's next attack. Robin dodged to the right, her body dancing in the air like a light butterfly, her long hair fluttering in the wind, highlighting her elegant figure. Her eyes were full of wisdom. While she was dodging the general's attacks, she was also thinking about how to deal with them. The Admiral's attacks were like a violent storm, overwhelming everyone. Frankie and Robin kept dodging the Admiral's attacks, their hearts filled with tension and worry. The battle between Robin and Frankie and the Mimic General entered a white-hot stage. In the virtual space, the tense atmosphere seemed to solidify into substance, and every breath of air was filled with the smoke of battle. The figures of both sides kept interweaving in this space, and every collision erupted with powerful fluctuations of force, making people feel as if they were in the center of a storm. The two sides fought back and forth with endless moves, and the scene was thrilling. Frankie's modified steel body was like a mobile battle fortress. Sometimes he swung his iron fist and smashed at the general with a whistling sound. Sometimes he fired powerful artillery attacks, shaking the entire space. The general, with his superb physical and sword skills, flexibly dodged Frankie's attacks and launched a counterattack at the right time. His long sword drew sharp arcs in the air, and each sword was full of powerful force and domineering, which made people tremble with fear. Robin calmly observed the battle situation from the side. Her eyes were like deep lake water, calm and full of wisdom. She constantly analyzed the general's movements and weaknesses, looking for the best time to fight. Her devil fruit ability allows her to grow countless arms in an instant. These arms are like flexible tentacles, constantly harassing the admiral and creating opportunities for Frankie to attack. Robin's eyes were determined as she quickly analyzed the general's movements and weaknesses. Her brain was working rapidly, like a sophisticated computer. She carefully observed the general's every move, trying to find his flaws from his steps, the angle of his sword, the rhythm of his attacks, etc. She knew that in this battle, only by finding the general's weakness would she have a chance to defeat him. At this moment, the general rushed towards her waving a sword. The sword was sharp and carried a strong sense of oppression. The general's eyes were cold and determined, and his goal was clear, which was to defeat Robin first and then deal with Frankie. His body rushed to Robin in an instant like an arrow from a string. His sword flashed coldly in the air, as if it could cut off everything.
Two-wheeled flower, vines.
Chapter 259. Robin bravely fights the general. Frankie joins the battle. The general dodged sideways with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He didn't expect Robin's attack to be so fast and powerful. He slightly turned his body and avoided Robin's whip at an extremely fast speed. There was a hint of vigilance in his eyes, and he began to re-examine this seemingly weak woman.
"Humph, you have some skills,"
the general said coldly. His voice was as cold as ice, chilling people to the bone. His eyes were full of coldness and determination, and he would not back down because of Robin's attack. He gripped the sword tightly in his hand, ready to launch a counterattack. He immediately used the shave skill and rushed towards Robin like lightning. The general's body instantly disappeared from the spot, leaving only a blurry afterimage. His speed was so fast that it was blinding, like a flash of lightning across the void. His goal was clear, which was to quickly approach Robin and give her a fatal blow. Robin quickly retreated and launched another attack. Her eyes were full of vigilance and calmness. She knew that the admiral was very powerful and could not be taken lightly. Her body quickly retreated backwards, while her hands danced again, preparing to launch a new attack. Robin's body was light and flexible, and she retreated very quickly, like a light butterfly flying among the flowers. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, highlighting her elegant figure. Her eyes sparkled with wisdom as she pondered over the strategy to deal with the general. While retreating, Robin attacked again. She waved her hands lightly, and many huge arms suddenly grew out of the ground. These arms quickly wrapped around the general like vines. Robin hoped to stop the general's attack in this way and buy more time for himself. The general felt the threat from behind, so he had to stop and turn around to deal with Robin's attack. There was a hint of annoyance in his eyes, as he had not expected Robin's attack to be so difficult. He swung his sword, constantly cutting off the arms that were entangled with him. But Robin's devil fruit ability was very strong, and after those arms were cut off, they quickly grew out again and continued to entangle the general.
Six-wheeled flower, slap combo.
Robin shouted, her voice full of strength and determination. As she shouted, a mysterious power surged around her body, and in an instant, 6 arms grew out of her body. These 6 arms are like 6 tough vines, full of vitality and vigor. Their surface is covered with a layer of light, as if telling the powerful ability of Robin's devil fruit. Each arm is strong and sturdy, with clearly visible muscle lines, as if containing infinite power. Like a violent storm, it continuously slapped the enemy. 6 arms swung at the same time as fast as lightning. The crisp slapping sound echoed in the air like thunder, shaking the entire virtual space. Each attack was carried with great force, as if it could destroy everything that stood in its way. The sound of slaps came one after another, forming a continuous sound. Every time a slap landed, it brought with it a strong airflow that made the air tremble. The power was so great that it frightened people. Robin's eyes flashed with determination, and she concentrated on controlling the 6 arms and exerted her strength to the extreme. The crisp sound of the slap echoed in the air, as if announcing Robin's determination and courage to the Admiral. Each attack was powerful, making the Admiral feel unprecedented pressure. He didn't expect Robin's attack to be so powerful and so difficult to resist. The general raised his arms and covered them with armament haki to block Robin's attack. His eyes revealed a hint of solemnity, as he knew that Robin's attack should not be underestimated. He gripped the sword tightly in his hand, the muscles on his arms bulged slightly, showing his great strength. Armament haki formed a layer of black armor on the Admiral's arm, which was indestructible. When Robin's slap attack landed on the Admiral's arm, a dull sound was heard. The sound was like knocking on steel, making people feel the power of the Admiral's armed color domineering.
Your attack has no effect on me.
The general said, swinging his sword, performing basic sword skills and stabbing at Robin. His voice was cold and firm, full of confidence and domineering. There was a cold light in the general's eyes. He would not back down because of Robin's attack. He wanted to use his own strength to prove his strength. The general's sword drew a graceful arc in the air and stabbed at Robin with a fierce momentum. The sword was as fast as lightning, making it difficult to dodge. The sharp blade flashed with a cold light as if it could cut through everything. The general's movements were smooth and natural, showing his superb swordsmanship. Robin dodged nimbly, her body dancing in the air like a light butterfly. Her movements were graceful and smooth, and each time she moved, she avoided the general's sharp sword just in time. Her long hair fluttered in the air like a dancing ribbon, adding a touch of agility to her beauty. Robin's eyes were focused and calm. She was always paying attention to the general's every move, looking for opportunities to counterattack. Her body was spinning and jumping lightly in the air as if it had no weight. Every movement she made was full of rhythm, as if she was performing a graceful dance. At the same time, Frankie also rushed over and fought fiercely with the general. Frankie puffed out his chest, and the flame of fighting burned in his eyes. His body exuded a powerful aura, as if he were an unshakable steel fortress. His eyes were firm and brave, full of desire for battle and persistence in victory. Frankie's body has been transformed, and he has great strength and solid defense. His chest is broad and thick, as if he can withstand any powerful attack. His arms are strong and muscular, with clearly visible muscle lines, as if they contain infinite power.
Strong right hand.
Chapter 260. Frankie and #039's repeated attacks. Robin and #039's clever trick was broken again.
Weapon left hand.
Frankie then fired another shot from his left hand. His voice was full of strength and determination, as if announcing his great strength to the general. As he shouted, a powerful energy surged out from his left hand, instantly forming a powerful artillery attack. The shell was like a ferocious dragon, flying towards the general with powerful impact and destructive power. The surface of the shell was shining with dazzling light, as if it was composed of countless stars. It was extremely fast, like a flash of lightning across the void, making it impossible to dodge. The crosshairs in his hand hit the general accurately, and the powerful impact made the general take a few steps back. At that moment, the general felt a huge force coming from the bombardment, as if he was hit by a huge mountain. His body trembled slightly, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. The general did not expect Frankie's attack to be so powerful that it could make him retreat a few steps. His eyes were stern, and anger surged in his heart.
Don't be so complacent.
The general shouted angrily, his voice like a thunder, exploding in the virtual space. As he shouted, he used his enhanced boxing skills and his fist hit Frankie like a meteor. The general's fist made a whirring sound and moved extremely fast, like a flash of lightning streaking through the void. The surface of the fist flashed with a powerful light, as if it was made up of countless stars. It has such great power that it seems to be able to destroy anything that stands in its way. Frankie quickly blocked with his iron fist, and the fists of both sides collided, making a dull sound. The sound was like hitting steel, making people feel the power of both sides. Frankie's eyes were full of determination and confidence. He believed that his fists could withstand the admiral's attack. When the fists of both sides collided, a powerful wave of force instantly spread out. The wave of force was like a surging wave, sweeping in all directions. The air in the virtual space seemed to be distorted by this force fluctuation, making people feel a huge pressure. Frankie felt the powerful force of the general's fist and his body shook slightly, but he did not retreat. He clenched his fist tightly, constantly exerting force, trying to push the general's fist back. The admiral was not to be outdone. He clenched his fist tightly and continued to exert force, trying to push Frankie's fist down.
Frankie boxing!
Frankie shouted, his voice exploding in the virtual space like a thunder. He instantly switched to a boxer's posture, squatting slightly, leaning forward, clenching his fists, and his eyes burning with the fire of battle. Every move he made was full of power and rhythm, as if he were a real boxing champion. Frankie used 2 punches to attack the general. His fists were like a giant hammer made of steel, with great power and speed. His arm muscles were tense and veins were bulging, showing the great power he was exerting at this moment. His fist drew a straight line in the air, and with an unstoppable momentum, he smashed hard at the general. The admiral covered his fists with armament haki and engaged in a fierce fist-to-fist clash with Frankie. The general's eyes were cold and firm, and his fists were wrapped in black armament domineering, as if they were 2 indestructible weapons. When Frankie's fist collided with the general's fist, a loud noise was heard, reverberating in the virtual space like thunder. The powerful impact made the surrounding air seem to solidify, and people felt a huge pressure. The fists of both sides kept colliding, and each collision produced a powerful wave of force. Their eyes were fixed on each other, full of vigilance and determination. They all knew that the outcome of this battle would depend on who could hold out to the end. In the battle, Robin kept looking for opportunities. Her eyes were focused and calm, always paying attention to the general's every move. She knew that only by finding the right opportunity could she give the general a fatal blow. She saw the admiral being pinned down by Frankie and immediately launched a new attack.
8-wheeled flower, cramps.
Robin screamed, her voice clear and firm. The 8 arms were like 8 spirit snakes, quickly wrapping around the general. Their speed was so fast that it was dazzling. The arms were shining with mysterious light, as if telling the powerful ability of Robin's devil fruit. 8 arms grabbed the general's neck, arms, and feet, bending his body backwards. Robin's strength was so great that the general was held tightly by her arms and could not move. There was a look of pain on his face, obviously hurt by Robin's attack. Robin held the admiral tightly, not giving him any chance to resist. There was a gleam of wisdom in her eyes, and she knew that she had to end this battle as soon as possible, otherwise Frankie might be in danger. She pulled the general's body hard, trying to break his spine. The general struggled to get rid of Robin's restraints, but Robin was too strong to break free for a while. The general's body was tense, his muscles bulged, and his eyes were full of anger and unwillingness. He twisted his body vigorously, trying to break free from Robin's 8 arms that were as hard as steel. Every time he struggled, he could feel Robin's powerful strength tightly binding him, as if there were invisible shackles locking him tightly. A painful expression appeared on his face and sweat dripped from his forehead. A strong sense of frustration surged in the general's heart. He did not expect that he would be tied up so easily by a woman. He gritted his teeth and struggled hard again, but Robin's strength seemed endless, making his efforts come to nothing time and time again.
Damn it!
Chapter 261. The general shows his strength, Frankie responds with all his strength. At the same time, he used his enhanced sword skills to slash at Robin. The general's eyes were cold and resolute, and the long sword in his hand flashed with cold light. His movements were as fast as lightning, and his sword was so sharp that it seemed that he could cut off everything in the world. He put all his anger and unwillingness into this sword, determined to deal a heavy blow to Robin. Robin dodged quickly, secretly surprised in her heart.
This admiral is really hard to deal with.
Robin's eyes were full of vigilance. She didn't expect that the admiral could break free from her restraints so quickly and launch such a powerful attack. Frankie saw that Robin was in danger and immediately rushed over to support him. His eyes were full of anxiety and anger, which was the worry for his companions and the anger for the enemy. Frankie's body was like a chariot made of steel, rushing towards the general with great strength and momentum. His steps were firm and powerful, and each step made the ground tremble slightly, as if announcing his determination and courage.
Frankie triangular folding knife.
He shouted, and the sound exploded in the virtual space like a thunder. As he shouted, he shot his sideburns like darts at the general. The sideburns were spinning in the air at high speed, like a sharp blade flashing cold light. Its speed was so fast that it was like a flash of lightning streaking through the void, making it impossible to dodge. The general dodged sideways and the sideburns brushed past his body. There was a hint of surprise in the general's eyes. He did not expect Frankie's attack to be so fast and sharp. He slightly turned his body and dodged the attack from the sideburns at an extremely fast speed. The sideburns flew past him with great force, cutting through the air and making a sharp whistling sound.
Frankie fireball.
Frankie then shot a large ball of fire from his mouth, burning everything in front of him. The fireball was like a huge fireball, emitting blazing temperature and powerful power. Its surface was burning with raging flames, as if it could burn everything to ashes. The flame ball flew towards the general with a strong impact, and the air was distorted by the burning wherever it passed. The general quickly performed the moon step and jumped into the air to avoid the fireball. His body was as light as a flying bird, jumping quickly in the air. His movements were agile and flexible, and every jump was just right to avoid the attack of the fireball. His eyes were full of vigilance, and he knew that Frankie's attack would not stop.
Don't even think about escaping.
Robin shouted, her voice clear and firm. Robin's eyes flashed with wisdom. She would not let the general escape easily.
30 rounds of flowers, suspended.
Robin shouted, her voice clear and firm, as if it contained endless power. As she shouted, a mysterious power surged from her body, and in an instant, 30 arms grew out of the general's body. Those arms quickly wrapped around the general's neck, arms and feet like snakes. Each arm was strong and powerful, with clear muscle lines, as if it contained infinite power. They held the general tightly like an iron clamp, making it impossible for him to break free. The general was unable to dodge in midair and was hit by Robin's attack, causing his body to tremble slightly. There was a hint of surprise and pain in his eyes, and he obviously did not expect Robin's attack to be so powerful. His body was pulled in the air by 30 arms, bent backwards, as if his spine could be broken at any time. The general gritted his teeth, a painful expression on his face. His eyes were full of anger and unwillingness. He couldn't let Robin defeat him like this. He struggled hard, trying to break free from Robin's restraints. His body was tense, his muscles bulged, and every muscle was exerting force. He used his top boxing skills to break free from Robin's restraints. The general took a deep breath and concentrated all his strength on his right fist. His eyes flashed with a cold light, as if he wanted to defeat Robin completely. His right fist was like a meteor, smashing towards the arm wrapped around him with great force and speed. When the general's fist collided with Robin's arm, a loud noise was heard, reverberating in the virtual space like thunder. The powerful impact caused Robin's arm to loosen slightly, and the general took the opportunity to struggle hard and break free from Robin's restraints. His eyes were filled with anger and unwillingness, and he decided not to hold back his strength. The admiral knew that he could no longer underestimate Robin and Frankie. Their strength was far beyond his imagination. If he kept his strength back, he would probably be defeated by them. He tightly grasped the sword in his hand with a look of determination in his eyes.
Let me show you my true strength.
Chapter 262. Robin and Frankie worked together to attack the general with great power. He used his iron body to resist the admiral's attack while looking for an opportunity to counterattack. His eyes were full of determination and confidence, and he believed that he and Robin would be able to defeat the admiral. They were also filled with tension. Robin and Frankie knew that the admiral was very powerful and could be defeated if they were not careful. They did not dare to be careless and focused on dealing with the admiral's attack. Their hearts were filled with desire for victory, but they also knew how difficult and dangerous this battle would be. They knew that the general was very powerful and could be defeated if they were not careful. The general's sword skills were superb, and his strength was so great that people were intimidated. Robin and Frankie understood that they had to stay calm and use their full strength in order to have a chance of defeating the admiral.
100 flowers, spider flower.
Robin decided to launch the strongest attack. Her eyes flashed with a determined light which seemed to be the brightest star in the night sky, illuminating the entire virtual space. With her cry, a powerful force surged out of her body. Countless arms sprouted from her body, wrapping around the general in midair like a spider web. Those arms were like flexible tentacles, growing and spreading rapidly, as if they had their own lives. Each arm was strong and muscular, with clear muscle lines, as if it contained infinite power. They intertwined and entangled in the air, forming a huge spider web that tightly trapped the general. The spider web-like arms exuded a mysterious light, as if telling of the power of Robin's devil fruit. They were like tough ropes, tightly binding the general and making him unable to move. There was a hint of surprise and anger in the admiral's eyes. He didn't expect that Robin had such a powerful means of attack. He struggled hard, trying to break free from the spider web, but Robin was so strong that his struggle seemed so powerless. The general was trapped by Robin's attack and couldn't move. His body was tightly wrapped by countless arms, as if he was being pressed down by a huge mountain. His eyes were filled with reluctance and anger. He could not accept the situation where he was trapped by Robin. He gritted his teeth and struggled hard again, but the spiderweb-like arms tightened more and more, making it almost impossible for him to breathe.
Now!
Frankie shouted. His voice was like a thunder exploding in the virtual space. Frankie's eyes were burning with the fire of battle, a desire for victory and trust in his partners. He knew that this was the best time for them to defeat the general.
Frankie ionizing laser beam.
He controls ionizing radiation of a certain wavelength and frequency, and after filling his hands with a certain amount of rays, he emits energy and a highly powerful laser cannon to attack the target. Frankie leaned forward slightly, his hands clenched tightly, as if accumulating powerful strength. His eyes were focused and calm, concentrating on controlling the ionizing radiation in his hands. As he controlled it, ionizing radiation of a certain wavelength and frequency gathered between his hands. The ionizing radiation was like twinkling starlight, emitting a mysterious and powerful force. Frankie constantly adjusted the wavelength and frequency of the ionizing radiation to achieve the best state. He knew that only in this way could the ionizing laser beam have the maximum power. After filling his hands with a certain amount of rays, Frankie's eyes flashed with determination. He took a deep breath and then thrust his hands forward. A dazzling light instantly shot out from his hand. The light was as dazzling as the sun, making it impossible to look directly at it. That was Frankie's free laser beam, which roared towards the general with powerful energy and power. The stray laser beam drew a beautiful arc in the air, and it was so fast that it looked like a flash of lightning. Wherever it passed, the air was burned and twisted, making a sharp whistling sound. The powerful force is frightening, as if it can destroy everything that stands in its way. A dazzling light flashed, and the laser cannon accurately hit the general trapped by Robin. The light was like a meteor across the night sky, instantly illuminating the entire virtual space. The laser cannon, with its powerful energy and force, rushed towards the general at lightning speed, so fast that it was impossible to dodge. When the laser cannon hit the general, The entire virtual space seemed to tremble. The powerful impact force spread out in all directions like a surging wave. The general was unable to resist the impact, and his body trembled slightly. A painful expression appeared on the general's face, and he felt the powerful force raging in his body. The powerful impact caused the admiral's body to fly backwards, and his body collided violently with the countless arms grown by Robin. Those arms were like strong ropes, tightly binding the general and making it impossible for him to escape. The general's body was swaying in the air as if he might fall at any time.
No, I won't lose.
The general shouted angrily, his voice was like a thunder, exploding in the virtual space. The general's eyes were full of anger and unwillingness. He could not accept his fate of being defeated. He clenched his teeth tightly, and the muscles on his face trembled slightly with anger. He used his armament haki once again, trying to break free from Robin's restraints. The admiral closed his eyes, concentrated, and used his armament haki to the fullest. A layer of black light suddenly appeared around his body, and that light was like a hard armor protecting his body. The general struggled hard, trying to break free from Robin's restraints. The veins on his arms bulged and his muscles were tense, showing the great strength he was exerting at the moment. But Robin's strength was so strong that he couldn't easily break free. Robin's eyes flashed with determination. She would not let the general escape easily. She tightly controlled the countless arms she had grown, constantly increasing her strength, making it impossible for the general to break free. Those arms were as hard as steel, tightly binding the general's body and making him unable to move.
A riot of color, a huge tree, clapping palms.
Chapter 263. Robin and Frankie defeated the general, Zoro and Sanji Tide, and waited for their appearance. Its surface is covered with a layer of mysterious light, as if telling of the powerful ability of Robin's devil fruit. The huge hand slapped the general from an oblique angle. It was so powerful that it seemed like a dark cloud falling from the sky, making people feel a huge pressure. It is extremely fast, like lightning, and it is impossible to avoid it. When the huge palm approached the general, he felt an unprecedented strong pressure. There was a hint of surprise and fear in his eyes. He did not expect Robin to have such a powerful attack method. He gripped the sword tightly in his hand, trying to resist the huge hand. However, the huge palm carried such a powerful force that the general could not resist it at all. It slapped the general's body hard, making a huge sound that echoed in the virtual space like thunder. The powerful impact was too much for the general to bear, and his body was blown away like a kite with a broken string. After flying for a distance in the air, the general fell heavily to the ground. His body collided violently with the ground, making a dull sound. A painful expression appeared on his face, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The general could no longer stand up. His body seemed to be pressed down by a huge mountain, unable to move at all. His eyes were full of despair and helplessness. He didn't expect that he would be defeated by Robin and Frankie. He used to be so confident and strong that he thought he could easily defeat them. However, reality gave him a heavy blow. He lay on the ground, looking at Robin and Frankie, his heart filled with resentment and anger. He wanted to stand up again and continue fighting, but his body could no longer withstand any more damage. He could only look at them helplessly, waiting for the judgment of fate. Robin and Frankie looked at the fallen general with a triumphant smile on their faces. That smile was like bright sunshine, penetrating the smoke and tense atmosphere in the virtual space. Robin's smile was elegant and calm. She raised her chin slightly, her eyes flashed with wisdom and determination. Her long black hair fluttered gently in the breeze, as if telling the legend of this battle. Frankie shouted excitedly,
We won!
His voice was like a thunder, exploding in the virtual space. Frankie's face was filled with the joy of victory, and his modified steel body exuded a powerful aura. He opened his arms as if to embrace the whole world. His eyes were burning with passion, which was the desire for victory and the confidence in his own strength. Robin also smiled and nodded.
This battle is really difficult.
She said softly. Her voice was like a clear stream flowing slowly into everyone's heart. Robin recalled every detail of the battle, feeling a lot of emotions in his heart. From the powerful attack of the Admiral at the beginning to their fierce confrontation with the Admiral, every moment was full of challenges and dangers. But they did not retreat. With their wisdom, courage, and teamwork, they finally defeated the powerful enemy. The other members of the Straw Hat Pirates in the virtual space saw Robin and Frankie's wonderful performance and applauded and cheered. Luffy stood in the crowd with a bright smile on his face. His iconic straw hat was particularly dazzling in the sun, and his eyes were full of pride in his friends.
Robin, Frankie, you guys are awesome.
Luffy shouted. Zoro looked at Robin and Frankie silently, with a hint of admiration in his eyes. He knew that the victory of this battle was hard-won, and Robin and Frankie showed extraordinary strength and courage. Lingtian watched Robin and Frankie quietly from the side and couldn't help but smile. There was a hint of relief and appreciation in his eyes, as if he was watching the flowers he had carefully cultivated finally blooming with brilliant brilliance. Lingtian knew clearly that he was mimicking Robin and Frankie's opponents based on their abilities. In this process, he has thought deeply and designed carefully, striving to maximize the potential of the simulated characters and push them to constantly surpass themselves. However, even though he tried to be fair and reasonable, the mimicked characters were still stronger than them. It wasn't that Lingtian intended to make things difficult for them, but he knew very well that in a real battle, the enemy was often unpredictable and extremely powerful. Only by allowing them to constantly challenge their limits and break through themselves when facing opponents stronger than themselves can they better cope with various difficulties and obstacles in the future journey. Lingtian was filled with emotion as he watched Robin and Frankie's tenacious performance in the battle. They did not retreat because of the strength of their opponents, but instead faced the challenges head-on, using wisdom and courage to resolve crises time and time again. Their persistence and hard work made Lingtian see the tenacity and perseverance deep in their hearts, and also made him full of confidence in their future. He knew that this battle was not only a victory for Robin and Frankie, but also an opportunity for growth. By fighting against powerful mimicry opponents, they have a deeper understanding of their own potential and shortcomings, and are more determined to pursue their dreams. The fierce battle between Robin and Frankie and the Admiral has just ended, and everyone's attention begins to turn to the next two groups, Zoro, Kuina, and Luffy, Sanji. Zoro crossed his arms over his chest, looked at Sanji sharply, and said,
Sexy Kappa, let's compete to see who will show first.
Sanji held a cigarette in his mouth, raised his chin slightly, and responded,
Humph, green algae head, who is afraid of who? But before that, I don't want to waste too much energy with a tasteless guy like you.
The two were arguing but suddenly fell silent, as if they were both thinking about how to start. After a moment, they seemed to have thought of something at the same time and said in unison,
Let's decide it in the simplest way.
After that, both of them stretched out their hands and prepared to play rock, paper, scissors. So they played rock, paper, scissors again and again, but the strange thing was that the two seemed to have an inexplicable tacit understanding, and the game ended in a tie again and again. Zoro frowned and became more cautious with each move, muttering,
I will definitely beat you this time.
Sanji was not to be outdone and said while gesturing,
It's not that easy to beat me.
As time went by, they had tied the game more than a dozen times. Lingtian on the side had been watching them silently. He was quite interested at the beginning, but as the number of ties increased, his expression gradually became helpless. When he saw that they were tied again, Lingtian couldn't help but twitch his lips and secretly complained in his heart. These two guys, I really didn't expect that there are people in this world who can play rock, paper, scissors and tie so many times. Chapter 264, Zoro and Sanji face off. Lingtian has no choice but to move forward. Lingtian stood quietly by the side with his hands folded in front of his chest, with a helpless look on his face. He stared at Zoro and Sanji, who were playing rock, paper, scissors, and an indescribable anxiety surged in his heart. Lingtian frowned slightly, his two sword-like eyebrows seemed to be twisted together, and a hint of impatience was revealed in his eyes. He watched Zoro and Sanji reach out their hands again and again, but it always ended in a draw, and his dissatisfaction grew stronger.
Hey, how long are you two going to finish this? We can't keep playing in a tie like this.
Lingtian said loudly, his voice echoing in the sea breeze with a hint of urgency. However, Zoro and Sanji seemed not to have heard Ling Tian's complaints, and they continued to stare at each other intently, as if the whole world only had the two of them and this seemingly endless rock-paper-scissors duel. Zoro's eyes were firm and sharp like two sharp swords, tightly locked on Sanji. His right hand tightly grasped the hilt of the knife, as if ready to show his decisiveness in this little game at any time. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a stubborn smile, as if declaring his determination to Sanji. Sanji looked back at Zoro without showing any weakness, his eyes gleaming with confidence. He gently stroked his hair with an uninhibited smile on his lips. Sanji's hands were placed elegantly on both sides of his body, as if he was waiting for the best opportunity to defeat Zoro in one fell swoop. His heart was full of fighting spirit, and he also had his own persistence in this seemingly simple game. The two of them were in a stalemate, neither of them willing to give in. Their eyes met in the air as if countless sparks burst out. The air around them seemed to become tense because of their confrontation, and people couldn't help but sweat for them. Ling Tian looked at the two of them who were so focused, feeling both helpless and amused. He was helpless because he wondered why these two guys were so stubborn. It was just a small game, but they had to compete with each other. The funny thing was that their seriousness made people feel very cute. Lingtian raised his voice again and said loudly,
Can you two stop being so childish? This is just a game to decide the order of priority. Is it necessary to be so serious?
However, Zoro and Sanji still ignored Ling Tian's words. They seemed to have been immersed in their own world, completely forgetting everything around them. Zoro narrowed his eyes slightly, secretly calculating his next attack strategy in his mind. He knew that Sanji was an opponent that could not be underestimated, so he had to be more cautious. Sanji bit his lips lightly, his eyes revealing a trace of thought. He was thinking, what will Zoro do? How should he deal with it to win? Their hearts were filled with desire for victory, and this desire prevented them from giving up this duel easily. Even though they had been tied for many times, they had no intention of backing down. They believed that as long as they persisted, they would be able to win in the end. At this moment, Zoro clenched his fist tightly, and that fist seemed to contain infinite power. His eyes were firm and sharp like two sharp swords piercing straight ahead. He pursed his lips slightly, and the lines on his face were tense, as if silently announcing his desire for victory. He had only one thought in his mind, and that was to determine the winner in this round. He couldn't accept this stalemate. He was going to be the world's greatest swordsman. How could he waste so much time on such a small game? Zoro leaned forward slightly, like a cheetah ready to launch a fatal attack in the game at any time. Sanji raised his chin slightly with a confident smile on his face. His eyes flashed with confidence, as if he was full of confidence in his luck. He stroked his hair gently. The movement was graceful and calm. Sanji believed that his luck was always good and he would definitely win this round. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing an uninhibited smile, as if mocking Zoro's persistence. Sanji put his hands casually in his pockets, standing relaxedly, in sharp contrast to Zoro's nervousness. The two of them just stood there, the air filled with tension. Their eyes met in the air as if countless sparks burst out. The surrounding waves kept hitting the shore, making bursts of roars, but they could not break the silence between them. Another round of rock, paper, scissors began, and the two men attacked at the same time. Their movements were swift and decisive, without the slightest hesitation. Zoro clenched his fists tightly, as if releasing the tension and anticipation in his heart. Sanji still had a confident smile on his face, as if he was full of confidence in his choice. However, the result was still a draw. This result surprised both of them. They had originally thought that this round would definitely be decided, but they did not expect to fall into the same deadlock again. A trace of annoyance flashed in Zoro's eyes. He gritted his teeth fiercely, his heart filled with reluctance. Sanji's smile also faded a little. He frowned, as if thinking about what to do next. Lingtian couldn't stand it any longer. He stamped his feet and said loudly,
All right, stop wasting time like this. Let Zoro and Kuina go first.
Lingtian's voice echoed in the sea breeze with a hint of urgency and helplessness. He really didn't want to watch these two guys continue to stalemate. They were wasting time like this. There was a hint of determination in Ling Tian's eyes. He hoped that his decision could break the deadlock and get things resolved as soon as possible. Ling Tian's words made Zoro and Sanji slightly stunned. They didn't expect Ling Tian to make such a suggestion. Sanji narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking about Ling Tian's suggestion. He glanced at Zoro, then at Kuina, feeling a little hesitant. After a brief thought, Sanji finally agreed to Ling Tian's suggestion. He shrugged and said,
Okay, since you said so, I'll let Green Algae Head come first.
Chapter 265, Sauron Gina challenges Ling Tian, the sword duel ignites the virtual space. The three swords flashed coldly under the sunlight, as if they were ready to fight and release their power at any time. Sauron's expression was serious and focused, and the corners of his mouth were slightly tightened, revealing his inner perseverance and determination. He knew that this duel would be a tough battle, but he was not afraid because he was the man who wanted to become the world's greatest swordsman. Kuina is more graceful and elegant. She walks like a dancing butterfly, each step is light and agile as if she is walking on clouds. Her figure is graceful, and her long hair flutters gently in the wind, giving people a soft and beautiful feeling. But her eyes revealed a hint of determination and confidence, a look honed through countless battles. She held the Wado Ikimonji in her hand, which emitted a cold light in the sunlight, as if telling of its sharpness and power. Kuina's movements were graceful and smooth, her wrists gently turning and the sword dancing with it, as if it was integrated with her body. Her expression was calm and composed, as if she was full of confidence in this duel.
Let's get started, Lingtian.
After arriving in the middle, Sauron spoke first. His voice was steady and powerful, with an unquestionable firmness. Zoro narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a strong desire to fight. He tightly grasped the three knives in his hands, and his knuckles turned slightly white due to the force. His body leaned forward slightly, like a cheetah ready to pounce on its prey at any time. Kuina was also standing beside Zoro. Her movements were graceful and calm. She gently pulled out the Wado Ikimonji, and the sword shone with a cold light in the sun. Kuina's eyes were clear and firm, and her gaze was fixed on the front, as if she was waiting for a fierce battle. Her posture was upright, and her long hair fluttered gently in the wind, giving people a heroic feeling. Both of them were very serious, their expressions were solemn, and their hearts were full of anticipation for this battle. They could both guess that with their own strength, Ling Tian would at least be able to gather the strength of a general. However, they are not afraid at all, but full of fighting spirit. They are eager to fight against powerful opponents. Only in this way can they continuously improve their strength. However, when Ling Tian heard what Zoro and Kuina said, he did not use the ability of virtual space to condense the characters, but jumped directly in front of them. His movements were light and agile, like a flying bird. Ling Tian had a faint smile on his face and a hint of mystery in his eyes. He looked at Zoro and Kuina quietly, as if he was thinking about something.
Zoro, Kuina, your dream is to become the world's greatest swordsman, right?
Ling Tian looked at Zoro and Kuina and said, his voice was gentle and magnetic, making people want to listen involuntarily.
That's right.
That's right. Zoro and Kuina looked at each other and spoke in unison. There was a determined light shining in their eyes, and that light was like a bright star, illuminating the common dream in their hearts to become the world's greatest swordsman. They are very clear that this dream is like a blazing fire, burning deep in their souls and driving them to keep moving forward. Regardless of whether it was Zoro or Kuina, they both knew that Ling Tian in front of them was the world's greatest swordsman. His figure was like a towering mountain, making people look up. His swordsmanship was like a brilliant lightning, making people marvel.
Then come on, Zoro, Kuina. Let me see the results of your training over the years here.
Ling Tian slowly pulled out the Ryujin Jaka. The sword body flashed with cold light, as if telling of its sharpness and majesty. Lingtian pointed his sword at Zoro and Kuina and said,
As long as you defeat me, you will be the world's greatest swordsman.
After hearing Lingtian's words, Zoro and Kuina looked at each other again. There was both surprise and excitement in their eyes. They didn't expect Lingtian to give them this opportunity at this time. This opportunity was like a treasure that fell from the sky, making their heartbeats speed up involuntarily. However, they did not retreat. Becoming the world's greatest swordsman was their dream, and it was the goal they had been fighting for countless days and nights. Now, the chance to realize their dream is right before their eyes. How can they give up so easily? They hold the sword tightly in their hands, feeling the weight of the sword as if it is the key to their destiny. Their eyes became more determined, and the fighting spirit in their hearts was like a burning flame, burning stronger and stronger.
Come on, Zoro, Kuina.
With Ling Tian's shout, the voice exploded in the air like thunder, full of majesty and challenge. Ling Tian's eyes flashed, and he instantly drew out the flowing blade like fire and lightning. His movements were smooth and seamless. His figure rushed towards Zoro and Kuina like a flash of lightning. His speed was so fast that it was dazzling. The flowing blade and lightning in his hands emitted a terrifying light, as if they could cut through everything in the world. When Zoro and Kuina saw Ling Tian rushing towards them, their hearts tightened, but there was no fear in their eyes. They reacted quickly and drew out the swords at their waists at an extremely fast speed. The crisp sound of swords being drawn was like a battle horn, announcing the beginning of this fierce battle.
2 sword style, 7 flying eagles.
Ling Tian wielded the Ryujin Jaka and lightning, slashing at Zoro and Kuina 7 times. The 7 slashes were like 7 ferocious dragons, roaring towards the sky, and then immediately transformed into 7 majestic eagles. The 7 eagles spread their huge wings and flew towards Zoro and Kuina with fierce momentum. Their eyes were sharp, as if they could see through everything. Each eagle exudes a powerful aura, allowing people to feel Ling Tian's unparalleled swordsmanship skills.
3 sword style, blood tiger. Itsukashu, fan makesu.
Chapter 266. Ling Tian, Zoro and Kuina fight fiercely, swords fly and show their sharpness. The light produced by the collision of the 3 people's powerful sword skills gradually dissipated, leaving only silence. However, this brief tranquility was instantly broken, as Ling Tian, Zoro and Kuina rushed towards each other like 3 arrows shot from a bow. Ling Tian's figure was as fast as lightning, and every step he took on the ground made a dull sound, as if the earth was shaking with his charge. He held the flowing blade Jaka in his right hand and the lightning in his left hand. The swords were flashing with cold light, as if telling of their sharpness and majesty. His eyes were firm and sharp, staring at Zoro and Kuina in front of him like a falcon. His steps were steady and powerful, and each step was full of powerful explosive power, instantly closing the distance with his opponent. Zoro had a determined look on his face. He held 3 knives tightly in his hands, 1 in his mouth and 1 in each hand. The fire of battle burned in his eyes, which was his persistence and desire to become the world's greatest swordsman. His steps were fast and agile, shuttling across the ground like a cheetah. His body leaned forward slightly, ready to attack at any time. Kuina was equally undeterred. She held a long sword tightly in her hand. The blade was slender and sharp, emitting a faint cold light. Her eyes were calm and composed, like the water in a deep pool without any ripples. Her steps were light and graceful, like a butterfly fluttering on the ground. Her body was slightly tilted, and the sword in her hand was ready to strike at any time. The 3 of them were extremely fast, and they rushed together in the blink of an eye. Ling Tian took the lead in launching an attack, and the flowing blades in his hands, like 2 dragons, slashed towards Zoro and Kuina. His swordsmanship was sharp and domineering, and each sword carried a powerful force, as if it could cut off everything in the world. The Ryujin Jaka drew a beautiful arc in the air, carrying a blazing breath and slashed towards Zoro's head. The lightning was like a spirit snake, stabbing towards Kuina's waist. Seeing this, Zoro immediately raised the 2 swords in his hands, crossed them together, and blocked Ling Tian's Ryujin Jaka. There was a loud clang. Chapter 267. Sauron and #039's sword moves in succession. Lingtian responds strongly. Their swords intertwined in the air, making crisp sounds. Sparks flew everywhere, sword energy spread everywhere, and the entire virtual space was shrouded in this powerful aura. During the battle, Lingtian kept looking for the flaws of Zoro and Kuina. He knew that only by finding their flaws could he defeat them. As a result, his eyes became sharper, and he watched every move of Zoro and Kuina like a falcon. Finally, Lingtian found a flaw between Zoro and Kuina. He immediately wielded Ryujin Jaka and lightning and attacked the flaw. His swordsmanship is sharp and domineering, and each sword carries great power, as if it can cut off everything in the world. Seeing this, Zoro and Kuina's hearts tightened. They immediately waved their swords, trying to block Lingtian's attack. However, Lingtian's attack was too powerful and they couldn't block it at all. With a loud bang, the swords in Zoro and Kuina's hands were blown away by Lingtian's flowing blades and lightning. Their bodies were also shaken backwards by the powerful force. Lingtian saw Zoro and Kuina being knocked away by him, but he did not feel any joy in his heart. He knew that the battle was not over yet, so he immediately waved his Ryujin Jaka and lightning and rushed towards Zoro and Kuina. When Zoro and Kuina saw Lingtian rushing towards them, their hearts tightened. They knew that this battle had reached the most critical moment. They had to go all out to defeat Lingtian. So Zoro and Kuina immediately got up from the ground, waved their swords again, and started the final battle with Lingtian. Their swordsmanship became more fierce, and each sword was full of great power and skill. Their bodies were like tigers and butterflies, running, jumping, and flying on the ground, avoiding Lingtian's attacks. At the same time, the swords in their hands were like three ferocious beasts and a spirit snake, constantly attacking Lingtian. The battle between the three became more and more intense, and their swordsmanship became more and more sophisticated. Their figures kept flashing in the virtual space, dazzling people. Their swords intertwined in the air, making crisp sounds. Sparks flew everywhere, sword energy spread everywhere, and the entire virtual space was shrouded in this powerful aura. Zoro and Kuina stood side by side, their eyes revealing determination and resoluteness. During the battle with Lingtian, they realized that their ordinary sword skills were simply not enough to defeat this powerful opponent. Only by using their strongest sword moves could they have a chance of winning. Zoro tightly grasped the three knives in his hands, his eyes as sharp as an eagle, as if he could see through everything. He squatted slightly, his muscles tensed, ready to pounce on his prey like a beast. The air around him seemed to tremble slightly because of his aura, as if it was nervous about the upcoming fierce battle.
Three-sword style, blood wave.
Zoro shouted, and his voice exploded in the virtual space like thunder. His body shot out like an arrow from a bow, so fast that it was dazzling. The three knives in his hands danced at the same time, and between the flashes of the knives, it seemed as if a surging wave of blood was surging in the air. The blood wave rolled towards Lingtian with endless might. Sauron's movements were swift and powerful, and every swing of the sword was powerful, as if it could cut through the air. His body was looming in the blood waves, like a brave god of war, exuding an unstoppable momentum. The blood waves surged, and wherever they passed, the air was dyed red. The strong sense of oppression made people tremble with fear, as if they were in a bloody battlefield. Zoro's eyes were full of determination. He believed that this move would definitely bring tremendous pressure to Lingtian. At this moment, Lingtian was slightly startled when he saw Sauron perform such a powerful sword move. He quickly stepped back, and a trace of solemnity flashed in his eyes. He knew that Sauron's move was extremely powerful and should not be underestimated. Lingtian quickly adjusted his state, and the flowing blades like fire and lightning in his hands trembled slightly, as if responding to the power in his heart.
Two sword styles, thousand cloud blades.
Lingtian shouted, and the sword in his hand was like dancing clouds, and countless cloud blades appeared in the air in an instant. The cloud blade flew towards Sauron's blood wave with great momentum. Lingtian's movements were swift and powerful, and every swing of the blade was powerful, as if it could cut the sky apart. The cloud blade and the blood wave collided in the air, bursting out with astonishing power. That power spread out in all directions like a surging sea wave. The air in the virtual space seemed to be twisted by this powerful force, making bursts of roars. Sparks flew everywhere, sword energy spread everywhere, and the entire virtual space was shrouded by this powerful aura. When Sauron saw his blood wave being blocked by Lingtian's Kaionian blade, there was no sign of discouragement in his eyes. He immediately adjusted his state and prepared to perform the next move.
Three-sword style, flying cloud dragon.
Zoro shouted again and his body spun like a whirlwind. The sword in his hand drew graceful arcs in the air, as if three flying dragons were soaring in the sky. The flying dragon bared its fangs and claws and pounced towards Lingtian with a powerful momentum. Sauron's body moved quickly along with the dancing of the flying dragon, his eyes fixed on Lingtian, not letting go of any opportunity. The flying dragons roared through the air, bringing up a gust of wind. The powerful momentum was frightening, as if three giant dragons had descended from the sky to destroy everything. Lingtian was secretly impressed when he saw Zoro display such a powerful sword move again. He stepped back again, and at the same time, the knife in his hand began to dance again.
Two-sword style, stab.
Lingtian shouted, and the knife in his hand stabbed towards Zoro's flying dragon like a sharp thorn. The thorns had a strong penetrating power, as if they could pierce through everything. Lingtian's movements were fast and accurate, and each stab was powerful, making it impossible to defend against. The thorn fang and the flying dragon collided again in the air, and an even more astonishing force erupted. The force was like an atomic bomb explosion, which stunned people. The ground in the virtual space was shaking slightly due to this powerful force, as if a major earthquake had occurred. Seeing his flying dragon blocked by Lingtian again, Sauron couldn't help but feel anxious. But he didn't give up but immediately used the next move.
Three-sword style, thorn thrust.
Chapter 268. Zoro Kuina uses her special skills in succession. Lingtian responds strongly and shows. He quickly stepped back, and at the same time, the knife in his hand began to dance again.
Two-sword style, bright full moon.
Lingtian shouted, and the knife in his hand drew a beautiful arc in the air, as if a bright full moon was rising in the sky. The bright full moon emitted a soft light, and with a powerful momentum, it slashed towards Sauron's thorns. Lingtian's eyes were full of determination, and his body moved slightly with the dance of the bright full moon, as if he had merged with the bright full moon. The bright full moon and the thorn collided in the air, and an even more amazing force erupted. That force was like the Big Bang, unimaginable. Everything in the virtual space was destroyed by this powerful force, as if the end of the world had come.
Three-sword style, bloody demon fang.
Zoro shouted and leaped high into the air. The swords in his hands intertwined in the air to form a huge, bloody demon fang. The blood demon fang exuded a terrifying aura, as if it could devour everything. Sauron's eyes were full of determination, and he threw the blood demon fang towards Lingtian with all his strength. The blood devil's fang whizzed through the air, bringing with it a bloody storm. The powerful momentum was frightening, as if a demon had crawled out of hell, ready to destroy everything. Lingtian was secretly surprised to see Zoro use such a powerful final move. He quickly stepped back, and at the same time, the sword in his hand began to dance again.
Two-sword style, absolute sky dragon.
Lingtian shouted and leaped high. The swords in his hands intertwined in the air to form a huge absolute sky dragon. The Jewushan dragon exuded a terrifying aura, as if it could devour everything. Lingtian's eyes were full of determination, and he threw the Jewushan dragon towards Sauron's blood demon fang. Ju Tianlong and blood demon fang collided in the air, erupting with unprecedented power. That power was like the end of the world, unimaginable. Everything in the virtual space was destroyed by this powerful force, as if the world was about to be destroyed. At this time, Kuina had been standing quietly by the side, observing the battle between Sauron and Lingtian. Her eyes revealed calmness and composure, as if she was waiting for the best opportunity. When the final collision of Zoro and Lingtian ended, Kuina knew that her time had come.
One sword style, 1,000 ice and snow.
Kuina shouted softly and swung the sword in her hand forward. Instantly, countless snowflakes flew in the air, as if a thousand-year-old ice and snow storm was raging in the virtual space. The snowflakes were crystal clear, beautiful, and deadly. Each snowflake carried a powerful force as if it could freeze everything. Kuina's eyes were calm and composed, and her body moved slightly with the dance of the snowflakes as if she had merged with them. Snowflakes danced in the air, bringing with them a chill. The powerful aura made people shudder, as if they were in a world of ice and snow. Lingtian was surprised to see that Kuina also used a powerful sword move. He quickly stepped back, and at the same time, the sword in his hand began to dance again.
Two-sword style, Thousand Cloud Blade.
Lingtian shouted and used the Thousand Cloud Blade again, flying towards Kuina's thousand ice and snow. The cloud blades and snowflakes collided in the air, erupting with a powerful force. That force was like the collision of an iceberg and a volcano, which was astonishing. The temperature in the virtual space was affected by this powerful force, sometimes cold as ice and sometimes hot as fire. Seeing that her Kaian Bingsu was blocked by Lingtian, Kuina did not show any discouragement. She immediately adjusted her state and prepared to perform the next move.
One sword style, Snow Thorn.
Kuina shouted and rushed forward like lightning. The sword in her hand was like a sharp ice thorn, stabbing towards Lingtian. The ice spike had a strong, penetrating power, as if it could pierce through everything. Kuina's movements were fast and accurate, and each stab was powerful, making it impossible to defend against. The ice spikes flashed coldly in the air, like countless sharp arrows, flying towards Lingtian. The powerful momentum made people shudder as if nothing could stop the attack of the ice spikes. Lingtian was slightly shocked when he saw Gina perform such a fierce sword move. He quickly stepped back, and at the same time, the knife in his hand danced again.
Dual sword style, Stab Fang.
Lingtian shouted and used Stab Fang again to stab towards Gina's jutsu. The thorn fangs and ice spikes collided again in the air, erupting with even more amazing power. The power was like an atomic bomb explosion, which made people stunned. The ground in the virtual space was shaken slightly by this powerful force, as if a major earthquake had occurred. Seeing that her snow thorn was blocked by Lingtian again, Kuina couldn't help but feel anxious. But she didn't give up and immediately used the next move.
Itorio, Snow Crescent Moon.
Kuina shouted, and the sword in her hand drew a beautiful arc in the air, as if a crescent moon of snow was rising in the sky. The snow crescent emitted a cool light and slashed towards Lingtian with a powerful aura. Kuina's eyes were full of determination, and her body moved slightly with the dance of the snow crescent, as if she had merged with it. The snowy crescent moon flashed coldly in the sky, like a crescent moon, beautiful yet deadly. Its powerful aura made people shudder as if nothing could stop the attack of the snowy crescent moon. Lingtian was secretly impressed when he saw Gina perform such a beautiful and powerful sword move. He quickly stepped back, and at the same time, the knife in his hand began to dance again.
Dual sword style, Ming Yuanyu.
Lingtian shouted and used Ming Yunyu again to slash towards Gina's snow crescent fang. The bright full moon and the snowy crescent moon collided in the air, and an even more amazing force erupted. That force was like the Big Bang, unimaginable. Everything in the virtual space was destroyed by this powerful force, as if the end of the world had come. Seeing her snow crescent being blocked by Lingtian again, Kuina felt a little desperate, but she did not give up and immediately used her last move.
One sword style, Ice Wolf.
Kuina shouted and leaped high into the air. The swords in her hands intertwined in the air to form a giant ice wolf. The ice wolf exuded a terrifying aura, as if it could devour everything. Kuina's eyes were full of determination, and she threw the ice wolf towards Lingtian with all her strength. The ice wolf howled through the air, bringing with it a chill. Its powerful aura was frightening, as if a demon had crawled out of hell, ready to destroy everything. Lingtian was secretly surprised to see Gina use such a powerful last move. He quickly stepped back, and the knife in his hand danced again.
Dual sword style, Juxianlong.
Chapter 269, Lingtian fights Zoro and Kuina, a shocking showdown begins. When the light and aftermath of the two people's earth-shaking attack gradually dissipated, a brief moment of tranquility returned to the virtual space. However, this tranquility only lasted for a moment before it was broken. Lingtian, like a cheetah, instantly burst out with astonishing speed and rushed towards Zoro and Kuina. Lingtian's figure was like a flash of lightning, and every step he took on the ground made a dull sound, as if the earth was shaking with his charge. There was a flame of battle burning in his eyes, his right hand tightly grasped the flowing blade Jaka, and his left hand held the lightning. The swords flashed with cold light as if telling of their sharpness and majesty. His body leaned forward slightly, and he rushed towards the target like an arrow. When Zoro and Kuina saw Lingtian rushing over, their eyes instantly became sharp. They were not panicked at all but reacted quickly. Zoro held the three swords tightly in his hands, squatting slightly like a tiger about to pounce on its prey, ready to attack at any time. Kuina gently held the Wado Ikimanji, her eyes calm and composed, as calm as the water in a deep pool. Soon, the three of them were fighting again. The air was filled with a tense atmosphere, as if a fierce battle could break out at any time.
Itarayo, 9 dark moons.
Kuina shouted softly, her voice clear and loud. Her body danced lightly like a fluttering butterfly. The Wado Ikimanji in her hand drew a graceful arc in the air, like a crescent moon. As she moved, crescent-shaped slashes rushed towards Lingtian like meteors. The slash exuded a powerful aura, as if it could tear everything apart.
Two-sword style, Xiang Yunyu.
Lingtian's eyes flashed when he saw this, and he responded immediately. His body spun like a whirlwind, and the lightning and flowing blades in his hands danced in the air like two dragons. As he moved, countless cloud-shaped blades appeared instantly, like white clouds. These cloud-shaped blades emitted a soft light but contained powerful power. Lingtian swung his sword vigorously, and these cloud-shaped blades rushed towards Gina's 9 dark moon like surging waves. The attacks of the two men dissipated instantly after colliding, leaving only slight ripples in the air. Zoro's eyes narrowed, and he keenly realized that this was a great opportunity. His body was as agile as a cheetah, and he exerted his strength instantly, rushing towards Lingtian at an extremely fast speed. His footsteps were light and powerful, and each step left a shallow mark on the ground. Sauron tightly grasped the two swords in his hands, with cold light flashing on the blades, as if eager to fight. He came behind Lingtian quickly like a ghost, and without the slightest hesitation, he swung the two swords at Lingtian. The two knives drew two sharp arcs in the air with powerful force and speed, as if they could penetrate everything. Lingtian, with his powerful observation haki, instantly sensed Zoro's movements. A hint of alertness flashed in his eyes, and his body reacted immediately. Lingtian's movements were as smooth as flowing water. He first used the flowing blade to knock Kuina away at an extremely clever angle. Ryujin Jaka drew a beautiful arc in the air, carrying a fiery breath, and accurately hit Kuina's sword, knocking her far away. Then, Lingtian swung the lightning quickly, and the sword danced in the air like a spirit snake. At the critical moment, Lingtian used lightning to block the attack from behind by Zoro. The swords collided, making a crisp sound and sparks flying. Then, Lingtian's eyes shone, and he exerted force with his arms. His strength burst out like a surging tide, pushing Sauron back. Zoro's body flew backwards in the air, and he tried hard to adjust his balance before he could barely keep his body steady.
If you want to defeat me, then use your real skills.
After repelling the two, Lingtian spoke to Zoro and Kuina. Zoro and Kuina looked at each other and saw determination and fighting spirit in each other's eyes. They nodded slightly.
Three-sword style, Blood Demon, Demon Rakshasa.
Zoro shouted angrily, his voice exploding in the air like thunder. His body instantly spun like a whirlwind. The speed was so fast that it was dazzling. The three knives in his hands made crisp sounds as he danced, as if playing a piece of music of death. As the knife flashed, it seemed as if a surging wave of blood was surging in the air. The blood wave was like a surging tide, constantly surging and exuding a chilling aura. The color of the blood wave was like thick blood, so red that it was terrifying. The deep red seemed to be the condensation of countless lives, full of the breath of death and destruction. As Sauron's movements became faster and faster, the blood wave began to undergo a strange change. The blood wave gradually condensed into the image of hideous evil spirits, which seemed to be demons crawling out from the depths of hell, carrying endless resentment and murderous intent. Their bodies were tall and twisted, with bulging muscles, as if they contained infinite power. The faces of the evil ghosts were ferocious and terrifying, and their sharp fangs flashed with cold light as if they could bite everything to pieces. Their eyes flashed with red light, which was like a burning flame, full of madness and desire for destruction. It seemed that it could devour everything, making people shudder. There was a faint black mist around the evil ghost. This mist seemed to come from the netherworld, emitting a chilling aura. The mist was like a mysterious veil, covering the evil spirits, making them look even more mysterious and terrifying. Each evil spirit seemed to have its own consciousness, flying in the air, roaring and rushing towards the enemy. The evil spirits were swift and fierce. They shuttled through the air, bringing up gusts of wind. Their roars were like thunder, deafening and making people's hearts tremble. They were like a group of hungry beasts, eager to tear their enemies into pieces and devour them.
One sword style nether blood knight butterfly.
Chapter 270, Lingtian fights Zoro and Kuina, a shocking duel of supernatural power. Each butterfly seemed to have life, and their eyes flashed with strange light. That light was like a messenger from the underworld, full of mystery and unknown. The trajectories of them flying in the air are as beautiful as a dream, like the twinkling stars in the night sky, which makes people intoxicated. However, behind this beauty lies a deadly danger. Each butterfly is like a little god of death, ready to take the life of its enemy at any time. As the butterflies flew forward, the air around them seemed to be distorted by their power. The air became heavy and oppressive, as if an invisible force was squeezing everything. Tiny cracks appeared on the ground, as if unable to withstand this powerful force. Those cracks spread rapidly like a spider web, making people feel the terrifying power of this move. Wherever the black butterfly passed, it left a dark red light and shadow as if it was a mark of death. The light and shadow was like a burning flame, emitting a fiery breath. Wherever it passed, everything seemed to be shrouded in the breath of death, making people shudder. Warning: the power exerted by the opponent has exceeded the limit of this world. Lingtian was concentrating on watching Zoro and Kuina perform powerful sword moves, with admiration sometimes flashing in his eyes and thoughts sometimes. However, at this tense and intense moment, the serious and urgent voice of the system suddenly sounded in my mind. The voice exploded in Lingtian's mind like a thunder, instantly making his expression become extremely solemn. Lingtian frowned slightly, his two sword-like eyebrows seemed to be twisted together, and his eyes revealed deep thought and vigilance. His eyes were still fixed on Zoro and Kuina, but his heart was already in turmoil. Although Lingtian could clearly feel the extremely powerful aura emanating from the two people during the battle, the powerful aura made the air around them seem to become heavy. Every swing of the sword brought up a gust of wind, which was frightening. However, Lingtian really didn't expect that Zoro and Kuina's attacks had actually exceeded the limits of this world. Lingtian guessed that it was probably because of the abilities from other worlds that Kuina brought when she was in the blood-sucking state, which caused the attacks of the two to now exceed the limits of this world. Knowing that Zoro and Kuina's attacks had exceeded the limits of this world, Lingtian's expression instantly became extremely serious. He understood that he had to go all out at this moment, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Lingtian tightly grasped the flowing blade Ryuhyu and lightning in his hands, his eyes revealing a determined light. He squatted slightly, and the muscles of his whole body tensed up, as if he was about to burst out with infinite power. The air around him seemed to tremble slightly because of his aura, as if it was nervous about the powerful sword moves that were about to come.
Double blade style, flame prison, ghost flame dragon.
Lingtian shouted angrily, and his voice exploded in the virtual space like thunder. His body spun like a whirlwind, and the flowing blades in his hands, like fire and lightning, drew graceful arcs in the air. As he moved, a powerful force surged from his body and the temperature around him rose instantly, as if he was in a huge furnace. A giant dragon made of bones and burning with flames slowly emerged. The dragon was tall and majestic. Its body was made up of countless white bones, and each bone emitted a mysterious light. The dragon's body was burning with flames. The flames were as red as blood, emitting a fiery breath. The flames danced in the air like a series of agile snakes, which was terrifying. The dragon opened its huge mouth and let out a deafening roar. The roar seemed to come from the depths of hell, full of the breath of death and destruction. Its eyes flashed red like two burning fireballs, making people shudder. The dragon twisted its body and attacked Zoro and Kuina. It was extremely fast, like a flash of lightning across the sky, bringing up a gust of wind. When Lingtian's dragon, Zoro's evil spirit, and Kuina's butterfly collided with each other, the entire virtual space seemed to be shocked by this powerful force. Time seemed to stand still at this moment, and the air was filled with a tense and depressing atmosphere. The giant dragon, made of bones and burning with flames all over its body, like an angry ancient beast, roared and rushed towards the hideous evil spirits summoned by Zoro and the beautiful and strange black butterflies condensed by Kuina. The flames on the dragon's body burned fiercely, emitting blazing heat that seemed to be able to melt everything. It lunged forward with its fangs and claws bared, and every movement was filled with great power and majesty. And Zoro's evil spirits were not to be outdone. They bared their fangs and claws like demons crawling out of hell with strong murderous intent and destructive power. Their eyes flashed red light as if they could devour everything. Around the evil ghosts, there was a layer of black mist that seemed to be there and not there, exuding a cold breath that made people shudder. Kuina's black butterflies danced in the air, dark red lines flashing on their wings, as if they were painted with blood. Each butterfly seemed to have life, their eyes flashing with strange light like messengers from the netherworld. The trajectory of the butterflies flying in the air was as beautiful as a dream, but also carried deadly danger. When these three powerful forces collided, a huge impact erupted instantly. The impact spread out in all directions like a surging sea wave. The air in the virtual space seemed to be distorted by this powerful force, making bursts of roars. The light was so dazzling that it was impossible to look directly at it. The dust on the ground was blown everywhere by the strong airflow, and the surrounding scene became blurred.
Crack!
Along with the crisp cracking sound, cracks began to appear on Lingtian's bone dragon's body. The cracks spread rapidly like a spider web, filling people's hearts with shock and worry. Lingtian's eyes widened, unable to believe what he saw. He tightly grasped the flowing blade Jaka and lightning in his hands, his knuckles turning slightly white from the force. The flames on the bone dragon's body began to flicker under this powerful impact, as if they could go out at any time. The body made of bones, under the erosion of cracks, seemed even more fragile. Every crack seemed to tell of the intensity and cruelty of the battle. Boom!
What?
Boom! Chapter 271, Lingtian and -039's Ultimate Move vs. Zoro and Kuina. Lingtian only felt a huge impact force coming, and his body flew backwards involuntarily. During the backward flight, Lingtian tried hard to adjust his body posture, trying to reduce the damage caused by the impact force. The purple clothes on Lingtian were also torn into pieces by this powerful attack. The originally gorgeous purple robe was now tattered, as if it had been through a fierce battle. The pieces of clothing fluttered in the air like butterflies, looking particularly desolate.
Puff. Cough, cough.
Lingtian fell heavily to the ground, still holding the lightning tightly in his hand. He half knelt on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The blood bloomed on the ground like a blooming flower. Lingtian's face turned extremely pale, his breathing became rapid, and his body was trembling slightly. Obviously, he had suffered great damage.
Huff, huff.
Zoro and Kuina were standing not far away, their chests heaving violently as they breathed in big gulps of air. Their faces were full of fatigue, and sweat was dripping down their cheeks. It was obvious that the move they had just performed had consumed a lot of their physical strength. Their bodies were trembling slightly, as if they could fall down at any time. Zoro tightly grasped the three swords in his hands, his eyes revealing a hint of unwillingness. Kuina gently grasped the Wado Ikemanji, her eyes also full of fatigue. They looked at each other and saw the same persistence and determination in each other's eyes.
That move of yours was very powerful, but you are still far from being able to gain the title of the world's greatest swordsman with just that.
Lingtian helped Lightning stand up and spoke slowly. Although his voice was a little weak, it was full of majesty and confidence. Lingtian's eyes revealed a hint of admiration, but more of it was firm belief. If it was according to the original story, with the move that Zoro and Kuina just made, they could definitely defeat Hawkeye. But now, Lingtian is the world's #1 swordsman, so the move just now is not enough to defeat him.
How is it possible?
Seeing Lingtian, who didn't seem to be seriously injured, Sauron couldn't help but exclaimed. His eyes were full of shock and disbelief.
Zoro, Kuina, this next move is my last. If you can block it, I will give you the title of the world's greatest swordsman.
Lingtian's voice slowly sounded in the virtual space, with an unquestionable majesty. His figure slowly flew up like a god, suspended in midair. The flowing blade in his hand emitted a blazing light as if it could burn everything. Lingtian's eyes were firm and sharp, staring closely at Zoro and Kuina as if waiting for their response. When Zoro and Kuina heard Lingtian's words, their expressions instantly became extremely solemn. Their eyes revealed deep thought and vigilance. They knew that since Lingtian had said this, the moves he was going to perform next would definitely be very powerful. This would be a life-and-death battle, and they had to go all out to have a chance of blocking Lingtian's attack. Zoro tightly grasped the three knives in his hands, his knuckles slightly whitening from the force. His eyes were burning with fighting spirit, like a tiger about to pounce on its prey. Kuina gently held the Wado Ikemanji, her eyes calm and composed, like the water in a deep pool. They looked at each other and saw the same determination and courage in each other's eyes.
One sea and one sword become one world.
Lingtian, who was flying up, spoke slowly. His voice was low and powerful, as if it carried a mysterious magic. As he chanted, the space around him began to change subtly. At first, the change was extremely subtle, like ripples on a calm lake, but soon, the change became more and more obvious. As Lingtian chanted, the space around him slowly began to twist. The air seemed to be stirred by an invisible giant hand, and the light began to become distorted. The originally clear scene gradually became blurred, as if shrouded by a layer of hazy fog. In that twisted space, there seemed to be a mysterious force surging, making people feel an indescribable sense of oppression.
Melting the myriad seas and myriad swords into a great realm.
Lingtian's voice rang out again, this time even louder, as if it could penetrate the endless void. His eyes flashed with a determined light, and the flowing blade in his hand trembled slightly, as if responding to his chanting. As these words came out, countless phantoms of oceans and sharp swords seemed to appear in the surrounding space. The oceans were surging, waves were splashing, and they exuded endless power. The swords were flashing with cold light, so sharp that they seemed to be able to cut through everything. The phantoms of the ocean and the swords intertwined and gradually merged together to form a huge world.
Clear all evil from this world.
Lingtian's voice exploded like thunder, full of majesty and justice. His eyes revealed a resolute look, as if he wanted to clear all the evil from this world. As this sentence was chanted, a powerful force surged in the great world formed by the fusion of 10,000 seas and 10,000 swords. This force spread out in all directions like a surging tide, as if it wanted to swallow up all the evil.
Kill all evil.
Lingtian's voice became more and more passionate, full of fighting passion. The flowing blade in his hand shone brightly, as if it had turned into a sword of judgment. As these words came out, the power in the world instantly condensed into a huge sword light. This sword light was like lightning, cutting through the void, carrying endless power and slashing in all directions. It seemed as if all the evil in the world would be exposed in the face of this sword light.
Use the sword in your hand to transform into a posture of judgment.
Lingtian's voice was filled with a sacred aura, as if the sword in his hand had become a divine weapon that judged everything in the world. He leaned forward slightly, holding the flowing blade Ruka in his hand high up, the light on the sword as dazzling as the sun. As he chanted this sentence, a powerful aura emanated from Lingtian's body, as if he had transformed into the god of judgment, ready to judge all the evil in the world.
Use the sword in your hand to determine the good and evil in your heart.
Chapter 272, Soran-Gina Fusion Battle Lingtian, Shocking Duel Breaking the Void.
Kuina.
When Zoro saw Lingtian's amazing momentum, his heart tightened and he called out Kuina loudly. His voice was full of tension and worry, but also with a hint of firmness and determination. Soran knew that facing Lingtian's powerful might, they had to go all out, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. When Kuina heard Zoro's voice, she instantly understood his intention. A trace of determination flashed in her eyes and blood began to appear on her body. The blood energy slowly rose up like red smoke, enveloping Kuina. Kuina's body seemed to merge with the blood energy, emitting a mysterious and powerful aura. I saw Kuina turned into a bloodthirsty being.
Ghost spirit, blood spirit.
Sauron whispered these two sentences. His voice was deep and powerful as if it carried a mysterious magic. As he spoke, wonderful changes began to occur in Sauron. A strong ghost energy surged out of his body, enveloping him. The ghost energy was like black smoke, emitting a cold breath that made people shudder. At the same time, streaks of blood appeared on Zoro's body. The blood was like a red flame, burning his body and instantly greatly increasing his strength. 6 arms and 3 heads immediately grew out of Sauron's body. The 6 arms were strong and powerful, and each arm held a sharp sword. The 3 heads looked in different directions, their eyes revealing vigilance and determination. Zoro's body became taller and more powerful, like a god of war, emitting a powerful aura. His ghost energy and blood energy intertwined with each other, forming a unique power that made people feel an irresistible sense of oppression. Kuina and Wado Ikemanji, who had transformed into bloodsuckers, immediately floated to 2 of Zoro's hands and replaced 2 of the swords. Kuina's figure merged with Zoro's, and their powers overlapped and became even more powerful. Zoro's eyes flashed with determination, and he knew that they were now ready to face Lingtian's final blow.
9-sword style.
Zoro's powerful voice exploded around like thunder, instantly breaking the tense silence in the air. There was a burning fire in his eyes, which was the desire for battle and the persistence for victory. Zoro's tall body stood like a mountain, emitting a powerful aura, making the surrounding air seem to tremble slightly because of his momentum. He held the 6 swords tightly in his hands, each of which flashed with cold light, as if eager for the baptism of battle. Sauron crouched slightly, like a cheetah about to pounce on its prey, with all the muscles in his body tensed, ready to burst out with amazing strength at any time. At the same time, Kuina's clear and resolute voice rang out at the same moment. 9-sword style? Although she had turned into a sword and was held by Zoro at this moment, her voice seemed to carry endless power, inspiring Zoro to move forward bravely. The sword that was the incarnation of Kuina exuded a mysterious light, as if telling of her past glory and indomitable spirit.
Blood demon, ghost Asura, heavenly blood prison.
Sauron roared again, his voice filled with endless killing intent and determination. Around his body, ghost energy and blood energy intertwined, forming a huge vortex. The vortex was like a dark abyss, emitting a chilling aura. The 9 swords in Sauron's hands began to dance wildly, and between the flashing sword shadows, blood-red rays of light shot out in all directions like sharp arrows. His movements were as fast as lightning, and every swing of the sword was accompanied by great power and speed. The wind from the sword whistled past as if it could tear through space. The blood-red light carried great destructive power. Wherever it passed, the space seemed to be torn apart, leaving behind black cracks. The dust on the ground was blown everywhere by the strong airflow, and the surrounding scenery became blurred under this powerful force. Zoro's eyes were full of coldness and ruthlessness, as if he had turned into an avenger from hell, determined to bury all his enemies in this endless blood hell. After Zoro and Lingtian finished chanting, the entire battlefield seemed to be shrouded by a powerful force, and the air became heavy and depressing. Zoro's eyes were burning with fighting spirit. He tightly grasped the 9 swords in his hands, and each sword exuded a sharp aura. He squatted slightly, his legs gathering strength like springs, ready to burst out with amazing speed at any time. Lingtian was floating quietly in the air, his eyes were like a pool of deep water, his calmness contained endless power. The flowing blade in his hand flashed with a fiery light as if it could burn everything. His body leaned forward slightly, like an eagle about to pounce on its prey, ready to attack at any time. Suddenly, Sauron moved. Like an arrow shot from a bow, he instantly burst out with astonishing speed and rushed towards Ling Tian. His figure left a trail of afterimages in the air, dazzling the eyes. Sauron's footsteps were light and powerful, and every step he took made a dull sound, as if the earth was shaking with his charge. The 9 swords in his hands danced in the air, and between the flashing sword shadows, it seemed as if countless dragons were tumbling. Ling Tian was not to be outdone, his body disappeared in an instant like lightning. The next moment, he appeared in front of Zoro, and the Ryujin Ruka in his hand slashed towards Zoro with great force. Ling Tian's movements were clean and neat, without any hesitation. His eyes revealed a firm belief, as if he was determined to defeat Sauron completely. Boom.
Click!
Chapter 273. Sauron Gina fights Ling Tian fiercely, aiming for the peak, and a new journey begins. After the fierce battle, at the moment Ling Tian was knocked away, the blood energy in Kuina's body gradually dissipated, and she changed from the blood-sucking state back to her original state. Her long hair was scattered on her shoulders in a messy manner. Although her eyes were tired, they also flashed with a hint of relief and determination. At this time, Zoro and Kuina had exhausted all their strength. They held their swords tightly with both hands, supporting themselves and half-kneeling on the ground. Their breathing was rapid and heavy, and sweat kept falling from their foreheads and dripping onto the ground. Every breath seemed to bring endless fatigue, but their eyes were still firmly looking forward, where Ling Tian, who was knocked away by them, lay. Ling Tian lay quietly on the ground, his purple clothes were torn, and his once majestic appearance now looked a little embarrassed. Due to the special reasons of the virtual space, Ling Tian, who originally possessed an immortal body, did not recover immediately. In this virtual space, the rules seemed to have changed, and the immortal body that could originally recover instantly was now restricted. However, Ling Tian was not without a solution. He could still use the power of the virtual space to repair his own injuries. This virtual space contains powerful forces, and Ling Tian can mobilize these forces through special methods to heal himself. While this is different from true immortality, in a way, it's not that different.
Ha 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 ha, I knew you could do it.
After recovering a little, Ling Tian stood up and said with a heroic laugh. His voice echoed in the virtual space, full of relief and appreciation. Ling Tian's eyes were bright and fiery, staring closely at Zoro and Kuina as if he was looking at 2 rising stars. After a tough battle, although Ling Tian was knocked out, he gradually recovered some of his strength and injuries with the special power of the virtual space. At this moment, he still had traces of battle on his body. If Ling Tian had all his strength, Zoro and Kuina would definitely not be his match. Ling Tian is well aware that his strength is unfathomable, and he possesses many powerful abilities and trump cards. However, this time it was just a swordsmanship contest, so Ling Tian did not show any other abilities besides swordsmanship. He wanted to compete purely with swordsmanship. In addition, he has returned Ace, one of the supreme swords, to Roger, so Ling Tian's strongest sword skill now is the 2-sword style. When Zoro and Kuina heard Ling Tian's words, they slowly raised their heads, their eyes met, and then they smiled at each other. That smile contained the joy of victory, recognition of each other, and vision for the future. They knew that this tough battle was not only a test of their strength, but also an important milestone in their growth.
Zoro, you're so awesome. What were those 3 heads and 6 arms? They're so awesome.
After the competition, Luffy's energetic voice instantly broke the silence on the battlefield. He ran over like a cannonball, his eyes sparkling with excitement, and shook Zoro vigorously. Luffy's face was full of admiration and curiosity, as if he had seen the most magical thing in the world. His exaggerated expression and movements made people laugh. Zoro felt a little dizzy after being shaken by Luffy. He frowned slightly and said impatiently,
Stop shaking, idiot.
Although Zoro complained, there was a hint of tolerance for Luffy in his eyes. He knew that this was Luffy's character, full of curiosity and enthusiasm. At this moment, Sanji, who was walking over, saw Luffy's actions and showed a look of disgust on his face. He raised his foot without hesitation and kicked Luffy away.
Pay attention, stupid Luffy. Don't swing around like a monkey.
Sanji's voice was filled with a hint of annoyance, but more of concern for Zoro. Luffy drew an arc in the air and then fell heavily to the ground. He quickly got up, touched his kicked head, and looked at Sanji with a wronged face.
Sanji, why did you kick me?
Luffy's voice was filled with a hint of complaint, but he soon regained his energy and ran back with a smile.
But Zoro is really awesome.
He exclaimed again, as if he had forgotten about being kicked just now. At the same time, Nami also came over. She smiled and took Kuna's hand. Nami's eyes were full of admiration, and she said softly,
Kuna, you are really awesome.
Nami recalled the thrilling battle just now, and her heart was filled with shock. Although she has always known that Kuna is very strong, after all, Kuna has also demonstrated extraordinary strength in previous adventures. But she really didn't expect Kuna's strength to reach this level. Her powerful moves, amazing momentum, and tacit cooperation with Zoro all gave Nami a new understanding of Kuna. Nami looked at Kuna with a hint of envy in her eyes. She knew that Kuna had put in a lot of effort in pursuit of great strength. Although he was constantly growing, there was still a big gap between him and Kuna in terms of fighting. However, Nami was not discouraged by this. She secretly made up her mind to work harder and improve her abilities in future adventures. Kuna felt Nami's admiration and envy, and a faint smile appeared on her face.
The greatest swordsman in the world.
Chapter 274, Lingtian vs. Luffy and Sanji, the legend continues with a new fierce battle. After a thrilling battle, Zoro, Kuna, and Lingtian finally decided the winner. The tense atmosphere in the virtual space eased a little, but a new battle was about to begin. At this time, everyone's eyes were focused on Sanji and Luffy, who were about to take the field.
Lingtian, hurry up, I want to fight you.
Luffy immediately became excited when he knew it was his turn. His energetic voice echoed in the virtual space as if it could break through all obstacles. Luffy's eyes were gleaming with a fiery light, and his face was full of impatience. His body leaned forward slightly, as if he was ready to rush towards Lingtian at any time and start a fierce battle. Luffy's excitement was beyond words. He kept jumping and waving his arms as if he was already in the battle. His desire to fight was burning like a flame, unstoppable. He imagined the scene of himself fighting with Lingtian, his heart filled with anticipation and excitement. However, Lingtian's face turned black when he heard Luffy's words. He looked at Luffy's overly excited appearance and felt extremely helpless. However, Lingtian had just experienced a tough battle, and his physical strength and energy had not yet fully recovered. Facing Luffy's challenge, he felt a little headache.
Luffy, do you want to kill me?
Lingtian said helplessly as he showed Luffy his wound that was being healed in the virtual space. There was a hint of fatigue and ridicule in his voice, as if he was blaming Luffy for being ignorant. Lingtian slowly raised his arm, and a faint light flickered on the wound. The power of the virtual space was slowly repairing his injuries. The skin around the wound seemed to be breathing, rising and falling slightly, exuding a mysterious aura. When Luffy saw Lingtian's wound, his originally excited expression froze instantly. He widened his eyes and stared at Lingtian's wound closely, revealing a hint of surprise and guilt. Although Luffy has a carefree personality, he is kind-hearted. When he saw Lingtian injured, he felt uneasy. Although Luffy is a little stupid, his IQ is not low. He immediately realized that his behavior was a bit reckless. He knew that Lingtian had just experienced a fierce battle and his body had not fully recovered. It was indeed not appropriate to challenge Lingtian at this time. There was a hint of thought in Luffy's eyes, and he lowered his head slightly, as if reflecting on his actions. However, Luffy was still a little disappointed after knowing that he could not fight Lingtian. His shoulders drooped slightly, and the excitement on his face gradually faded, replaced by a lost expression. Luffy's heart was filled with regret. He had been looking forward to a wonderful battle, but now he had to give up this opportunity. He sighed softly, with a hint of helplessness in his eyes.
Okay, I'll be your opponent.
Lingtian saw Luffy's disappointed look and his heart moved slightly. After all, he couldn't bear to let Luffy be so disappointed, so he spoke. His voice was steady and powerful, as if giving people a sense of reassurance. Lingtian's eyes flashed with a hint of tenderness.
Really?
When Luffy heard Lingtian's words, his eyes suddenly lit up brightly and he became excited again. His voice was full of surprise and expectation, as if a child had received the most beloved gift. Luffy's body trembled involuntarily, and his face was filled with a bright smile, which was as warm as the sun and could dispel all the haze. Lingtian looked at Luffy's excited expression and couldn't help but smile. He nodded gently.
Wait for me a moment.
His tone was firm and confident, making people believe his words involuntarily. As he spoke, Lingtian narrowed his eyes slightly, and a mysterious light flashed in his eyes. He quickly mobilized the ability of the virtual space, and the air around him seemed to solidify in an instant, and a powerful wave of power slowly spread out. Lingtian's body gradually became illusory, as if it had merged into the air and left the virtual space in an elusive way. After leaving the virtual space, Lingtian immediately felt that the fountain of life in his body began to play a magical role. The fountain of life seemed to possess infinite vitality, surging in his body like a surging river. A trace of green light emanated from the fountain of life and quickly spread throughout Lingtian's body. Those lights were like gentle tentacles, gently caressing his wounds, bringing a cool and comfortable feeling. After just a few seconds, Lingtian's injuries recovered at an astonishing speed. The originally shocking wounds gradually healed, and his skin became smooth and flat again, as if he had never been injured. Lingtian lowered his head slightly, looking at the wound that had healed, and couldn't help but feel a sense of amazement. The power of the fountain of life was indeed strong, and it always produced unexpected results at critical moments. After confirming that his body had fully recovered, Lingtian did not hesitate to mobilize the power of the virtual space again. His figure flashed like lightning and entered the virtual space again. After seeing Lingtian coming back, Luffy ran to Lingtian at an extremely fast speed like a happy little deer. His eyes were wide open, full of curiosity and excitement, as if he had discovered something new. Luffy stared at Lingtian closely, leaning forward slightly, eager to ask the questions in his mind.
How come your injuries healed so quickly?
Seeing Lingtian's wound healed in just a few seconds, Sanji couldn't help but be surprised. His usually calm face also showed a look of shock at this moment. Sanji narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Lingtian carefully, his heart full of doubts. He knew Lingtian was very strong, but he didn't expect Lingtian to have such a magical ability. There was a thoughtful gleam in Sanji's eyes, as he was wondering how Lingtian achieved this ability.
This is one of my abilities.
Lingtian smiled and replied to Sanji. When Sanji heard Lingtian's words, he nodded slightly, and his golden hair shone brightly under the light of the virtual space. He knew that Lingtian could use some strange and bizarre abilities, and in his past experiences, he had also witnessed the various magical abilities displayed by Lingtian. So Sanji was not too surprised by this. After all, Lingtian could even do something as incredible as resurrection, so what else was impossible? In Sanji's heart, Lingtian is like a mysterious legendary figure who always brings unexpected surprises at critical moments.
Then let's get started.
Chapter 275. Sanji and Luffy team up to fight Lingtian, a fierce battle in the virtual space Biji. In the virtual space, the atmosphere was tense and full of anticipation. The thrilling battle between Zoro, Kuina, and Lingtian had just ended, and everyone's attention was now focused on the upcoming duel between Sanji and Luffy and Lingtian. Sanji bent his body slightly, took a step back with his right foot, his eyes focused and determined, and held the cigarette tightly in his hand as if it was his weapon of battle. Luffy's face was full of excitement, his body slightly leaning forward, his fists clenched, ready to attack at any time. The two of them stood opposite Lingtian, ready to fight like beasts about to pounce on their prey.
Then let's get started.
Chapter 276. Sanji and Luffy bravely fight Lingtian, their tenacity is hard to break. Lingtian was like a light cloud, easily dodging the attacks of Sanji and Luffy. His body was agile and nimble, as if integrated with the surrounding air, and every movement was just right to avoid Sanji and Luffy's fierce attacks. Sanji was like a brave cheetah, his legs kicking out continuously like a storm. His golden hair fluttered in the air currents of battle, and his eyes burned with a fiery fighting spirit. Sometimes he would perform a swift side kick, the wind from his leg whizzing past as if it could cut through steel. Sometimes he would perform a gorgeous roundhouse kick, drawing a graceful arc in the air. However, no matter how fast and powerful his attacks were, Lingtian always managed to dodge cleverly at the critical moment. Luffy was like a cannonball full of energy, his fists raining down on Lingtian. His body was full of elasticity, and every punch he threw was full of power and impact. Sometimes he punched hard from top to bottom, as if to smash a deep hole in the ground. Sometimes he swung a punch quickly from the side, and the wind from his punch was like a whirlwind. However, no matter how he changed the angle and method of attack, he could not touch the corner of Lingtian's clothes. Sanji and Luffy continued to use their fists and feet. Their clothes were soaked with sweat, but they still did not give up. Their eyes were full of determination and persistence, constantly looking for Lingtian's flaws. However, no matter how hard they tried, they could not touch Lingtian at all. Logically speaking, Luffy and Sanji, who have observation haki, should be able to defeat Lingtian easily. Observation haki allows them to sense the enemy's movements and intentions and react in advance. However, at this moment, they are in trouble. This is because Lingtian's observation haki is even more powerful than Luffy and Sanji. Lingtian's observation haki was like an invisible net that covered the entire battle area. He could clearly sense every move and every thought of Sanji and Luffy. He can predict the direction and strength of Sanji and Luffy's attacks before they launch them, and can easily dodge them. Therefore, no matter how Luffy and Sanji attacked, they could not touch Lingtian. Their attacks were like hitting the air without any effect. Bang bang!
So fast!
Luffy's eyes widened, his face full of shock. He felt a flash before his eyes, and Lingtian's figure disappeared instantly.
What a fast speed!
Chapter 277. Luffy and Sanji bravely fight Lingtian. Their unyielding fighting spirit ignites the. Sanji and Luffy were just thrown out by Lingtian's powerful force, falling heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. However, the stubbornness and indomitable spirit in both of them are as hot as a burning flame. Almost at the moment of landing, they quickly climbed up again, with unyielding fighting spirit burning in their eyes, and launched an attack on Lingtian again. Luffy took a deep breath, and his determined eyes instantly became as sharp as a knife. He stared closely at Lingtian not far away, as if in his eyes, Lingtian was a mountain that must be crossed. He squatted down slightly with his legs slightly bent, like a compressed spring ready to go. Then, he suddenly jumped up and the powerful explosive force made the ground shake slightly. He rushed towards Lingtian like a cannonball, so fast that it caused a gust of wind. The moment he approached Lingtian, Luffy shouted,
Rubber pistol!
His voice exploded in the virtual space like thunder, full of power and determination. His right arm stretched out instantly, and the originally normal arm seemed to be injected with infinite power, and instantly became like a soft yet powerful whip. The rubber arm was constantly twisting and deforming as it stretched, yet it contained amazing explosive power. It struck Lingtian's chest at an extremely fast speed, so fast that one could hardly see the trajectory of the arm. The powerful reaction force generated by the extension and retraction of the arm caused the surrounding air to emit a sharp whistling sound. The whistling sound seemed to be an angry roar, sweeping towards Lingtian with Luffy's fighting spirit and determination. The air was squeezed and distorted by this powerful reaction force, as if forming an invisible storm. Luffy's attack seemed to be able to penetrate all obstacles and hit Lingtian's chest fiercely. At the same time, Sanji launched his attack without hesitation. His golden hair fluttered slightly under the light of the virtual space, and his eyes were so focused that it seemed as if the whole world was only focused on the battle in front of him. He slightly turned sideways and slowly raised his right foot. His movements were light and graceful, yet they carried an indescribable sense of power. At the moment his right foot was raised, golden light instantly enveloped his entire leg like a surging tide. The golden light was dazzling, as if it contained endless mysterious power, causing Sanji's legs to emanate a terrifying aura.
Golden shoulder meat.
Sanji shouted, his voice full of determination and confidence. His leg muscles tensed and his strength burst out in an instant. Then he kicked towards Lingtian's shoulder at an extremely fast speed, as fast as golden lightning streaking through the sky. His leg drew a graceful arc in the air, bringing up a sharp sound of wind. The golden leg shadow was like an indestructible blade, carrying enormous strength and destructive power, as if it could easily penetrate everything. There was a fighting spirit burning in Sanji's eyes, and he firmly believed that this attack of his would be able to deal a heavy blow to Lingtian. Lingtian stood there, his figure as straight as a pine tree, like a towering mountain, giving people an unshakable feeling. His eyes were calm and deep, like a tranquil lake without a single ripple. Facing the fierce attacks from Sanji and Luffy, he did not panic at all. Lingtian raised his head slightly, looking calmly at the fast-moving Luffy and Sanji, as if in his eyes, the attacks from the two were just a trivial challenge. When Luffy's rubber pistol was about to hit Lingtian like a swift storm, Lingtian's reaction was as fast as lightning. He turned sideways slightly. The movement was light and graceful, as if it was just a small movement that he didn't notice. At the moment of turning sideways, Luffy's extended rubber arm brushed past Lingtian's body, bringing up a breeze. The breeze gently blew across Lingtian's clothes, as if telling of the fierceness of the battle. Luffy's attack missed, and his arm drew an arc in the air before slowly retracting. Then, Sanji's golden shoulder came whistling like a golden lightning. The golden light shone in the virtual space, carrying great power and destructive force. Lingtian's eyes suddenly became sharp, and he quickly stretched out his left hand, moving as fast as lightning. His left hand drew a graceful arc in the air and then gently blocked Sanji's kick. Sanji's leg kicked Lingtian's hand, making a dull sound. The sound was like a heavy drumbeat, echoing in the virtual space. Lingtian's hand was like a solid shield, firmly blocking Sanji's attack. Sanji's leg power was completely blocked by Lingtian's hand, and he could not move forward at all. Sanji felt the powerful force coming from Lingtian's hand and was slightly shocked. He didn't expect Lingtian's power to be so great that his full-strength attack was blocked so easily. A flash of surprise flashed across Sanji's eyes, but was quickly replaced by determination. He knew that the battle had just begun, and he couldn't be intimidated by Lingtian's strength. Seeing that his attack didn't work, Luffy couldn't help but feel a strong fighting spirit in his heart. He immediately changed his tactics and used his legs to push again. The powerful explosive force made the ground shake slightly. He jumped back a distance, increasing the distance between him and Lingtian to buy himself more reaction time. Then, he stretched his hands back, and the movement was like pulling open a huge bow.
Rubber bazooka.
Luffy shouted, and the sound seemed to penetrate every corner of the virtual space, full of strength and determination. Then he stretched out his hands, and his arms, which were already extremely elastic, stretched backwards to the extreme in an instant, like two springs compressed to the limit. Then he attacked Lingtian at an extremely fast speed. His hands were like two huge hammers, carrying great power and impact. The air was squeezed by this powerful force and made a dull explosion. Luffy's eyes were burning with a fiery fighting spirit, and he firmly believed that this attack of his would be able to bring a heavy blow to Lingtian. Sanji was not to be outdone. He quickly adjusted his posture, lowered his body slightly, shifted his center of gravity to his right foot, and raised his left foot slightly. At the moment when his left foot was raised, the blue light instantly enveloped his entire leg like a surging tide. The blue light exuded a mysterious aura, as if it contained endless power.
Tender water and flowing meat.
Chapter 278, Lingtian fights Luffy and Sanji, showing his powerful spiritual power. Lingtian narrowed his eyes slightly and carefully observed the attacks of Sanji and Luffy. He quickly squatted down, then kicked his legs hard and soared into the sky like a rocket, easily avoiding the attacks of Sanji and Luffy. Luffy and Sanji's attacks missed, but they were not discouraged. Luffy attacked again, bending his legs slightly, then suddenly jumped into the air.
Rubber tomahawk.
Luffy yelled, then stretched his foot straight up and swung it down in one breath. His foot was like a tomahawk, with great power and destructive force, as if it could easily destroy everything. Sanji also launched an attack at the same time. He raised his right foot slightly, and the red light instantly covered his entire leg.
Devil's fire, full of meat.
Sanji shouted, then kicked towards Lingtian at an extremely fast speed. His legs were covered with a layer of flames like magma, carrying powerful heat and destructive power, as if it could easily melt everything. Lingtian looked at Sanji and Luffy's attacks with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He quickly stretched out his hands and covered them with armament haki.
Armament haki, boxing, bone crushing.
Lingtian yelled, then punched with all his strength to counter Luffy and Sanji's attacks. His fist, with great force and impact, collided with Luffy's rubber battle axe and Sanji's demon fire, full body flesh making a loud noise. The shock wave generated by the powerful collision caused the surrounding air to distort. Luffy and Sanji were blown back by this powerful force, somersaulted several times in the air, and then landed steadily on the ground. After Luffy and Sanji landed, they quickly adjusted their posture and attacked Lingtian again. Luffy squatted down, held down his feet, and shouted,
Gear 2.
His skin instantly turned red and steam came out, as if he had taken stimulants. He used his feet as a pump to pump air, then quickly rushed towards Lingtian.
Rubber jet machine gun.
Luffy yelled and then stretched out his hands continuously, attacking Lingtian at an extremely fast speed. His hands were like machine guns with powerful force and speed, dazzling people. Sanji also launched an attack at the same time. He raised his right foot slightly, and yellow light instantly covered his entire leg.
Devil's wind, kick level 1 minced meat.
Sanji shouted and then kicked towards Lingtian at an extremely fast speed. His legs were like a whirlwind with great power and destructive power, which made people tremble with fear. Lingtian looked at Sanji and Luffy's attacks, and a trace of solemnity flashed in his eyes. He quickly stretched out his feet and covered them with armed color domineering. Sanji shouted and then kicked towards Lingtian at an extremely fast speed. His legs were like a whirlwind with great power and destructive power, which made people tremble with fear. Lingtian looked at Sanji and Luffy's attacks, and a trace of solemnity flashed in his eyes. He quickly stretched out his feet and covered them with armed color domineering. Armament haki, storm kick, Lingtian shouted and then performed storm kick, one of the 6 Navy styles, at an extremely fast speed. His feet kicked out with powerful slashes, colliding with Luffy's rubber jet machine gun and Sanji's devil wind kick level 1 minced meat, making a loud noise. The shock wave generated by the powerful collision caused the surrounding ground to vibrate. Luffy and Sanji were shaken backwards by this powerful force, somersaulted several times in the air, and then landed steadily on the ground. After Luffy and Sanji landed, they quickly adjusted their posture again and launched an attack on Lingtian. Luffy shouted,
Rubber eagle rifle.
His arm stretched out instantly, then hardened with armament color to form a huge spear. He threw it towards Lingtian at an extremely fast speed. The spear carried great power and impact, as if it could easily penetrate everything. Sanji also launched an attack at the same time. He raised his right foot slightly, and yellow light instantly covered his entire leg.
Devil's Wind Kick top grade minced meat.
Sanji shouted and then used super-fast red flames to attack with a series of double leg kicks. His legs were like lightning, with great power and destructive power, which was terrifying. Lingtian looked at Sanji and Luffy's attacks, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. He quickly performed his spiritual arts. Sanji shouted and then used super-fast red flames to attack with a series of double leg kicks. His legs were like lightning, with great power and destructive power, which was terrifying. Lingtian looked at Sanji and Luffy's attacks, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. He quickly performed his spiritual arts. Spiritual arts? Control the sea dragon, Lingtian shouted, and then used his own spiritual arts to condense a huge water dragon. The water dragon circled in the air and attacked Luffy and Sanji with great force and impact. The water dragon and Luffy's rubber hawk rifle and Sanji's devil wind kick top grade minced meat collided with each other, making a loud noise. The shock wave generated by the powerful collision caused the surrounding air to explode. Luffy and Sanji were knocked backwards by this powerful force, somersaulted several times in the air, and then landed steadily on the ground. After Luffy and Sanji landed, they quickly adjusted their posture again and launched an attack on Lingtian. Luffy shouted,
Rubber jet spin.
Then he spun his body at an extremely fast speed, stretched out his hands, and attacked Lingtian at an extremely fast speed. His hands were like boomerangs, with such powerful force and speed that it was dazzling. Sanji also launched an attack at the same time. He raised his right foot slightly, and colorful light instantly covered his entire leg.
Devil Wind Kick, Scorching Iron Pan Spectrum.
Sanji shouted loudly, and then launched a series of double-leg kicks at the enemy with super high-speed red flames from the air. The continuous friction between the feet will eventually emit strong, colorful light, forming a dazzling continuous spectrum. Lingtian looked at Sanji and Luffy's attacks, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. He quickly performed spiritual magic.
Spiritual magic, clone.
Lingtian shouted, and then used his own spiritual magic to create 5 clones that were exactly the same as himself. 6 Lingtian rushed towards Luffy and Sanji at the same time and started a fierce battle with them. The 6 Lingtian performed different moves. Some used spiritual technique, hurricane to create a huge hurricane, some used armed color, boxing, bone crushing to attack Luffy and Sanji with powerful punches, some used armed color, storm kick to kick out powerful slashes, some used spiritual technique, sea dragon to condense a huge water dragon to attack Luffy and Sanji, some used spiritual technique. Speed thunder to use the power of lightning to accelerate their own speed and engage in a fierce battle with Luffy and Sanji. Luffy and Sanji seemed to be struggling to face the attacks of 6 Lingtian. They kept dodging the attacks of Lingtian and looking for opportunities to counterattack. However, Lingtian's clones worked together so well that it was difficult for them to find any flaws. In the fierce battle, Luffy and Sanji's physical strength was gradually exhausted. Their attack speed and strength decreased, but they still did not give up and continued to fight Lingtian. Lingtian shouted. Chapter 279. Sanji explodes with the power of the 5 elements. Lingtian is amazed at the level BR. Looking at Lingtian in front of them, Sanji and Luffy's chests rose and fell violently, and they kept breathing heavily. Their faces were covered with sweat, but their eyes were still burning with unyielding fighting spirit. Sanji narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at Lingtian closely. His eyes were full of vigilance and thinking. In the battle with Lingtian, he deeply felt Lingtian's strength. Sanji knew that they had to come up with a new strategy to have a chance to defeat Lingtian. He glanced at Lingtian, then at Luffy beside him, and kept thinking about his next move. After careful consideration, Sanji finally made a decision. He turned to look at Luffy, his eyes full of determination.
Luffy, stay away.
Sanji said to Luffy, his voice steady and powerful.
Why, Sanji?
Luffy was puzzled when he heard Sanji's words. He didn't understand why Sanji asked him to stay away. In his opinion, they should fight together and fight Lingtian together.
The move I'm going to perform next will be very powerful and may hurt you.
Sanji patiently explained to Luffy. He didn't want to hurt Luffy with his moves. Luffy heard Sanji's words and thought about it. He knew that Sanji was doing this for his own good, and he also knew Sanji's strength. He believed that Sanji must have his own plan. So Luffy nodded and retreated into the distance. Watching Luffy gradually moving away and Sanji staying alone there preparing for the next attack, Lingtian showed a puzzled expression on his face. In his opinion, Sanji and Luffy have always fought side by side. Logically, they should attack him together, but now Luffy has run so far away, which makes Lingtian full of doubts. He frowned slightly, his eyes fixed on Sanji, trying to find the answer from his actions. Lingtian wondered in his heart, wondering what Sanji was up to. He watched Sanji's every move warily, ready to respond to any situation that might arise. After Sanji saw Luffy moving away from him, he stood steadily in a bow position with his legs spread wide. His body sank slightly, lowering his center of gravity as if he was accumulating great strength. Sanji's eyes were focused and determined, his gaze was fixed on Lingtian, and he had only one thought in his mind, which was to use his strongest move to give Lingtian a heavy blow.
Fang!
A slight sound was heard first, as if it was the prelude to a battle, then Fang.
System, check Sanji's current level.
Chapter 280, Sanji &039, S5 lines explode beyond the limit, Lingtian is shocked and hit hard. As the 5-element light ball behind Sanji spun faster and faster, the mysterious light became more and more dazzling. The light ball was like 5 high-speed rotating planets, emitting a powerful and mysterious force. Their rotation speed continued to increase, as if they were about to break through the constraints of space. The surrounding air was stirred by this powerful force like a whirlpool, making bursts of whistling sounds. The golden light ball shines with a bright light like gold, representing the sharpness and hardness of the gold element. The green light ball exudes a vibrant breath, symbolizing the vitality and tenacity of the wood element. The blue light ball is like flowing water waves, containing the softness and agility of the water element. The red light ball is like a burning flame, showing the heat and violence of the fire element. The yellow light ball is like a solid earth, reflecting the calmness and heaviness of the earth element. The 5 elements of light intertwined and merged behind Sanji, forming a unique and powerful force field. The light ball's rotation speed reached its peak and finally formed a 5-color halo behind Sanji. This halo exuded colorful light, as beautiful and mysterious as a rainbow. The aperture rotated slowly, and the surrounding space seemed to be affected by this powerful force and was slightly distorted. Sanji stood in front of the halo, his golden hair looked even more dazzling under the light. His figure seemed to merge with the halo, exuding a terrifying aura. The level of Sanji detected by Lingtian in the system finally stopped at 5. This number kept flashing in Lingtian's mind, representing Sanji's current strength level. 5. This has surpassed the pirate world by a whole new level. It is a shocking breakthrough. Lingtian's eyes were full of surprise and admiration. He knew very well that this level increase meant that Sanji's strength had undergone a qualitative leap. He began to reevaluate Sanji's strength, wondering how he should deal with this powerful opponent. Sanji's feet are now covered with a set of 5-color armor. This set of armor seems to be condensed from the 5 elements, exuding a powerful aura. The golden part is like a sharp blade, flashing with cold light, giving people a feeling of invincibility. The green part is full of vitality, as if it can restore Sanji's physical strength at any time. The blue part is like flowing water waves, which can provide Sanji with more flexible movements when moving. The red part is like a burning flame, giving Sanji more powerful attack power. The yellow part is like solid earth, providing Sanji with more stable support. After performing the move, Sanji's eyes were burning with a burning fighting spirit. He stared closely at Lingtian not far away, as if in his eyes, Lingtian was a mountain he had to climb. Sanji squatted down slightly, the muscles in his legs tensed, and his strength gathered in an instant. His feet were covered with the colorful armor, and the light on the armor flickered, as if echoing Sanji's inner determination.
Huh!
Sanji shouted loudly and exerted force with his legs. The powerful explosive force caused the ground to shake slightly. He rushed towards Lingtian like an arrow from a bow, so fast that it brought up a gust of wind. The gust of wind whistled as if cheering for Sanji's charge. Sanji's figure flashed a brilliant light and shadow in the virtual space, and his golden hair fluttered in the wind like a burning flame.
So fast!
This scene was just like the one with Lingtian before. Sanji's speed was so fast that people could hardly see his figure. They could only see a blurry light and shadow moving quickly. The air around him was squeezed by Sanji's speed and made a sharp whistling sound, as if marveling at Sanji's amazing speed. Even Lingtian could only barely see Sanji's figure. There was a flash of surprise in Lingtian's eyes. He didn't expect that after Sanji performed that powerful move, his speed could reach such an astonishing level. Lingtian reacted quickly, knowing that Sanji's attack was coming. Without any hesitation, he quickly covered his chest with a layer of armament haki. The armament haki was like black steel, emitting a hard and powerful aura. Lingtian's chest instantly became indestructible, as if it could withstand any attack. Almost in an instant, Sanji came in front of Lingtian. Sanji's eyes were full of determination and confidence. His right foot was raised high, and the light on the colorful armor was even more dazzling at this moment. Sanji kicked Lingtian in the chest without hesitation. The kick carried such powerful force and impact that it seemed to be able to destroy everything.
Puff!
Even though Lingtian covered his chest with armament haki, he was still kicked away by Sanji. Sanji's strength was too strong, and the impact of that kick was like a surging tide, instantly breaking through Lingtian's defense. Lingtian only felt a huge force rushing towards him, and his body flew backwards involuntarily. He spat out a mouthful of blood, which splashed in the air like a blooming flower. Boom!
So strong!
Chapter 281. Lingtian Bank resolves the battle with Sanji, and the strange skeleton shows its power. Looking at Sanji, who was emitting powerful pressure in front of him, Lingtian's eyes became more and more solemn. He narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze fixed on Sanji, and he quickly thought of a countermeasure. After a moment, Lingtian slowly reached for the scabbard at his waist and grasped the hilt. The scabbard was simple and mysterious, as if it contained endless power. Lingtian exerted a little force and slowly pulled the flowing blade like fire out of the scabbard. As the blade gradually emerged, a blazing breath rushed towards him. The blade of the flowing blade was shining brightly, like a burning flame. Lingtian understood that Sanji could no longer be dealt with by ordinary abilities. Sanji's powerful 5 elements and strength that surpassed the pirate world by one level made Lingtian feel unprecedented pressure. He must use his strongest strength to have a chance of winning this battle.
Bankai Zenkagi.
Lingtian's voice was deep and powerful, like a roar coming from the depths of hell. His eyes were burning with a fiery fighting spirit, and all the strength in his body was instantly concentrated on the Ryujin Jaka in his hand. With his shout, the blade of Ryujin Jaka suddenly burst into a dazzling light. Suddenly, a huge pillar of fire rose in the virtual space. The pillar of fire was like a roaring dragon, emitting terrifying heat and powerful force. The flames shot up into the sky as if to burn the entire virtual space. The surrounding air was affected by the powerful force of the flames and became distorted. The dust on the ground was instantly evaporated, forming a series of small whirlwinds. Lingtian stood in front of the pillar of fire, his figure appearing even taller and more majestic in the reflection of the flames. Looking at the suffocating heat around Lingtian, Sanji's eyes showed no fear. He stared at Lingtian closely, with only one thought in his mind, that is, to continue fighting until victory is achieved. Sanji rushed towards Lingtian again without hesitation. His figure was like an arrow shot from a bow, instantly cutting through the air and bringing up a gust of wind. Sanji's golden hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were burning with fighting spirit. He knew that Lingtian was very powerful, but he would not give up easily. He wants to use his own strength to prove his strength to Lingtian. Looking at Sanji rushing over, Lingtian's eyes instantly became sharp. Without any hesitation, he immediately swung the Zenkakudachi and slashed out with flames. The Zenkado seemed to have life in Lingtian's hands, and every swing brought with it powerful force and blazing flames. The flames slashed at Sanji like burning blades. Wherever the flames slashed, the air was burned and twisted, making a whistling sound. Looking at the flying flame slash, Sanji had to stop. His eyes were full of vigilance. He knew that the power of these flame slashes should not be underestimated. Sanji immediately used his kicking skills to block the flaming attacks. His legs kicked out continuously like a whirlwind, and each kick was powerful and accurate. Although Sanji now possesses the power of the fire element and is not afraid of flames, the slashes from the flame slash will still hurt himself. Sanji knew this very well, so he had to carefully block every flaming slash. His eyes were focused and determined, and he constantly adjusted his posture and strength to ensure that he could successfully block these powerful attacks. Seeing Sanji blocking the flaming slash he swung out, Lingtian's eyes narrowed slightly. He knew that Sanji's strength should not be underestimated, and he had to use more powerful moves to threaten him. Lingtian tightly grasped the Kanhuo katana in his hand, a look of determination flashing in his eyes. He slowly thrust the Zanka sword in his hand directly into the ground. The movement was steady and powerful, as if he was performing a solemn ceremony. The blade of the Zanka no Takai pierced deeply into the ground, making a dull sound. The surrounding air seemed to freeze at this moment, and a powerful force emanated from the Zanka no Takai.
The remnant fire sword, Nanfire 10 trillion death burial array.
Lingtian roared loudly, his voice exploding in the virtual space like thunder. As his voice fell, dark skeletons crawled out from the ground one after another. Those skeletons exuded a gloomy aura, as if they were evil spirits crawling out from the depths of hell. Pitch-black skeletons emerged from the ground one after another, their bodies made of black flames, emitting terrifying high temperatures. The skeletons' eyes flashed red like burning flames, and their mouths opened wide, revealing sharp teeth, as if ready to devour everything at any time. After blocking Lingtian's attack, Sanji couldn't help but be surprised when he saw this scene.
What is this?
Sanji's eyes were full of surprise and vigilance. He had never seen such a strange move, and those dark skeletons made him feel an inexplicable fear. Sanji stared at the skeletons closely, thinking about how to deal with them.
Go!
Chapter 282. Sanji and Luffy fall into the skull formation. Lingtian too is still fighting. While Sanji nimbly dodged the attacks of the dark skeletons, he was rapidly thinking of ways to break out in his mind. His eyes were focused and alert, constantly observing the situation around him. Those dark skeletons surged like a tide, and although their attacks seemed chaotic, they were actually dangerous. Sanji knew very well that if he was not careful, he might be hurt by these skeletons. But even though I thought so, the reality was far more difficult than I imagined. The dark skeletons around me kept crawling out of the ground at a speed that was shocking. In just a moment, Sanji was surrounded by a crowd of people. The dark skeletons rushed towards Sanji with their fangs and claws bared, as if they wanted to devour him.
Storm kick!
Seeing this, Sanji raised his foot and kicked it without hesitation. His movements were clean and powerful. A powerful slash instantly came out from under his feet, spreading out in all directions like a sharp blade. The slash carried great power and impact, killing all the dark skeletons in that direction. The dark skeletons were shattered by the blow and turned into balls of black flames that disappeared into the air. However, Sanji did not let down his guard. He knew that these black skeletons would not be eliminated so easily. Sure enough, another group of black skeletons soon ran out from the ground and made up for the black skeletons that Sanji had just killed. These newly appeared skeletons seemed endless, constantly pouring out of the ground, making people feel despair.
Water blade!
Seeing the black skeleton that was about to be completed, Sanji's eyes flashed and he quickly mobilized the power of water among the 5 elements. A blue light suddenly surged around his body, and that light was like flowing water waves, exuding a mysterious and powerful aura. Sanji raised his hands slightly, palms facing forward, and as his mind moved, water blades shot out from his hands like sharp arrows. The water blades exuded a cold aura, drawing graceful arcs in the air. When the water blades slashed the dark skeleton, they immediately displayed their powerful power. The water blade was like a sharp blade, easily cutting the black skeleton into two pieces. Under the attack of the water blade, the black skeleton instantly shattered and turned into black mist that disappeared into the air. However, the endless stream of black skeletons put Sanji in trouble. These pitch-black skeletons seemed endless and kept emerging from the ground. No matter how Sanji attacked, he could not completely destroy them. Sanji had to continuously mobilize the power of water and fire out water blades to resist the attacks of the black skeletons. However, this high-intensity battle consumed a lot of Sanji's energy. Sweat gradually seeped out of his forehead and his breathing became a little rapid. Sanji knew that he couldn't keep wasting his time like this, and he had to find a way to deal with these dark skeletons as soon as possible. Otherwise, sooner or later, he would be exhausted by these skeletons and fall into despair. Sanji continued to fire water blades while quickly thinking of a countermeasure in his mind.
Sanji!
Luffy saw Sanji surrounded by so many black skeletons and immediately ran out and shouted anxiously. His eyes were full of worry and concern, and his voice revealed an anxious emotion. Luffy's figure quickly shuttled through the virtual space, rushing towards Sanji like a flash of lightning.
Don't come over here, Luffy!
Looking at Luffy rushing over, Sanji hurriedly said loudly. His face instantly became tense, and his eyes were full of anxiety and worry. Sanji knew how powerful these skeletons were. They would continue to generate, seemingly endlessly. If Luffy also jumped into this encirclement, he would be doomed. Sanji doesn't want Luffy to be in danger. He hopes Luffy can stay away from here and protect himself. While fending off the attacks of the skeletons, Sanji anxiously shouted to Luffy.
Luffy, these skeletons are very dangerous. Go away. Don't worry about me.
His voice echoed in the virtual space, full of determination and firmness. Sanji knew that he had to face these skeletons alone and not put Luffy in danger. But just as Sanji was thinking this, Luffy jumped to Sanji's side without hesitation.
Idiot, why did you jump in?
Looking at Luffy next to him, Sanji immediately widened his eyes and yelled loudly. His voice was full of anger and helplessness, but his eyes revealed a touch of emotion. Sanji originally wanted to work together with Luffy outside to fight against these endless stream of black skeletons. He had already thought out the battle plan in his mind. As long as Luffy attracted the attention of some of the skeletons outside, he would have the opportunity to find the weaknesses of these skeletons and break through the encirclement in one fell swoop. However, he didn't expect that when he turned around, he saw Luffy next to him. A complex emotion surged in Sanji's heart. He was pleased with Luffy's bravery and loyalty, but also angry at his recklessness and impulsiveness. Sanji knew that Luffy did this out of concern and trust for his partners, but in such a dangerous situation, his actions undoubtedly put himself in great danger. Sanji glared at Luffy fiercely and said,
Luffy, do you know that it is very dangerous for you to do this? These skeletons will continue to spawn, and we can't completely eliminate them. If you jump in now, it will only put both of us in a desperate situation.
Chapter 283, Luffy and Sanji fight against the skeletons, and the sky-high dragon suppresses the two. Luffy jumped to Sanji's side and didn't care about what Sanji said. His eyes were firm and blazing, as if the dark skeletons surging around him could not frighten him at all. Luffy raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing his signature confident smile. He had only one thought in his mind, which was to defeat these strange black skeletons together with Sanji. Luffy knew that Sanji was worried about him, but he knew better that as partners, they should face difficulties together. In this challenging virtual space, they cannot retreat or be afraid. Luffy's eyes were fixed on the approaching dark skeletons, and a strong fighting spirit surged in his heart. Sanji looked at Luffy, and although he felt a little helpless, he did not blame Luffy too much. After all, Sanji knew that Luffy's character was like this. Once he made a decision, he would do it without hesitation. Sanji sighed slightly, with a hint of relief in his eyes. He knew that with Luffy by their side, they would definitely be able to find a way to defeat these dark skeletons. Luffy looked at the dark skeleton rushing towards him and Sanji, his eyes instantly became sharp. He bit his thumb without hesitation and blew air into it. This move is already very familiar to Luffy. Every time he uses this move, it means that he is fighting with all his strength. As Luffy blew air, his body began to change. His arms gradually expanded and became huge. Those thick arms seemed to contain infinite power, which was daunting.
Gear third.
Luffy shouted, his voice full of strength and confidence. His eyes were burning with fighting spirit, ready to use this powerful move to fight against those black skeletons. Sanji saw Luffy's movements and quickly moved to help Luffy resist the attacks of the surrounding skeletons. His figure was like lightning, constantly shuttling around Luffy. Sanji's legs kicked out continuously like a whirlwind, and each kick was carried out with great power and precise angle. He knew that when Luffy was using Gear Third, his body would be stiff for a while. At this time, he had to protect Luffy and not let those dark skeletons take advantage of him. Sanji's eyes were focused and determined. He kept adjusting his posture and strength to ensure that he could successfully withstand the attacks of the dark skeletons. Sanji's golden hair fluttered in the wind, and his figure seemed particularly determined under the attack of the black skeleton. There were more and more black skeletons around, and they pounced towards Luffy and Sanji with their fangs and claws. Sanji continued to use his kicking skills, repelling the approaching black skeletons one by one. His movements were clean and powerful. Every kick could shatter the dark skeletons into pieces, turning them into balls of black flame that disappeared into the air. However, those dark skeletons seemed endless and continued to emerge from the ground. Soon, Luffy's right hand grew to an incredible size at an astonishing speed. The swollen arm seemed like a small hill, emitting a powerful force. Luffy's eyes were burning with a fiery fighting spirit. He stared closely at the dark skeletons in front of him. He had only one thought in his mind, and that was to defeat them all with his strongest power. As his arm continued to expand, Luffy could feel the power in his body surging. His right hand seemed to have infinite power, ready to burst out at any time. Luffy narrowed his eyes slightly, adjusted his breathing, and prepared to launch a fatal attack.
Rubber, 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 giant pistol.
After doing this, Luffy immediately smashed in one direction. His movements were swift and powerful, like a bolt of lightning across the sky. The huge right hand flew towards the dark skeleton like a cannonball, with a powerful impact. The air was compressed by Luffy's attack and made a sharp whistling sound, as if marveling at Luffy's powerful strength. Wherever the huge fist passed, the space seemed to be distorted, emitting a terrifying aura. All of a sudden, all the black skeletons in that direction were killed by Luffy's move. The black skeletons seemed vulnerable in front of Luffy's powerful force, and they broke into pieces, turning into balls of black flames and disappearing in the air. Luffy's attack was like a destructive storm, instantly clearing out all the skeletons in that direction. Lingtian's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw this. He didn't expect Luffy to be able to burst out with such a powerful force in such a difficult situation. Lingtian knew very well that he could not let Luffy and Sanji easily break through his fire 10 trillion death burial array, otherwise the battle would become more difficult. Lingtian once again increased the power of the fire 10 trillion death burial formation. His eyes were full of determination and resoluteness, and he held the Kanhuo katana tightly in his hand, constantly injecting strength into it. With the injection of Lingtian's power, the power of the fire 10 trillion death burial array increased again. Suddenly, 5 huge black western dragons emerged from the ground in the direction that had just been knocked down by Luffy's giant pistol. The 5 western dragons exuded a sinister aura, as if they were demons crawling out from the depths of hell. Their bodies were made of black flames, emitting a terrifyingly high temperature. 5 western dragons pounced towards Luffy and Sanji with their fangs and claws, and their eyes flashed red light like burning flames. Their mouths were wide open, revealing their sharp teeth, as if they were ready to swallow everything at any time. The appearance of the 5 western dragons filled the entire virtual space with an oppressive atmosphere. Their figures were so huge that they seemed to cover the sky and the sun. Their roars exploded in the virtual space like thunder, shaking the ground slightly.
Hoo hoo hoo.
Chapter 284. Luffy and Sanji fight the dragon. Mysterious laughter leads to awakening. Luffy and Sanji looked at the 5 giant dragons that suddenly appeared, and their expressions suddenly became serious. Their eyes were full of vigilance and solemnity, as if they were facing an unprecedentedly powerful enemy. The 5 dragons exuded a gloomy aura, and their huge bodies seemed to be able to cover the sky and the sun, giving people a strong sense of oppression. Luffy stared at the 5 dragons closely, and a strong fighting spirit surged in his heart. He knew that the appearance of these 5 dragons meant that the battle had entered a more difficult stage. But he was not afraid at all. Instead, he became more determined to defeat them. Luffy raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing his signature confident smile. He believed that as long as he and Sanji worked together, they would be able to defeat these powerful enemies. Sanji's eyes were also firm and focused, and his heart was filled with a desire for victory. He knew that these 5 dragons were very powerful and he had to be careful in dealing with them. Sanji crouched down slightly, his leg muscles tensed, his strength gathered in an instant. He stared at the 5 dragons, ready to attack at any time. As if sensing the challenge from Luffy and Sanji, the 5 dragons rushed towards them. Their huge bodies swept through the virtual space, bringing up a gust of wind. The 5 giant dragons were extremely fast and arrived in front of Luffy and Sanji in an instant. They pounced on the two with their fangs and claws as if they wanted to devour them. Luffy looked at the 5 dragons rushing towards him, his eyes instantly became sharp. Without hesitation, he swung the giant pistol again and attacked the 5 dragons. Luffy's movements were swift and powerful. His huge right hand, with great impact, flew towards the 5 dragons like a cannonball. The air was compressed by Luffy's attack and made a sharp whistling sound, as if marveling at Luffy's powerful strength.
Roar!
Looking at Luffy's giant pistol, the 5 giant dragons just roared and knocked Luffy's giant pistol away. The powerful sound wave seemed to be an invisible force, instantly neutralizing Luffy's attack. Luffy only felt a huge reaction force coming, and due to inertia, he also flew backwards with the giant's pistol. Luffy's body drew an arc in the air and then fell heavily to the ground. There was a trace of pain on his face, but his eyes were still full of unyielding fighting spirit. Luffy quickly stood up, wiped the blood from his mouth, and prepared to attack again. Sanji couldn't help but feel heavy-hearted when he saw this scene. He didn't expect that the 5 dragons were so powerful that they could deflect Luffy's giant pistol with just a roar. Sanji knew that this battle would become more difficult, but he did not retreat at all. Sanji immediately increased his speed and rushed towards the 5 dragons.
Shoot me, shoot!
Sanji shouted, his eyes flashing with determination. His body was like an arrow shot from a bow, and he kicked hard at the neck of one of the dragons. Sanji's movements were swift and powerful. His right foot seemed to contain infinite power, and he flew towards the dragon with a fierce momentum. The moment Sanji launched the attack, the air seemed to be squeezed by his strength, making a sharp whistling sound. Sanji's golden hair fluttered in the wind, his eyes fixed on the dragon, with only one thought in his mind, which was to inflict damage to the dragon and give himself and Luffy a chance of victory. However, unlike the original black skeletons, these black dragons did not suffer much damage from Sanji's kick. The dragon's huge body was like a solid fortress. Although Sanji's attack was powerful, it seemed like just an insignificant blow to the dragon. There was only a shallow scratch on the dragon's neck, which seemed so insignificant against the dragon's huge body. Feeling Sanji's attack, the dragon was immediately enraged. It let out an angry roar, and the roar exploded in the virtual space like thunder, shaking the ground slightly. The giant dragon swung its head and knocked Sanji away. The huge force was like a surging tide, instantly throwing Sanji's body into the air. Sanji only felt a huge force coming, and his body flew backwards involuntarily. He was shocked. He didn't expect the power of this dragon to be so strong. Sanji tried to adjust his body in the air, trying to keep his pace. His eyes were still full of determination and indomitable spirit. He would not be defeated so easily. However, Sanji, who was knocked out, quickly stabilized his pace in the air. His body kept spinning and adjusting in the air, using the resistance of the air to slow down his speed. Sanji's eyes were focused and determined. He kept an eye on his physical condition, looking for the best time to steady himself. Finally, after some effort, Sanji managed to stabilize his pace. Then Sanji slowly jumped to Luffy's side. His figure was like a light bird drawing a graceful arc in the air. Sanji's face showed a trace of solemnity. He knew that this battle had become more difficult. They had to come up with a more effective strategy to have a chance to defeat these 5 powerful black dragons. Luffy's arm has now returned to its original shape. After using Gear 3rd, Luffy's arm will swell for a while before returning to its original shape. However, due to the hard training Luffy has gone through, he will not turn back into a child as he did before. Luffy's body has become tougher, and he is able to better control his strength and avoid overconsumption in battle. Just when Sanji was concentrating on thinking about how to deal with the 5 giant dragons, he suddenly heard a strange laughter coming from beside him. The laughter was clear and loud, and it seemed particularly abrupt in this tense battle atmosphere. Sanji frowned slightly, and a trace of doubt surged in his heart. He quickly turned his eyes away from the dragon and turned to Luffy beside him. Chapter 285, Fruit Awakening. Luffy covered his face while laughing. His laughter was filled with an indescribable excitement. His shoulders were shaking slightly, as if his heart was filled with some strong emotions. To be precise, Luffy was covering his hat, with his hands pressed tightly on the iconic straw hat, as if there was some crucial secret hidden under the hat. His laughter echoed in the empty battlefield, seeming particularly abrupt and causing the tense atmosphere around them to stagnate. Sanji looked at Luffy, who was smiling beside him with a puzzled look on his face, his heart full of confusion. Just now, they were concentrating on thinking about how to deal with the 5 extremely powerful dragons. The situation was so tense that it was hard to breathe. But in the blink of an eye, Luffy became like this, which surprised Sanji. His brows were furrowed, and his eyes revealed worry and confusion. Sanji tried to find some clues from Luffy's laughter to figure out why he suddenly became like this, but Luffy's reckless laughter made it impossible for him to do so.
Luffy, what's wrong with you?
Sanji finally couldn't help but ask. Sanji stared at Luffy closely, hoping he could give him a reasonable explanation. However, Luffy seemed not to hear what Sanji said and continued to smile to himself. Just when Sanji was about to ask again, he was surprised to find that Luffy's body began to change. At first, Luffy's skin was only faintly glowing with a layer of white light, which was looming, as if a thin layer of mist was covering his body. Sanji's eyes widened. He couldn't believe what he saw. He tried to get closer to Luffy, trying to figure out what was going on. As time went on, the white light on Luffy became stronger and stronger, gradually enveloping his entire body. Sanji was surprised to find that Luffy's body was slowly becoming transparent under the cover of the light, as if he was gradually blending into the light. Just as everyone's attention was focused on Luffy's strange changes, a mysterious and magnificent flame cloud was slowly emerging from behind Luffy. At first, the flame cloud was just a faint light and shadow, as if it was slowly seeping out from deep inside Luffy's body. As time went by, the flame cloud gradually became clearer. Its edges flickered with blazing light, dancing and jumping like a burning flame. The color of the flame cloud was bright and dazzling, red with gold, as if it contained endless energy and power.
This.
As Luffy changed, Sanji widened his eyes in surprise. His attention was attracted by the strange cloud of flames behind Luffy. However, what shocked him even more was that he found that the ground in the virtual space had begun to undergo incredible changes. The originally hard ground had become as soft and elastic as rubber. Sanji subconsciously stepped on the ground with his feet, and it felt like he was stepping on a huge rubber mat. An expression of disbelief appeared on his face, and his heart was filled with confusion and shock. Sanji's gaze returned to Luffy again, and he found that Luffy's body had turned completely white.
Gear 5th.
Luffy spoke slowly after completing the transformation. His voice was low and powerful, as if it contained endless power. Luffy's eyes were shining with excitement and confidence, and he raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing his signature confident smile. Luffy moved his body gently, feeling the surging power in his body. He knew that he had entered a whole new realm and possessed even greater power and ability. The moment Sanji heard Luffy say Gear 5, the heavy weight in his heart finally fell a little. He kept staring at Luffy, and the worry in his eyes was hard to hide. After all, Luffy's sudden change just now was so strange that it made his heart tighten in an instant. He didn't feel relieved until he heard Luffy shout.
Gear 5.
At least, judging from Luffy's tone and demeanor, he was fine. As Luffy's fruit awakens, the entire virtual space seems to be shrouded in a mysterious force. The ground began to undergo amazing changes. With Luffy as the center, circles of ripples quickly spread out in all directions. The ground that was originally extremely hard has now turned into soft and elastic rubber. Sanji subconsciously looked down at his feet and was surprised to find that he seemed to be in a huge rubber world. He stepped lightly on the ground, and the familiar rubber texture made him feel both novel and a little uneasy.
This is...
Lingtian, who was not far away, was also shocked after feeling the changes on the ground. His eyes were full of shock and confusion, his brows were furrowed, and he seemed to be trying to think about the reasons behind all this. As an experienced, strong man, Lingtian had a keen sense of all kinds of strange phenomena. However, the impact brought about by Luffy's fruit awakening far exceeded his expectations. Lingtian tried to mobilize the power in his body. He wanted to increase his power again and use the Fire 10 Billion Death Burial formation. However, he was surprised to find that he could not control the power as he wished before. Whenever he tried to gather strength, he would feel an invisible resistance coming from under his feet, as if the entire virtual space was against him. A strong sense of uneasiness surged in Lingtian's heart. He realized that Luffy's fruit awakening not only changed the ground of the virtual space, but also imposed some restrictions on his power. After activating Gear 5, Luffy seemed to be shrouded in a layer of blazing light, with faint flame clouds surrounding his body, as if he was a god of war from mythology. There was a gleam of determination and excitement in his eyes, and he flew towards the 5 western dragons still on the field without hesitation. Luffy was as fast as lightning, leaving a trail of blurry afterimages behind him. In an instant, he crossed a long distance and arrived in front of one of the dragons.
Hey, Luffy!
Chapter 286, The Power of the Nika Fruit. After Luffy came in front of one of the dragons, he squatted slightly, his feet as firmly rooted to the ground. He stared at the bone dragon in front of him, his eyes revealing a strong fighting spirit. Luffy took a deep breath and then gathered all the strength in his body into his right fist. I saw his fist began to grow rapidly, his muscles tensed and veins bulged as if it contained endless power. The bone dragon also noticed Luffy's intention to attack. It opened its huge dragon mouth and let out a deafening roar, trying to scare Luffy away with its momentum. However, Luffy showed no intention of backing down. His eyes were full of determination and confidence. As the bone dragon roared, Luffy swung his fist violently. His fist brought with it a powerful gust of wind and flew towards the bone dragon like a cannonball. The fist whistled past, and the surrounding air seemed to be torn apart by the punch. The bone dragon tried to dodge Luffy's attack, but Luffy's speed was too fast and it had no time to react. There was a loud bang as Luffy's fist hit the bone dragon's head hard. The huge impact caused the bone dragon to lose its balance instantly. Its huge body tilted to one side and then fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Luffy's punch showed his powerful strength in Gear 5. The entire virtual space trembled slightly because of the power of this punch, and everyone present was shocked by Luffy's strength. Sanji stared at the scene with eyes wide open, his heart filled with surprise and admiration. He knew that Luffy was constantly growing and improving, and every battle would make him stronger. The other 4 Western dragons also became alert after seeing their companion being knocked down by Luffy's punch. They began to circle around Luffy, looking for an opportunity to attack. Luffy stood there fearlessly, his eyes swept over the four western dragons, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a confident smile. Although Luffy has awakened the power of the Nika fruit, in terms of current strength, he is actually not as good as Sanji. Although Luffy has shown amazing combat prowess with the power of Gear 5th, his level is at most 4, which is the known level limit in the world of pirates. However, as a legendary devil fruit, the Nika fruit possesses many amazing bug abilities, which makes Luffy still stronger than Sanji now in some aspects. The Nika fruit gives Luffy the properties of a rubber body, allowing him to stretch, twist, and rebound freely like rubber, which makes his attack methods extremely unique and diverse. Moreover, after awakening, Luffy gained even greater strength, speed, and recovery ability. The combination of these abilities gave him a powerful advantage in battle. Chapter 287, The Fourth Injury. Lingtian's eyes were fixed on Sanji. He knew that Sanji was an important partner of Luffy. As long as he captured Sanji, he might disrupt Luffy's rhythm and turn the tide of the battle. He pushed his feet hard and rushed towards Sanji as fast as an arrow. His speed was so fast that he left a long afterimage behind him, like a bolt of lightning that cut through the void. Luffy had been keeping an eye on every move on the battlefield. When he saw Lingtian rushing towards Sanji, Luffy took action without hesitation. He concentrated all his strength on his feet and then pulled the ground hard. As Luffy exerted his strength, the ground in the virtual space suddenly changed dramatically. The originally calm ground was like a lake with a huge rock thrown into it, with waves rising up. These waves were not ordinary water waves, but huge energy waves made of rubber. They spread rapidly around Luffy and attacked Lingtian with a strong impact. The waves on the ground were like a surging tsunami, one wave higher than the other. Each wave contained Luffy's powerful strength, and wherever they passed, the ground cracked and made loud noises. The virtual space seemed to tremble under this powerful force, and the entire space was shrouded in this powerful energy. Lingtian was shocked as he watched the waves on the ground coming towards him. He didn't expect Luffy to be able to use the power of the Nika fruit to control the ground so powerfully. But at this point, he had no way to retreat, so he could only charge forward. He held the Ryujin Jaka horizontally in front of him, injecting more power into it, trying to use the power of fire to resist the impact of the rubber wave. When the rubber wave collided with the flame of Ryujin Jaka, there was a loud noise that shook the earth. The flame and rubber intertwined and devoured each other, bursting out with dazzling light and powerful energy fluctuations. The entire virtual space was illuminated by this light and energy, as if being in a brilliant starry sky. Lingtian, who was originally rushing towards Sanji, suddenly stopped and quickly weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Although he knew very well that catching Sanji might be the key to turning the tide of the battle, the attack launched by Luffy in front of him was too powerful. If he insisted on continuing to rush towards Sanji, he would probably be severely injured by the force of the rubber ground before he could touch Sanji. At this critical moment, Lingtian had no choice but to make a decision. He could only give up attacking Sanji. After the fierce battle just now, Lingtian used the powerful Fire 10 Billion Death Burial Formation. Although that move caused great damage to the enemy, it also consumed a lot of his own physical strength. At this moment, he was no longer in peak condition, and both his strength and speed had declined. Facing Luffy's sudden and powerful attack, he had to dodge to preserve his remaining strength. Lingtian pushed his feet hard and instantly leaped back. He flipped his body flexibly in the air, trying to avoid the rubber floor that was rushing towards him like a tide. However, Luffy's attack had a wide range, and the rubber ground followed closely behind Lingtian. Lingtian kept changing directions in the air, his forehead was covered with sweat, and his breathing became a little rapid. He knew that he had to get rid of this wave of attacks as soon as possible, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Just as Lingtian was trying his best to dodge Luffy's attack, Luffy pulled the ground hard, and the entire virtual space seemed to be stirred up. The ground shook violently, making bursts of roaring sounds. And Sanji also discovered Lingtian's existence at this moment. In the virtual space full of war, Sanji's eyes were fixed on Lingtian. The moment he saw Lingtian, the fighting spirit in his heart was instantly ignited. Sanji turned around without hesitation, no longer looking at the direction where Luffy was fighting with the 5-boned dragons, but rushed towards Lingtian like an arrow. There was a firm gleam in his eyes, as if declaring his determination for the battle. However, after the fierce battle with the black skeleton and the bone dragon, Sanji's physical strength has also been greatly reduced. The brutality of that battle was beyond imagination, and Sanji almost exhausted all his physical strength. His body was exhausted, and every movement became heavy and slow. Now he could no longer maintain the high speed as before. Although his steps were still firm, his speed had obviously slowed down. But even so, Sanji showed no intention of backing down. As Sanji rushed towards Lingtian, Lingtian also noticed Sanji's actions. His eyes became sharper and he became secretly alert. Lingtian knows very well that Sanji's strength should not be underestimated. Although Sanji's physical strength has declined now, he is still a very dangerous opponent. In order to deal with Sanji's attack, Lingtian decided to directly open the 4th gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu.
8 gates of ninjutsu, 4th gate of injury open.
Lingtian roared, and the chakra in his body surged instantly. A layer of light red light appeared around his body, which was the powerful force released after the 8 gates were activated. Lingtian's aura instantly became extremely powerful, and his muscles were tense, as if filled with endless power. In that suffocatingly tense virtual space, as Lingtian opened the 4th gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu, a powerful and violent force instantly surged in his body. This force was like a raging torrent that broke through all restraints and increased Lingtian's speed to an extremely amazing level in an instant. His figure seemed to turn into a flash of lightning, so fast that it was almost impossible to catch. The surrounding scenery became blurred under his high speed, and only the whistling sound of the wind echoed in his ears. This speed has exceeded ordinary people's cognition, as if he has broken through the limitations of space and time.
So fast!
Chapter 288, Chapter 288 Daytime Tiger. Chapter 288 Daytime Tiger. He could only watch Lingtian's attack coming towards him, but he was unable to put up any effective defense. In front of Lingtian's powerful strength, Sanji's body was like a light leaf and was easily kicked into the air. Sanji's body was kicked into the air by Lingtian like a kite with a broken string. At that moment, time seemed to stand still, and the entire virtual space was shocked by this sudden change. And Lingtian did not give his opponent any chance to breathe the moment Sanji was kicked away. He quickly mobilized the spiritual power in his body and danced his hands quickly. The wind in the air seemed to be pulled by some mysterious force and quickly gathered towards his hands. Between Lingtian's hands, 2 wind belts formed by spiritual power gradually took shape. These 2 wind belts are like nimble dragons, emitting a faint green light, and the light contains powerful power fluctuations. Under Lingtian's control, the wind belts kept twisting and entwining, making a
woo
sound as if announcing the powerful power they were about to display. Lingtian looked at Sanji, who was helpless in the air, with a determined gaze. He waved his hands violently, and the 2 wind belts flew towards Sanji like an arrow. The wind belt was extremely fast and caught up with Sanji in the blink of an eye, then quickly wrapped around his body like 2 flexible ropes. The moment Sanji was entangled by the wind belt, he tried to struggle to break free, but at this time he was seriously injured and his physical strength was severely overdrawn, so he was unable to break free from the restraints formed by the powerful spiritual technique.
Li Lion Hua.
Lingtian shouted, his voice full of determination and dominance. He hugged Sanji, who was entangled by the wind belt, and exerted force with his legs. Like a falling meteor, he smashed Sanji to the ground fiercely.
Huff, huff, huff.
After completing these intense attacks, Lingtian supported himself on his knees, half-squatted and breathed heavily. His chest rose and fell violently, and every breath seemed to drain all the air out of his lungs. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, streaked across his resolute face, dripped onto the ground, and disappeared in an instant. Lingtian's body was trembling slightly, not only because of the physical exhaustion caused by the series of high-intensity attacks just now, but also because of the huge burden that the 8 gates of ninjutsu put on his body. He could feel his body burning, every muscle protesting in pain.
A mistake.
Lingtian felt a headache as he looked at Sanji, who looked as if nothing had happened. He realized with regret that he had forgotten that he was in this virtual space, and the ground had already turned into rubber under Luffy's ability. The unique elasticity and cushioning properties of the rubber floor meant that his seemingly powerful attack just now had no substantial effect on Sanji at all. Just like a heavy punch hitting cotton, all the force was silently dissipated.
There's nothing I can do.
Lingtian stood up helplessly and muttered to himself. There was a hint of fatigue and unwillingness in his voice, but his eyes still flashed with determination. He knew that the battle was not over yet and he could not just give up. Although the situation became more difficult, he had to find a way to turn the tide. At this moment, after confirming that there was nothing wrong with his body, Sanji's eyes flashed with determination. He quickly adjusted his state, slammed his feet against the ground, and rushed towards Lingtian again.
8 gates of ninjutsu, 7th gate open.
Looking at Sanji rushing towards him as fast as a cheetah, Lingtian's face was slightly distorted because of extreme nervousness and determination, and he immediately roared loudly. This roar seemed to burst out from the depths of his soul, carrying endless anger and indomitable spirit, echoing throughout the entire virtual space. As Lingtian's roar fell, an extremely terrifying energy instantly burst out from his body. In an instant, the entire space seemed to be stirred by an invisible giant hand. The air surged wildly, forming gusts of violent wind. These strong winds were like countless angry wild beasts, howling and roaring, sweeping in all directions with overwhelming force. Wherever the wind passed, the dust on the ground was blown up high, forming huge dust curtain walls. The surrounding trees were blown all over the place, and the sound of branches breaking was endless. Some smaller stones were even picked up by the strong wind and flew away like cannonballs. The entire virtual space seemed to be caught in a doomsday storm, making people feel an incomparable shock and fear. Sanji, who was hit first, was instantly stopped in his tracks by the strong wind. His body was like a leaf swaying in the strong wind. Although he tried desperately to keep his balance, the force of the wind was too strong. His feet slid backwards involuntarily and he could hardly stand. Sanji's face showed shock and disbelief. He had never imagined that after Lingtian opened the 7th gate, such terrifying power would erupt. The power of this strong wind not only made it difficult for Sanji to resist, but even Luffy, who was fighting fiercely with the bone dragon, was affected. Luffy was originally concentrating on dealing with 5 bone dragons. His rubber body was constantly twisted and stretched under the attacks of the bone dragons, but he always relied on his tenacious will and excellent fighting skills to fight against the bone dragons. However, when the strong wind caused by Lingtian opening the 7th gate hit, Luffy couldn't help but be slightly distracted. He felt a powerful force coming towards him, and his body was shaken a little by this force. Luffy secretly marveled at Lingtian's strength. After opening the Jingmen, Lingtian exuded a terrifying aura. He knew very well that this battle could not be delayed any longer and had to be ended as soon as possible. Otherwise, his body might not be able to sustain it due to the side effects of the 8 gates ninjutsu. So he decided to make a quick decision, with a determined look in his eyes. Then, Lingtian quickly placed his hands in front of his chest, interlaced his fingers, and made a strange yet powerful gesture. His arm muscles were tense and veins bulged, as if all the strength in his body was gathered in his hands at this moment.
Daytime Tiger.
Chapter 289, Coma. At this time, Sanji was already busy dealing with the strong wind created by Lingtian's opening of the Jingmen. The strong wind was like countless sharp blades, constantly cutting his body and causing him endless pain. Although he tried his best to keep his body steady, his movements were greatly restricted by the strong wind. When Sanji saw the tiger rushing towards him like a tiger descending from a mountain, his pupils shrank sharply and he was shocked. He knew that the power of this attack was absolutely extraordinary, and if he was not careful, he might die. But Sanji didn't have the slightest intention of retreating. Instead, his eyes ignited with a stronger fighting spirit. At this critical moment, he decided to go all out and use his strongest trick.
Devil's Wind Kick, the 5 elements.
Sanji shouted the name of the move loudly, and at the same time quickly gathered the halo that was shining with strange light on his back onto his feet. His feet were instantly wrapped in a layer of blazing flames. The color of the flames kept changing, as if it contained the power of the 5 elements. Sanji slammed his feet on the ground, and like a cannonball, he swung his feet, which were burning with blazing flames, and rushed towards the huge Tigerhead energy bomb. His figure left a trail of afterimages in the air, and his speed was extremely fast. Under the nervous gaze of everyone, Sanji's kicking skills and Lingtian's daytime tiger finally collided with each other.
Boom!
A thunderous sound that shook the world erupted in the virtual space, as if the entire world was shaking at this moment. The energy waves generated by the collision spread wildly around the two people. This energy wave was extremely powerful, and everything was ruthlessly destroyed wherever it passed. Huge cracks appeared on the ground, and the surrounding mountains were flattened by half. The scene in the virtual space seemed like the end of the world. Sanji's kicking skills collided fiercely with Lingtian's daytime tiger. In an instant, the whole world seemed to be enveloped by this destructive force. An unimaginable huge energy wave, like a roaring prehistoric beast, rampaged in this virtual world. Wherever the energy wave went, the space twisted and deformed as if it could not withstand this violent force. The soil and rocks on the ground were lifted up and rolled around like surging waves, forming huge deep pits and hills. The light in the virtual space was also disturbed by this energy, becoming uncertain in brightness, flickering and swaying, as if the whole world was plunged into chaos. In this tense and shocking atmosphere, time seemed to slow down infinitely, and every second seemed as long as a century. However, no matter how powerful this energy wave was, it could not violate the law of time. As time slowly passed, its violent power began to gradually weaken. At first, the deafening roar of the energy wave gradually subsided, like distant thunder, and finally disappeared into the endless void. Then, the turbulent airflow gradually subsided, and the dirt and rocks that had been swept into the sky fell down like a doomsday dust rain. The light in the virtual space gradually returned to normal, no longer flickering, and illuminated the devastated battlefield again. After the energy wave completely receded, the entire virtual space fell into a deathly silence. Sanji and Lingtian were lying quietly on the ground, their bodies were severely injured, their clothes were tattered and blood-stained. Sanji's face was full of fatigue and pain, his eyes were closed and his breathing was weak, as if he had fallen into a coma. Lingtian's condition was not optimistic either. His body was twisted and deformed with multiple fractures. His blood dyed the ground beneath him red. His eyes were half open and half closed, revealing a trace of confusion and unwillingness, as if he was still recalling the thrilling battle just now. As Lingtian fell to the ground like a giant tree being cut down, raising a cloud of dust, the 5 bone dragons that were fighting fiercely with Luffy suddenly underwent strange changes. Their originally indestructible bodies began to tremble violently, as if they had lost their support. The light emitted by the 5 bone dragons also became flickering and extremely unstable, like a candle swaying in the wind, which could go out at any time. Their hideous heads kept shaking as if they were making their last struggle. Then, the huge bodies of the 5 bone dragons began to gradually disintegrate, turning into countless tiny starlight fragments. These starlight fragments were like the twinkling stars in the night sky, floating in the virtual space. Every ray of starlight contained a trace of Lingtian's power. As the bone dragon dissipated, these powers also returned to the void. After all, these 5 bone dragons were created based on Lingtian's power, and there is a close connection between them and Lingtian. Lingtian is like their soul and core, providing them with endless energy and power. Now that Lingtian has fallen into a coma, the energy circulation in his body has fallen into chaos and stagnation. Naturally, he can no longer provide the 5 bone dragons with the energy to maintain their existence.
Hey Sanji, Lingtian.
Luffy's anxious and worried shout suddenly rang out in the virtual space. His eyes widened instantly, and his pupils were full of shock and anxiety when he saw his partner fall. Luffy's body was like an arrow shot from a bow, rushing towards the direction of Sanji and Lingtian without hesitation. His feet raised a cloud of dust, and each step he took was heavy, as if he wanted to convey his worries and anxiety through these firm steps. His face was full of tension, and beads of sweat kept rolling down his forehead, but he didn't bother to wipe them off.
Chopper, Chopper, come and see them.
Chapter 290, Wake Up. While Luffy was calling out to Chopper anxiously, the other members of the Straw Hat Pirates also noticed something strange here, and they rushed towards this direction without hesitation. Nami's iconic long orange hair fluttered in the wind, her face was full of worry, she held the weather stick tightly in her hand, and her steps were quick and firm. Usopp was running with his backpack full of all kinds of strange props, shouting his friends' names loudly, his eyes revealing nervousness and uneasiness. Zoro still looked calm, but the beads of sweat on his forehead and his furrowed brows revealed his inner anxiety. He held 3 swords tightly in his hands, and his green turban fluttered in the wind. Robin walked with graceful steps, her eyes full of concern, and her hands waved gently, as if she was clearing away the obstacles in front of her. Frankie was running wildly all the way. His tall figure was particularly conspicuous in the crowd. He kept shouting,
Yo ho ho, don't get into trouble, guys.
Brook was following lightly behind. There was not much expression on his skull face, but a hint of worry flashed in his empty eye sockets. Everyone soon came to Sanji and Lingtian. They formed a circle, their eyes focused on Chopper, their eyes full of expectation and anxiety. Chopper was concentrating on checking the injuries of Sanji and Lingtian. His little hands kept groping on their bodies, and his ears moved from time to time, listening carefully to their heartbeats and breathing. Time seemed to stand still at this moment, and everyone held their breath, waiting for Chopper's diagnosis results. After a long while, Chopper finally raised his head, patted his chest, took a long breath, and said,
It's okay, I'm just exhausted.
After hearing what Chopper said, the others felt relieved and smiled with relief on their faces. Nami patted her chest gently and said,
That's great. I was really scared to death.
Usopp also wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with a smile,
I knew that our companions would not fall so easily.
Zoro nodded slightly. Then the Straw Hat Pirates carefully picked up Lingtian and Sanji and walked towards a house. Luffy and Zoro carried Lingtian on the left and right. Their steps were steady and careful for fear of hurting Lingtian by accident. Nami and Robin supported Sanji. Their movements were gentle and delicate, showing the tenderness of women. Along the way, no one spoke, but there was a strong atmosphere of tacit understanding and unity among them. Finally, they came to a room. Frankie kicked the door open and everyone carefully placed Lingtian and Sanji on the bed. Time seemed to have lost its original meaning and flowed quietly. Before I knew it, 2.5 days had passed quietly. Lingtian and Sanji had been in a coma, lying quietly on the bed. Their faces were as pale as paper, without any blood, and their breathing was so weak that it was almost imperceptible. Chopper stayed by their side all the time, never leaving their side, always keeping an eye on their conditions. Its small figure was busy by the bed, checking their pulse and adjusting the speed of the infusion, its eyes full of worry and anxiety. Other members of the Straw Hat Pirates also often came to visit, and everyone's face was full of concern. Nami and Kuina gently wiped the sweat from their foreheads, while Robin quietly accompanied them and comforted everyone with her gentle voice. Although Luffy was still carefree, he couldn't hide the worry in his eyes. He kept walking back and forth beside the bed, asking Chopper from time to time,
Chopper, when will they wake up?
Zoro sat quietly in the corner, holding a knife in his hand. Although he looked calm, his tense nerves showed his inner anxiety. Finally, as everyone was anticipating, Lingtian and Sanji's fingers moved slightly. This subtle movement immediately caught Chopper's attention, and he widened his eyes excitedly and stared at them closely. Then, Lingtian and Sanji slowly opened their eyes, with a hint of confusion and fatigue in their eyes.
Great, you finally woke up.
After seeing Lingtian and Sanji waking up, Chopper jumped up excitedly, tears of joy flashing in his eyes. Its voice trembled a little with excitement, and a happy smile was on its face. Lingtian and Sanji looked at their friends gathered around the bed, and a warm feeling welled up in their hearts. They moved their lips slightly, wanting to say something, but found that their throats were so dry that they could only make weak sounds.
How long have we slept?
Lingtian asked with difficulty after waking up. His voice was hoarse and weak, as if he had used up all his strength. Hearing Lingtian's words, Zoro on the side said,
It should be about 2 days later.
Zoro's voice was still low and calm, but if you listened carefully, you could still hear a hint of relief in it. Hearing Soron's answer, Lingtian nodded slightly, with a complex emotion in his heart. He didn't expect that he would be unconscious for so long and let his friends worry about him for so long. He turned to look at Sanji and found that Sanji was also looking at him, and both of their eyes were full of concern and greetings for each other.
How do you feel? Are you feeling unwell anywhere?
Chopper asked anxiously, his eyes full of concern. He held a stethoscope in his hand, ready to examine them again. Lingtian shook his head gently and said,
I feel much better, but I'm still a little weak.
Sanji also nodded, indicating that his condition was similar. After hearing their answers, Chopper was slightly relieved, but still said worriedly,
Don't move for now, I'll check you again.
As he said that, he began to carefully examine Lingtian and Sanji's bodies. After a careful examination, Chopper confirmed that Lingtian and Sanji were no longer seriously injured, but they would need some time to recover. Upon hearing the news, everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates smiled happily.
Great, you're finally okay.
Luffy shouted excitedly. He hugged Lingtian and Sanji, tears of excitement flashing in his eyes.
We've been worried about you for the past 2 days. If you don't wake up, I don't know what to do.
Nami also smiled and said,
Yeah, you two really make me worry to death. Don't work so hard in the future, okay?
Although there was blame in her eyes, there was more concern and love.
Don't worry, we will pay attention next time.
Lingtian said with a smile, his eyes full of determination and confidence.
This time it's all thanks to everyone, thank you. What nonsense are you talking about? We are partners.
Usopp said with a bright smile on his face.
Partners should help and take care of each other.
Chapter 291, Whitebeard Arrives. In the next few days, Sanji rested peacefully in the virtual space. He lay on the comfortable bed, and the room was filled with a peaceful atmosphere. The sunlight shines through the window onto the ground, forming patches of golden light. Sanji occasionally sits up to look out the window or chat with his friends who come to visit him. Although his body was still very weak, he had gradually begun to recover under Chopper's careful care. Lingtian's situation is completely different from Sanji's. Due to his special physique, he can recover immediately as long as he leaves the virtual space, so he doesn't need to rest for a long time like Sanji. Lingtian has not been idle these past few days. He has been thinking about his next plans and actions.
Today is the day that Whitebeard and his crew will arrive at the Sabyati archipelago.
Lingtian stood by the window, looking at the scenery outside, muttering to himself. There was a hint of anticipation and excitement in his eyes, as if he had already seen the fierce battle that was about to happen. As Lingtian counted the days, he knew in his heart that the arrival of the Whitebeard pirates would cause a huge storm. Lingtian turned and left the room. He walked quickly along the corridor, his footsteps echoing in the silent virtual space. Arriving at the exit of the virtual space with a flash of light, Lingtian left the virtual space. After spending a long time in the virtual space, everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates felt a little tired and depressed. They longed to return to the real world, breathe fresh air, and feel the warmth of the sun. Lingtian's departure seemed to be a signal, making them decide to follow Lingtian and leave this virtual world. The moment they stepped out of the virtual space, a long-lost sense of relief came over them. The sun shone on them and the breeze gently brushed their cheeks, bringing the breath of the sea. They took a deep breath and felt the beauty of this real world. Soon, Lingtian, who had left the virtual space, used his unique ability to quickly arrive at the coast of the Sabyati archipelago. His eyes were full of anticipation and vigilance as he quietly looked at the sea in the distance. Luffy and others followed closely and rushed to the coast. Luffy ran while shouting excitedly.
Wow, we're finally out.
His energetic voice echoed along the coast. After arriving at the coast, Luffy couldn't wait to run to Lingtian, looked at the endless coast and asked,
Lingtian, when will the Whitebeard you mentioned arrive?
There was a gleam of curiosity in his eyes. Luffy was full of expectations for the legendary pirate Whitebeard. The other members of the Straw Hat Pirates also gathered around, with the same expectant looks on their faces. After all, Whitebeard Edward Newgate is known as the strongest man in the world, and his reputation is well known throughout the ocean. For them, it was undoubtedly a very rare experience to be able to witness such a legendary figure in person. Nami tidied her hair that was messed up by the wind and said,
Yes, Lingtian, we can't wait to see this legendary pirate.
There was a hint of excitement and nervousness in her eyes. Usopp looked around nervously, muttering to himself.
Wow, am I really going to meet Whitebeard? I'm so nervous.
Zoro folded his hands across his chest and said calmly,
HMPH, he's just a pirate. What's there to look forward to?
Although he said this, it can be seen from his slightly upturned mouth that he was actually full of curiosity about Whitebeard's arrival. Robin stood aside with a smile, her elegant temperament forming a sharp contrast with the noisy crowd. She said softly,
Whitebeard's arrival will surely cause quite a stir in the sea area.
Frankie twisted his body excitedly and shouted.
Let us witness this great meeting together.
Brook took his violin and played a cheerful melody, adding a touch of relaxation to the tense and exciting atmosphere. On the vast coast of the Sabyati archipelago, the Straw Hat Pirates were waiting quietly with full anticipation. The sun shines on the golden beach, reflecting dazzling light. The waves constantly hit the coast, making bursts of roaring sounds, and the sea breeze blows gently, bringing the unique salty and humid smell of the sea, stirring everyone's hair and clothes. Time passed by, and every minute seemed to be extremely long. Luffy stood on tiptoe from time to time and looked towards the sea level, his eyes full of eagerness and excitement. The others also stared into the distance, afraid of missing any details. Finally, as everyone waited anxiously, a small black dot appeared on the sea's surface. As time went by, the small black dot grew larger and larger, gradually revealing the outline of a huge ship. The ship was like a moving castle on the sea, huge and majestic. It slowly sailed towards the coast, and every inch closer it got, it brought a stronger shock to people. The material of the ship looked extremely solid, as if it could withstand any storm or attack. At the bow, it turned into a huge whale shape, lifelike, as if it was about to jump out of the sea. The whale's eyes sparkled with mysterious light, adding a magical touch to the entire ship. Everyone's eyes were attracted by the unique bow, and they couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. When their eyes moved to the pirate flag, they were even more shocked by the iconic pattern. There is a crescent-shaped beard painted on the pirate flag, which is simple yet eye-catching, as if announcing to the world the identity and status of the ship's owner.
It's Whitebeard's ship.
Luffy shouted excitedly, his face was filled with an excited smile, his eyes were shining. The other members also showed excited expressions. They knew that the legendary pirate was about to appear in front of them. As the Moby Dick got closer, some details on the ship gradually became clear. When the Moby Dick approached the coast, the huge hull set off a huge wave, and the waves hit the coast with a deafening sound. The Straw Hat Pirates had to step back a few steps to avoid being wet by the waves.
Here we go.
Chapter 292. Chapter 292 Whitebeard arrives. Chapter 292 Whitebeard arrives.
How awesome!
Seeing the huge ship of the Moby Dick, Luffy's eyes flashed with a fiery light and he spoke loudly in excitement. His voice was full of amazement and excitement, and his whole body seemed to be on fire. Luffy stared at the approaching ship with his eyes wide open, his mouth slightly open with an innocent childlike smile on his face. His body leaned forward unconsciously, as if he wanted to feel the shock of the ship at a closer distance.
What a big ship!
Usopp looked at the Moby Dick and couldn't help but open his mouth wide, his eyes full of surprise. His voice trembled slightly, and his hands tightly grasped the railing beside him, as if only in this way could he stand firm. Usopp leaned back slightly, as if he was shocked by the size of the Moby Dick. His eyes were wide open, full of disbelief and amazement, as if he had seen the most magical thing in the world. The others were also deeply shocked when they saw the Moby Dick for the first time. Nami covered her mouth with her eyes flashing with surprise. Her beautiful eyes opened wide, looking at the huge ship in front of her, and indescribable feelings surged in her heart. Her body trembled slightly, as if she was infected by the majesty of the Moby Dick. Zoro narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a hint of admiration and vigilance. He stood there quietly, his hands folded in front of his chest, his body as steady as a mountain. Although he did not appear overly excited like Luffy and Usopp, his slightly tense muscles showed that he was not calm inside. Chopper jumped up and waved his hands excitedly. His eyes were wide open and he kept shouting.
Wow, what a big ship.
His cute appearance made people laugh. Robin smiled as she looked at the Moby Dick, her eyes sparkling with wisdom. Her expression remained calm, but from the slightly raised corners of her mouth, it could be seen that she was also moved by the magnificence of the ship. Frankie twisted his body excitedly, raised his fists high, and shouted.
Wow, this is the legendary Moby Dick. Super cool.
Brook was holding his violin, gently playing a cheerful tune, as if using music to express his inner joy and wonder.
Is that Whitebeard?
Roger walked out from behind Lingtian and spoke slowly. His voice was low and steady, with a sense of vicissitudes of life. Roger's eyes revealed a complex emotion, with expectation, curiosity, and a hint of nostalgia. Lingtian nodded slightly when he heard Roger's words, with a complicated look in his eyes. His thoughts could not help but drift back to the old times full of legends. Roger and Whitebeard, these two famous figures on the sea, are both legendary strongmen of the old times. Their names, like the brightest stars in the night sky, shine in the long history of the sea. In that turbulent era, they each led their own pirate group, traveled across the seas, experienced countless thrilling adventures and battles, and left behind a series of blood-boiling legendary stories. Lingtian clearly remembered the tragic, yet heroic words that Whitebeard said before his death in the original novel.
I am a remnant of the old era, and the new era has no ship that can carry me.
Chapter 293, The Encounter Between Whitebeard and Roger. Finally, after a slight vibration, the Moby Dick landed steadily on the coast of the Chabyati archipelago. For a moment, the entire coast was shrouded in the shadow of this huge ship, and the atmosphere became tense and full of expectation.
Gla la 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 la, Lingtian boy, here we come.
Just as the Moby Dick stopped, a hearty laugh boomed from the ship like thunder. This laughter was so penetrating that it seemed to break through the sky and shake the entire Chabyati archipelago. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a huge figure jumping down from the deck of the Moby Dick. The figure was like a god descending from heaven with an incomparable aura. He was Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. Whitebeard was tall and burly, standing in front of everyone like a small mountain. His iconic white crescent-shaped beard fluttered in the wind like a fluttering flag, highlighting his kingly demeanor. He was wearing a white cloak with the Whitebeard Pirates logo embroidered on it, which fluttered as he moved. Whitebeard's face was filled with a heroic smile, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He strode towards Lingtian and the others, and every step seemed to carry 1,000-pound force, causing the ground to tremble slightly. His laughter echoed in the air, so contagious that people couldn't help but feel happy too.
Ha 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 ha, Whitebeard, you're still like this.
Seeing Whitebeard's figure, Roger couldn't help but burst into laughter. The familiar voice seemed to have traveled through the tunnel of time and space and slowly entered his ears. The voice had a unique charm, as if it instantly pulled him back to the past. Whitebeard's body stiffened slightly, and the expression on his face froze instantly. An indescribable feeling surged in his heart, a mixture of surprise and confusion, as if he couldn't believe his ears. He slowly turned his head, his eyes searching the crowd eagerly. When his eyes fell on the familiar figure, his eyes widened instantly, filled with disbelief.
You!
Whitebeard's voice trembled slightly, with a hint of uncertainty and surprise. He seemed to see someone who was impossible to appear, and the whole person fell into a trance. Whitebeard stood there blankly, staring at Roger's figure motionlessly, as if time had stopped at this moment. His mind was blank and he was completely unable to think. After a long while, he came back to his senses and rubbed his eyes vigorously, as if he wanted to confirm whether he was dreaming. However, the scene in front of him did not change. Roger was still standing there, looking at him with a smile. Whitebeard still couldn't believe his eyes. He even wondered if he was hallucinating.
It hurts, Newgate. Why don't you pinch yourself?
A familiar voice sounded in his ears. Whitebeard turned his head and saw Lingtian looking at him helplessly, and his big hand was tightly pinching Lingtian's shoulder. Tadohate.
I'm sorry, Lingtian boy. I lost my composure just now.
Whitebeard touched his head and said embarrassedly. At this time, Lingtian was standing aside, watching Whitebeard's actions, feeling helpless and speechless. He muttered to himself.
Why do Newgate and Bucky both like to pinch themselves? What kind of weird habit is this?
Thinking of Bucky, Lingtian felt funny and angry. Whenever Buggy, who was always noisy and liked to make mischief, pinched himself, Lingtian could beat him up without mercy to teach him a lesson. But the person in front of him was Whitebeard, his respected elder brother. Even if he felt helpless, he was too embarrassed to say anything. Whitebeard didn't notice Lingtian's thoughts. At this moment, his mind and eyes were filled with the unbelievable person in front of him, Roger. He strode up to Roger and looked him up and down without blinking, as if trying to find some flaw in him to prove that all this was just an illusion. Roger stood there, letting Whitebeard look at him. He could feel the surprise and confusion in Whitebeard's eyes, and he felt a little helpless. After all, his appearance was indeed too sudden. No wonder Whitebeard would react like this. However, Roger still felt a little uncomfortable being looked at from head to toe by Whitebeard like a monster.
I say, Whitebeard, have you seen enough?
Roger couldn't help but speak with a hint of ridicule in his tone. Whitebeard seemed not to have heard Roger's words and continued to look at him. After a long while, Whitebeard slowly said,
Are you really Roger?
There was a hint of uncertainty in his voice, as if he still couldn't believe that the person in front of him was Roger, who had fought alongside him and was both his enemy and friend. When Roger heard what Whitebeard said, he couldn't help but roll his eyes and said helplessly,
Of course I am Roger, absolutely true. You old man, are you too old and confused?
Whitebeard ignored Roger's teasing, and his eyes were still fixed on Roger, as if he was thinking about something. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he stretched out his hand and grabbed Roger's shoulder.
Boom!
Chapter 294, Let's Drink Together. As the powerful momentum receded quickly like the tide, everything around finally gradually returned to calm. However, after this brief and shocking impact, Whitebeard and Roger's figures shook slightly, and both of them involuntarily took a step back. Whitebeard's tall and burly body seemed to be trembling slightly at this moment. He pushed his feet hard on the ground to stabilize his body. A look of surprise appeared on his face, but soon it was replaced by excitement and excitement.
Gyolala, I didn't expect it was really you, Roger.
Whitebeard looked at Roger in front of him and laughed out loud. His laughter was as loud as thunder, echoing throughout the space, as if he wanted to release all the shock brought by the powerful momentum just now. Whitebeard's laughter was full of heroism and joy. It was a kind of joy after a long separation, and also a deep respect for his former opponent and friend. Now, seeing Roger again, Whitebeard's heart was filled with emotion and excitement. Roger stood there, looking at the laughing Whitebeard with a smile on his face. His eyes revealed a kind of understanding and tolerance. He knew that Whitebeard's action just now was to test whether he was the real Roger. Roger didn't care about Whitebeard's behavior because he knew Whitebeard's character and knew that he was a straightforward and generous person.
You are still so impatient.
Roger said with a smile. There was a hint of ridicule in his tone, but more of a kind and familiar feeling.
Gulalalala.
Whitebeard's hearty and heroic laughter rang out again, as if it was going to break through the sky. His laughter was full of joy and uninhibitedness, echoing in the empty space, allowing everyone present to feel his inner joy and excitement. Hearing Roger's mysterious answer, Whitebeard couldn't suppress his emotions and burst into laughter. The laughter was not only because of Roger's return, but also because of the deep friendship between them and the unknown adventure that was about to unfold. In Whitebeard's heart, Roger has always been a special existence. They are both competitors and friends who cherish each other. Now, Roger appears in front of him again. How can he not be excited and excited? At this moment, Lingtian also slowly walked towards them. His steps were steady and firm, with a helpless smile on his face. Lingtian looked at the two legendary figures in front of him, and his heart was filled with emotion. He said,
Newgate, Roger, you just scared us.
Lingtian's tone was a little reproachful, but more of it was concern and worry for them. When Whitebeard heard Lingtian's words, his laughter gradually stopped. He turned around and looked at Lingtian with an embarrassed smile on his face.
Sorry, I just want to confirm if this guy is the real Roger.
Chapter 295, Drinking Together. They also recalled those quiet nights spent at sea. When night fell and the stars were shining, they would sit on the bow of the boat, admire the beautiful sky together, and talk about their dreams and ideals. Those warm and beautiful times have now become the most precious memories in their hearts. As time went by, the other people in the pub gradually dispersed, leaving this place full of joy and memories with either satisfied smiles or a little drunkenness. However, Whitebeard and Roger were still immersed in their memories, unaware of the passage of time. At this time, there were only the two of them in the tavern and the empty barrels lying around them. Those empty barrels witnessed their revelry and memories that night. They lie there quietly, as if telling the deep friendship and endless stories between the two legendary figures. Whitebeard's face flushed, his eyes were a little blurry but still revealed a kind of determination and heroism. Roger smiled, his eyes sparkled with wisdom, as if he found new strength and courage in his memories.
Newgate, we are all old.
Roger said with emotion.
HMPH, so what if we're old? Our passion has never cooled.
Whitebeard said loudly, his voice full of strength and confidence. The two smiled at each other, raised their glasses again, and drank them all. This glass of wine was a toast to their youthful years, their everlasting dreams and beliefs.
Roger, you.
Whitebeard narrowed his eyes slightly, his eyes a little blurred. His tall and burly body leaned forward slightly, one hand casually resting on the wine table and the other hand holding the wine glass. At this moment, he seemed not to be the awe-inspiring Whitebeard, but just an ordinary person who met an old friend again. Whitebeard's eyes were fixed on Roger, full of emotion and amazement. His thoughts seemed to have returned to that turbulent era, the days when they had traveled the sea together. At that time, they were young and full of passion and fighting spirit. For their respective dreams, they did not hesitate to fight against powerful enemies and hovered on the edge of life and death. Now, the years have left deep marks on their faces, but the eternal flame still burns in their hearts. Roger smiled slightly, a faint smile appeared on his face. His eyes were clear and bright, as if he could see through everything. He gently put down the glass, crossed his hands on his chest, and looked at Whitebeard quietly.
Yeah, I didn't expect that I would have the opportunity to sit and drink with you like this again.
Roger's voice was also a little hoarse, but full of sincere emotions. Roger's thoughts went back to the past, too. He remembered the adventures, the battles, the laughter, and the tears they had shared together. They have faced countless difficulties and challenges together and have witnessed each other's growth and progress together. In that era, they were each other's strongest opponents and the most trustworthy friends. Now, seeing Whitebeard again, Roger's heart was filled with emotion and joy.
It all seems like a dream.
Roger said softly.
But I know it's not a dream. We meet again. This is fate.
Their voices were a little hoarse but full of sincere emotions. In this long night, they seemed to forget the passage of time, all the troubles and fatigue, and were just immersed in each other's reunion. They recalled the past, shared stories and experiences with each other, and their laughter and words echoed in the pub as if time had stopped for them. Whitebeard and Roger, two legendary figures, found their own peace and warmth in this small tavern. They are no longer the awe-inspiring pirates, but two ordinary old men searching for their former selves in their memories. Their friendship has become deeper and more precious after years of baptism.
Newgate, do you remember the first time we met?
Roger asked suddenly. Whitebeard was slightly stunned, then smiled.
Of course, I remember. We were still very young and full of fighting spirit at that time. We fought fiercely for a treasure.
Whitebeard's eyes flashed with memories.
That battle made me know you as a powerful opponent. Since then, our destinies have been intertwined.
Roger nodded, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes.
Yes, at that time, we all thought we were the most powerful people in the world. But as time went by, we found that there are many people in this world who are more powerful than us.
But we never gave up our dreams.
Whitebeard said firmly.
We have been working hard and pursuing the goal in our hearts. That's right.
Roger said.
Our dream is to become the freest person in the world. We want to explore the world in our own way and find the treasure that belongs to us.
Chapter 296, Waiting for Bucky to Arrive. The next day, the first ray of sunshine in the morning gently sprinkled on the Chabyati archipelago, covering this magical land with a layer of golden gauze. The waves gently hit the shore, making a pleasant sound, as if playing a cheerful morning song. Lingtian and the others arrived at the coast of the Chabyati archipelago early in the morning, waiting quietly. The sea breeze gently blew their hair and clothes, bringing a slight chill, but their faces were filled with anticipation. This time, they were waiting for Buggy's arrival. Luffy was particularly excited when he learned that Buggy was coming, and he was the first to rush to the coast and wait. His eyes were fixed on the sea level, as if Bucky would pop out from there in the next second.
Lingtian, are you saying Buggy is coming?
Luffy asked impatiently, his eyes sparkling with excitement. While asking, he kept jumping on the spot like a lively child. Lingtian smiled and nodded, saying,
Yes, Luffy, Buggy should be here soon.
He looked at Luffy's excited expression and couldn't help feeling a little relieved. After all, Luffy and Buggy have an extraordinary brotherly relationship.
Bucky, I really miss those days.
When Roger heard Lingtian say that Buggy was coming, a hint of imperceptible tenderness flashed in his eyes, and he sighed with nostalgia. His thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the past, the passionate years when they sailed on the sea together. At that time, Buggy was still a young boy who followed Shanks all day long. Although he always liked to play tricks, he also added a lot of fun to their adventures. Roger thought of Buggy's iconic red nose, and every time he saw it, he couldn't help but want to tease him, while Buggy would be so angry that he would jump up and down, but he could do nothing about it. Looking back now, those days filled with laughter and playfulness are so precious and memorable.
Gula la 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 la, now the red nose is really serious.
Whitebeard laughed heartily, and his hearty laughter seemed to penetrate the sky. Whitebeard took another sip of wine, his eyes full of admiration. Although he had not had much contact with Buggy, he had heard a lot about his deeds. Today, Buggy is also famous on the sea, and his Buggy pirates cannot be underestimated. Whitebeard knows that in this vast sea, pirates who can survive and grow must have their own strengths. And Buggy, the guy who was once just a little kid in his eyes, has now grown into a remarkable pirate.
Oh, tell me about it.
When Roger heard Whitebeard say that Buggy was very powerful now, a hint of curiosity flashed in his eyes. His body, which was originally leaning lazily in the chair, unconsciously leaned forward slightly, as if attracted by an invisible force. In the days after his resurrection, in order to avoid attracting the attention of the Navy again, he stayed carefully in Zia Chi's tavern. That small tavern seemed to be his safe haven, isolating him from the noise and danger of the outside world. There, he lived a plain and comfortable life every day, drinking and chatting with old friends, reminiscing about the past. However, this peaceful life also made him gradually become unfamiliar with the outside world. Although Shaki was the largest intelligence dealer in the Sabyati archipelago and possessed countless news and intelligence, Roger did not ask her about Buggy. Zia Chi, a smart and considerate woman, seemed to have noticed Roger's thoughts. She did not take the initiative to mention Bucky to Roger, but silently respected his choice.
Gyulala, this red-nosed guy is already a figure like me in the sea.
Whitebeard's heroic laughter resounded throughout the entire coast. While laughing, he patted his chest with his hands, as if announcing a shocking news to everyone. His tall and mighty body looked particularly dazzling in the sun, like an unshakable mountain. When Whitebeard saw that Roger was so interested in Buggy's affairs, a smile flashed in his eyes and he answered. His voice was low and powerful, and every word seemed to carry endless majesty and dominance.
Roger, don't underestimate this red-nosed kid. Although he was just a naughty kid in my eyes before, he has now made a name for himself on the sea. His buggy pirates are famous in the second half of the Grand Line, and even the Navy is troubled by him. Oh!
Roger was surprised to hear Whitebeard say that Buggy has now become an important figure on the sea like him. An expression of surprise instantly appeared on his originally calm face. His eyes widened slightly, and his mouth unconsciously opened a little. He never imagined that the little Buggy who once followed Shanks had grown to this point. Boom!
Why are they both here together?
Chapter 297, The Arrival of Buggy and Kaido. As the two pirate ships gradually approached, everyone's vision became clearer and clearer, and they finally saw the owners of the two pirate ships. On one of the pirate ships, the skull flag flying on the top of the mast was particularly eye-catching. The skull pattern on the flag is lifelike, and its nose is painted bright red, as if announcing its unique identity to the world. There is no doubt that this is the flag of the Buggy Pirates. In the sunlight, the red nose looks particularly dazzling and can be recognized at a glance. The flag of another pirate ship was even more peculiar. A pair of huge and ferocious horns grew on the skull, as if it was a demon from hell. Behind the skull, there is a striking 8-character pattern, which is the symbol of the beast's pirates. The flag flutters in the sea breeze, as if showing everyone the great power and majesty it represents.
That's Kaido.
Just as everyone was observing the two pirate ships, Whitebeard's deep and loud voice suddenly sounded. He stared at the pirate ship flying the flag of the beast's pirates, with a hint of surprise and vigilance in his eyes. As a strong man who has roamed the sea for many years, Whitebeard is very familiar with the aura and characteristics of the other 4 emperors. Although the distance was still a little far, with his keen intuition and rich experience, he recognized at a glance that one of the pirate ships was Kaido's pirate ship. As he spoke, Whitebeard's sharp eyes suddenly turned to look at Lingtian, with a hint of inquiry and curiosity in his eyes.
I also invited Kaido to help before.
Lingtian felt Whitebeard's gaze, touched his nose helplessly, and said with a slightly embarrassed smile on his face. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly audible in this slightly tense atmosphere. Lingtian's eyes were a little vague, and he didn't seem to dare to look directly into Whitebeard's eyes, like a child who had done something wrong. When Whitebeard heard Lingtian's words, he was slightly stunned, and then slowly nodded. His tense expression eased a little. After all, he knew the relationship between Lingtian and Kaido. In the past, when he was in the Rocks Pirates, Kaido was like a little follower, often following closely behind Lingtian. At that time, Kaido was not as powerful and majestic as he is now. He was young, energetic, full of drive and ambition, and Lingtian was like his guide, giving him help and guidance in many aspects. The two pirate ships were like wild beasts that had broken free from their reins, breaking through the waves with an unstoppable momentum, and rushing towards the Sabyati archipelago with a clear goal. The surging waves were like countless angry fists, hitting the side of the ship continuously. Every collision made a deafening sound, splashing white water like snowflakes, sparkling with crystal light under the sunlight. On one of the pirate ships, Buggy stood majestically at the bow, his feet shoulder-width apart and his hands on his waist, his posture as if he was the master of the sea. He had a smug smile on his face, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a row of white teeth. That smile was full of confidence and arrogance. His iconic red nose looked particularly dazzling in the bright sunshine, like a shining ruby inlaid on his face. He was wearing an extremely gorgeous coat, which was made of the finest silk and embroidered with exquisite patterns and designs. The golden silk threads sparkled brightly in the sun, as if telling of its preciousness and extraordinariness. The collar of his coat stood up high, fluttering in the wind, making a whirring sound, as if cheering for Bucky. On another pirate ship, Kaido had a solemn and majestic look on his face. His tall and burly figure was like a towering hill, standing there quietly, but giving people a strong sense of oppression that was almost suffocating. His body seemed to contain endless power. Every muscle was tense and hard as steel, and it seemed that he could burst out with devastating power at any time. His face was as sharp as if it had been cut by a knife or an axe, with clear edges and corners. In his deep eye sockets, his eyes were like two burning flames, revealing a chilling ferocity and domineering aura. His long black hair danced wildly in the wind, as if black pythons were coiling and twisting above his head. He was wearing a heavy black armor that was covered with sharp spikes and flashed with cold light, as if announcing to the world that its owner was an inviolable strong man. In his strong and powerful hands he held a huge mace. The sharp thorns on the mace flashed coldly in the sunlight, as if every thorn was eager to drink the enemy's blood. The shaft of the mace was as thick as an adult's waist, and was carved with some strange patterns which seemed to contain some mysterious power. Kaido exuded a terrifying aura, as if it came from the devil from hell, making the air around him seem to freeze. Every pore on his body seemed to radiate a powerful aura, making people afraid to approach him easily.
Brother Lingtian, you actually called Buggy as well.
Kaido muttered, his voice low and hoarse, as if thunder was rolling in his chest. As the two pirate ships got closer, the beautiful and unique coast of the Sabayati archipelago gradually appeared before everyone's eyes. The golden beach on the coast sparkles in the sunshine, like a golden ribbon surrounding the island. Coconut trees grow on the beach, swaying their slender bodies in the wind, as if welcoming visitors from afar. The mountains in the distance are rolling, and the lush trees covering the hillsides give people a sense of vitality. Seabirds are soaring in the sky, sometimes diving into the sea, sometimes flapping their wings and flying high, making crisp chirping sounds. Finally, the two ships slowly approached the shore one after another. The collision between the ship and the dock made a dull sound, as if it was the prelude to a battle. As soon as the ship docked, before everyone could recover from the long voyage, Kaido and Buggy jumped out of the ship at an astonishing speed like two cannonballs, and rushed towards each other like lightning.
Kaido, you bastard, today I'll let you see how powerful I am.
Chapter 298, Fighting. Kaido faced Buggy's attack without fear. He snorted coldly, and the sound seemed like a roar coming from the depths of hell, full of majesty and disdain. He raised the huge mace in his hand high up. The spikes on the mace flashed a chilling light in the sunlight, as if each spike contained endless murderous intent. His muscles tensed up like a volcano about to erupt, and he gathered all his strength into his arms, then smashed down hard at Buggy.
Humph, you dare to challenge me with your red nose.
Kaido roared, his eyes burning with rage, as if he wanted to devour Buggy completely. Both of them were as fast as lightning and collided with each other in an instant. For a moment, the entire space was shrouded in their powerful force. The wind from their fists whistled past like gusts of wind sweeping across the earth, sending flying sand and rocks wherever they went. The shadows of the sticks were flying everywhere, as if countless silver snakes were dancing wildly in the air, dazzling the eyes. Each of their attacks was carried with overwhelming momentum, and the air around them seemed to be distorted by their power, making sharp whistling sounds, as if the air was groaning in pain. Just as everyone was stunned by the fierce battle scene, Lingtian shook his head helplessly. A helpless smile flashed across that handsome face, as if he was already accustomed to the impulsive behavior of these two guys. There was a deep calmness in his eyes, as if the fierce battle before him was nothing more than a child's fight in his eyes. He flashed like a ghost and instantly appeared between Buggy and Kaido. His movements were light and agile like a breeze, making it almost impossible to detect how he moved. He stretched out his hands, which were long and strong, with white fingers like jade, but they contained incredible strength. His right hand was like an iron clamp, tightly grasping Bucky's fist. Bucky's fist seemed to be frozen in his hand. No matter how hard Bucky struggled, he couldn't break free from his restraints. His left hand firmly grasped the mace that Kaido smashed down. The huge force of the mace hit his palm, but he did not move at all, as if that force was insignificant to him. Lingtian's hands were like two insurmountable barriers, forcibly separating the two men and ending this fierce battle.
Both of you, stop it.
Lingtian shouted loudly. His voice was like a huge bell, exploding in the air with unquestionable majesty. This roar seemed to contain endless power, causing the entire space to tremble, and the surrounding air seemed to be solidified by the impact of this powerful sound wave. Kaido and Buggy couldn't help but tremble when they heard Lingtian's roar. They turned their heads and saw Lingtian's serious expression and majestic eyes. They immediately separated like two children who had done something wrong and stopped fighting. They lowered their heads, not daring to look directly into Lingtian's eyes, with guilty expressions on their faces.
Brother Lingtian, we just haven't seen each other for a long time and wanted to have a little exchange of ideas.
Buggy said, scratching his head a little embarrassedly. His voice became smaller and smaller until it was almost as soft as a mosquito. He secretly raised his eyes to glance at Lingtian, then quickly lowered his head, like a student waiting for his teacher's criticism. His face flushed slightly, and his iconic red nose looked even brighter. He kept fiddling with the corners of his clothes with his hands, looking very uneasy.
Yeah, Brother Lingtian, we didn't really fight.
Kaido also echoed. His voice was low and hoarse, and although he tried hard to show his calmness, the slightly trembling voice still revealed his inner tension. There was a flash of panic in his eyes, and he gripped the mace tightly with both hands, his knuckles turning white from the force. He tried to hide his uneasiness in this way, but in front of Lingtian, his little actions seemed so insignificant. Lingtian looked at the two of them and sighed helplessly. There was both blame and a hint of pampering in his eyes. He knew that although these two guys were usually arrogant and domineering, they would be as obedient as children in front of him.
Exchange? You call this exchange? As soon as you meet, you're like two mad beasts wishing to eat each other alive. If this is what you call exchange, then I would rather you never exchange.
There was a hint of anger in Lingtian's tone, but more of it was concern and worry for them. Kaido and Buggy lowered their heads, listening silently to Lingtian's scolding, not daring to say a word. They knew that Lingtian was doing this for their own good. If they really fought here, it would not only bring trouble to themselves but might also endanger the people around them.
Listen to me, both of you. We came to the Sabyati archipelago for important things to do, not to fight. If you continue to act so willfully, don't blame me for being rude.
Lingtian's eyes became very stern, and his gaze was like a sharp sword, piercing straight at Kaido and Buggy. Kaido and Buggy felt Lingtian's gaze, and their bodies trembled involuntarily. They quickly raised their heads, looked at Lingtian, and said in unison,
Brother Lingtian, we know we were wrong, and we will never do this again.
Lingtian looked at their sincere expressions, and the anger in his heart gradually subsided. He knew that although these two guys were sometimes impulsive, they were not bad by nature.
Okay, I'll let you off this time. However, if there's a next time, I won't let you off easily.
Lingtian's tone softened a little, but still very serious.
Thank you, Brother Lingtian. We will never let you down again.
Buggy and Kaido said quickly, with expressions of relief on their faces. Lingtian looked at the two of them and sighed helplessly. His sigh was filled with a complex emotion, which included both helplessness towards their childish behavior and a hint of regret for not being able to make the best of them. He shook his head slightly, his eyes revealing the kind of love and tolerance that an elder would have when looking at a naughty child.
You are so grown up, but you still act like children.
Lingtian's voice was low and gentle. Although it contained a hint of reproach, it was more of a doting tone. His eyes moved back and forth between Buggy and Kaido, with a hint of smile in his eyes, as if he was recalling their childish actions in the past.
Look at you guys. You start quarreling and fighting as soon as you meet, completely disregarding the situation around you. So many people are watching you, and you are not afraid of being laughed at.
Chapter 299, Bucky and Roger Antash 039's Reunion. Above the vast ocean, the Chabyadi archipelago is like a bright pearl, shining with a unique light. On the coast of the island, the golden beach sparkles under the sunshine, and the waves constantly hit the shore, making bursts of roaring sounds. A thrilling and fierce conflict has just taken place on this bustling coast. Lingtian is like a brave and fearless god of war. With his outstanding strength and extraordinary wisdom, he successfully separates Buggy and Kaido, two ferocious guys. At this moment, the air seemed to still be filled with the smoke of battle. Everyone was still immersed in the shock brought about by the fierce conflict just now, and the atmosphere was a little tense. Everyone's face had varying degrees of astonishment and fatigue. Their eyes turned to Buggy and Kaido from time to time, as if they were still in shock from the thrilling scene just now. In this tense atmosphere, a figure slowly walked out from behind. That is Roger. He is like a hero from a legend, with a powerful aura. His steps were steady and powerful, and every step he took seemed to step on everyone's heartstrings, making people involuntarily look at him. His feet seemed to have some special connection with the earth. Every step he took was full of confidence and determination, as if nothing in the world could stop him from moving forward. The posture was relaxed, as if everything around him had nothing to do with him. There was a faint smile on his lips, and that smile was like the warm sunshine in spring, warm but not dazzling. In that smile, there seemed to be a kind of understanding and tolerance of everything in the world, which made people feel an inexplicable sense of security. There was a light in his eyes that showed a sense of experience yet calmness. That light seemed to be the crystallization of wisdom accumulated over the years, deep and bright. His eyes swept across everyone, as if he could see deep into everyone's heart, but without giving people any sense of oppression. In his eyes, the fierce conflict that had just ended seemed to be just a trivial episode that could not shake his inner peace at all.
Haha, Buggy, you're still the same as before after all these years. You haven't changed at all.
Roger said with a smile. His laughter was loud and hearty, as if it erupted directly from his chest with a sense of heroism and unruliness. The laughter echoed in the air like a breeze, easily dispelling the haze that was surrounding the fierce conflict that had just occurred. Every note was full of power, which made everyone present feel excited, and the tense atmosphere was slightly relieved. When Bucky heard this familiar voice, his body shook violently as if he had been struck by a bolt of lightning. He froze instantly, his feet seemed to be nailed to the ground, unable to move at all. An expression of disbelief appeared on his face, his eyes widened instantly, and his eye sockets seemed to be about to burst. His eyes were filled with shock, confusion, and a hint of barely perceptible expectation. He turned his head eagerly in the direction where the sound came from, as if afraid of missing any details. I saw a masked figure walking towards me slowly. The figure was wrapped in sunlight, and the golden light outlined his outline, but it was a little blurry because of the mask. Each step he took was steady and firm, as if the ground beneath his feet was making way for him. The mysterious figure exudes a unique aura under the sunlight, as if it comes from a distant, unknown world, making people want to find out more. There was both awe-inspiring majesty and an inexplicable sense of intimacy in that atmosphere, as if calling out to some memory deep in people's hearts. Bucky's eyes were fixed on the figure, without blinking, as if the figure would disappear if he looked away even a little. His brows were furrowed tighter and tighter, and the wrinkles on his forehead were like knife cuts, showing his inner entanglement and confusion. A strong sense of familiarity surged in his heart, a feeling that went deep into his bones, as if there was an inextricable connection between them, a connection that transcended the limitations of time and space. However, the mask was like an invisible barrier that locked his memory tightly inside, making him unable to determine the true identity of the person in front of him. His breathing became rapid and his heartbeat accelerated. His hands unconsciously clenched into fists and his palms were full of sweat.
You!
Chapter 300, Bucky in Tears. The moment he saw the knife, Bucky couldn't help but shudder. His body seemed to be struck by a strong electric current and instantly became numb. His eyes widened instantly, like bright fireworks suddenly blooming in the night sky, and his pupils contracted rapidly, like a bottomless black hole that was about to swallow up everything around him. His body seemed to be under a spell, standing motionless in the same place, and his feet seemed to have taken root, deeply digging into the ground. Every muscle of his was tense, like a fully drawn bow that could break at any moment. He was too familiar with that knife. The unique pattern on the scabbard was like an ancient totem, telling the vicissitudes and legends of the years. He had seen it countless times beside Roger. The knife was like a part of Roger's body, inseparable from him. It witnessed every battle, every victory, and every glory of Roger. It was the symbol of Roger's battles on the sea, the embodiment of courage and strength. The cold light flashing on the blade seemed to still retain Roger's former dominance and pride, which made Bucky feel indescribably excited and emotional. Bucky's lips trembled slightly, like a leaf drifting in the autumn wind, so helpless and fragile. He swallowed hard, as if a huge stone was stuck in his throat, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. His eyes never left the knife, as if as soon as he looked away, all this would disappear like a dream. After a long while, he seemed to wake up from a long dream. He asked the person in front of him tentatively in a trembling voice.
You!
His voice was very light as the ripples caused by the breeze blowing across the lake. His tone was full of uncertainty and caution, as if he was afraid to break this dreamlike scene. When Roger heard what Bucky said, he raised his head slightly. His movements were very light, as if he was afraid of breaking the subtle atmosphere around him. An imperceptible trace of emotion flashed across his deep eyes. That emotion was like a shooting star across the night sky, fleeting, yet so dazzling, carrying countless memories and emotions. His eyes became especially gentle at that moment, as if he saw through Bucky the past years, those days of adventures together on the sea, those times full of laughter and tears. He nodded gently with a faint smile on his face. That smile was like a spring breeze, warm and kind, making people feel like they were bathed in sunshine. He said,
Long time no see, Bucky.
His voice is low and magnetic, and every note seems to carry the accumulation of years and stories. The familiar voice echoed in the air like a melodious old song, instantly bringing back countless memories in Bucky's heart. That voice seemed to have a magical power, making Bucky feel as if time had never left any traces on Roger. He was still the captain who led them forward courageously, the fearless legend. When Bucky heard that familiar voice, the last bit of doubt in his heart instantly dissipated, just like the morning mist disappearing without a trace under the sunlight. His eyes suddenly turned red, and tears welled up in them like two falling stars, sparkling with crystal light. Those tears contained so many emotions, the joy of reunion, the nostalgia for the past years, and the deep respect and longing for Roger. Then, like a powder keg that had been lit, his emotions exploded instantly.
Captain Roger!
Bucky shouted with all his strength, and the sound seemed to break through the clouds and reach the sky. At this moment, there was only Roger's figure in his eyes. He rushed towards Roger frantically like a child who had lost his direction but suddenly found a lighthouse. His face was already covered with tears and snot. At this moment, he no longer cared about his image. The dignity and face that he cared about on a daily basis became insignificant at this moment. As he ran, his steps were staggering and flustered, as if the whole world was spinning. He even accidentally bumped into a few of Kaido's crew members, who were knocked all over the place by him and complained in dissatisfaction. However, Bucky didn't care about these at all. He had only one thought in his mind, which was to run to Roger as soon as possible. He was like a whirlwind, rushing through the crowd and rushing towards Roger, as if no force in the world could stop him. Finally, Bucky rushed in front of Roger. His breathing was rapid and heavy, and his chest was rising and falling violently, as if he had just experienced a long and difficult marathon. He threw himself into Roger's arms without hesitation, full of power and desire, and held Roger tightly with his hands, as if Roger would disappear again if he let go. He buried his head deeply in Roger's arms and burst into tears. His heart-wrenching cry echoed throughout the coast of the Chabyati archipelago.
Well, well, well.
Bucky cried until he was hoarse. Every cry was like a sharp knife, piercing his own heart and the hearts of those around him. His body trembled violently as he cried, as if he wanted to vent all the longing and grievances he had experienced over the years. Those countless days and nights of longing, the loneliness and helplessness when drifting on the sea, and the emotions that were once suppressed in the heart, now surged out like a flood that broke through the dam. His tears soaked Roger's clothes, but Roger did not show any disgust. He just patted Bucky's back gently, his eyes full of tenderness and relief. His body kept shaking and his tears soaked Roger's clothes. Roger patted Bucky's back gently, his eyes full of tenderness and love. He didn't say anything, but just let Bucky cry quietly in his arms, as if he wanted to comfort this old friend who he hadn't seen for many years in this way. The people around him also understood when they saw Bucky's expression. After all, they met again after a long separation. But at this moment, Bucky no longer cared about other people's opinions. He just wanted to enjoy the joy and excitement of reuniting with Roger. After a long time, Bucky's crying gradually stopped. He raised his head, wiped the tears from his face with his hand, looked at Roger and said,
Captain Roger, where have you been all these years? Why haven't we heard from you?
His eyes were full of expectation, eager to get an answer from Roger. Roger smiled slightly, shook his head gently and said,
Bucky, this is a very long story. I will tell you slowly when I have the chance.